The highly anticipated Xbox GDC 2026 presentation has come and gone, and to me, the message is clear. When it comes to Xbox, the future is on PC, and the future is a PC, and much blood has been spilled debating whether or not we should call the new console a console or call it a PC. Xbox doesn't seem concerned with that at all. They want to give you the console experience, but they're clearly signaling a priority for PC. Not just within Project Helix, but within future development priority of new games being built for PC first. The deprioritization of consoles has come full circle. So I want to break down the information into sections. What did they say for the user? What did they say for developers? What did they say for the fans? And what did they say with respect to timing of release? And then I'll kind of give you my conclusion on what's going on. Now, the entire presentation has been uploaded by formerly known as Xbox Error, now Day One. They did upload the entire keynote. They were allowed to record it with permission. I don't think they wanted anybody live streaming it, but they did allow it to be recorded and uploaded. So we're going to be taking a look at the various details throughout the day. We are also going to be discussing the fact that the Xbox marketing called This Is an Xbox has been quietly removed from various places, so I suppose it can join the Xbox Series S trailer that Xbox privated all those years ago. They're seemingly hiding the marketing that didn't go so well for them, so they can just kind of continue to quietly scapegoat Sarah Bond. And one thing you're going to notice as I go through the information, the everything is an Xbox or the Xbox Everywhere strategy hasn't changed at all. So the idea that that was Sarah Bond's strategy and that that strategy is like dead, gone, or going away is not true. So if you're watching this later, make sure and hit the like button. That helps me out. Subscribing to the channel will ensure that you see my live shows and videos, and you can help us with the goal. We are trying to get to 600 paying members. We currently have about 525. So thank you to everybody who has done that. Click join, and for $5 a month, you get a badge and emotes for the live streams, but you also get into my members only Discord. All right. So let's get into this. I'll just kind of have this playing in the background as I walk through this. As the dust settles on the Xbox GDC 2026 presentation, we have a handful of things to take away. We have information for the users, for the devs, for the fans, the longtime fans especially, and we also have info about when we could get our hands on one. So let's just start with what they said for the users. One of the things they're really focusing on for the user is bringing Xbox to PC. They want you to have the Xbox experience with what they are calling Xbox mode. This is sort of furthering the evolution of the full Xbox or the Xbox full screen experience that has already been sampled by those who have used the Xbox ROG Ally X. It does not sound like this will be a dual boot, as some initially speculated. For a while, we have thought that there would be a PC console hybrid in Xbox's future, and there were rumors it would be a dual boot machine, like you would literally boot it in to Windows or boot it in to Xbox. That does not sound like what this is going to be. They're going to continue to strip down Windows 11 into a more lean, less bloated operating system that will allow you to essentially use it in two different ways on Project Helix. So it sounds like you'll actually be switching, like when you do with Steam, to big picture mode. This will likely be very similar. Now, a sample of this, the early version of this, or a new iteration of this, I should say, is coming to Windows 11 in April. So that's kind of what their focus is for the user. They want you to be able to use Project Helix in a way that feels like an Xbox. That is something that they really stressed. Now, they also spoke about game preservation, and this is something that I asked about on Twitter. It's very interesting. I asked a very basic, non-loaded question. I have been interested in how they're going to do backwards compatibility for a while. It was said to be native, but nobody really said anything beyond that. And I was like, well, I don't understand what that means. You can't play Xbox 360 games or Xbox One games or OG original Xbox games. You can't really play them on your PC right now unless you go through other means. You load up the Xbox store, your Xbox library, and those games are simply not there. So I was always interested, like, how are you going to get all those games to run? Essentially, when I boot up an Xbox 360 game right now on my Series X, it loads it up an emulator. It's basically emulating that environment. It's actually pretty cool and impressive, and I've never had any bad experiences with it. If that's how they're going to do this, that's not a problem. I'm just interested in what they're going to be doing. Early on, when we heard native, many of us thought they were going to be coming up with some way of porting all of those games to PC, which seems almost insurmountable. Would they be using AI, machine learning, or something else? Now, Ecstasis tweeted that Nate the Hate is claiming Xbox Compatibility and Preservation team is working to bring and make your Xbox OG and Xbox 360 digital libraries playable on PC. Keep in mind, there are also Xbox One games beyond the OG and the 360. There's also Series S and X games that are not currently playable on PC. What are we going to do with those games? I reached out to Jez Corden of Windows Central, who was the one who claimed it would be native. I think, based on my questions with him in the DM, as well as his response on Twitter, I think what he meant to say is local. You wouldn't be playing these games backwards compatible through the cloud. So for those of you that aren't really big fans of cloud gaming, that is certainly good news. But it sounds to me like they will be using some type of emulation, and that's not a problem. I was not trying to do some kind of a gotcha. I'm genuinely interested in how they're going to achieve this. It's a pretty big boast and a pretty big claim to say Project Helix will be able to play your OG Xbox games all the way to Series X and S, which there is the lingering question of how exactly would you be playing GTA 6 on this. I happen to think that GTA 6 is going to come to PC quite a bit quicker this time around, so if they do hit their date end of 2026, by the time Project Helix is out in the wild, there should be a PC version of GTA 6, and that's likely the one that you would play. I don't really think you would want to play that game through an emulator. If for some reason the PC version of GTA 6 is not available, it's currently being built for Series X and S and the PS5. That would mean if you're going to play it on Project Helix, there would be some measure of backwards compatibility required through some type of Series X emulator. Again, interested in how they're going to pull that off at a technical level. They're speaking very generically. They're not giving specifics about how this is going to work, and I am very interested. I have a very large Xbox 360 and Xbox One library. It would be very cool if a bunch of those games were suddenly playable on this, especially if they're able to improve performance, as many people have speculated. So, I'm interested in the Project Helix. I've made that very clear for a very long time. If you want me to buy this, and one of the selling points to me as a longtime Xbox owner is that it'll play my games backwards, I would like to know how they're going to do that. So, that's what they said for the devs. That's what they said for the users. They kind of focused on the experience, and then they kind of spoke about game preservation. They have not spoken about how they're going to be using AI to bring back games right now that are totally inaccessible. I imagine they could do something like that maybe on the cloud with those games. That's not necessarily backwards compatibility. That's a completely separate subject about game preservation of games that currently you simply cannot play because they're just not available. There's no digital version. You don't have a disc that works anymore. So I'll be interested to see how they do that as well. Now, they also spoke for the developers. One of the main things that came out of their conversating and their talks about developing is you will be building for PC first. There is a slide that shows you will build for Xbox on PC. That's like literally how they have it set up in the flowchart of the image. So that's why I said the future is PC. You're going to be buying a PC, you're going to be using a PC, and the developers will be building for PC. There's good reasons for this, actually. If they want to bring those games that they build for PC to the old Gen 9 consoles, because, Series X and S eventually aren't going to be supported anymore, right? Well, they can use Xbox extensions for the GDK to unlock access to those millions of Gen 9 consoles, as they boasted about on the slide. They also did a talk about how you can, quote, get your game ready for PC in one day. I don't exactly know how they plan to do that. People are speculating maybe there's going to be some type of AI that's going to take your built for PC version and create an Xbox port. We'll have to wait and see exactly how they plan to pull that off, because currently building for multiple platforms is costly. The developer, or one of the developers for Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, notably tweeted about this, and people were like, hey, your game finally hit 1.0 on PC. It's kind of a beloved Survivor game. It's one of the best next to Vampire Survivors. I think it's one of the best. And it came to Xbox, and people were like, oh, why isn't it coming to other platforms? Because certainly if they could port it and have it run well on like the Switch 2 or the PlayStation, it could do well there. And they basically said, listen, it's expensive. It's not easy to bring your game to other platforms. It constrains feature development. It costs money. It costs time. So basically making that point simpler, I think, could be very good. Now, there's no word currently on what is going to happen to games that are in development right now for the Series X and the S. How will they run on Project Helix? Again, as I spoke a little moment ago, it'll probably be some version of backwards compatible emulation. they'll have to be doing something like that. If not, I'm interested to see the technology and how they're doing that. Developers are probably interested to know, hey, we're building games right now that are multi-plat. We're building games that are basically for the Series X and S as well as PlayStation 5 and all that. How is that going to run on the Helix? Do we need to just build a PC version, right? They're really pushing, when speaking to developers, about you're only going to have to build once. And again, I think that could be very winsome to developers. One of my criticisms of Xbox this entire generation and generations prior is they don't do a great job listening to developers. I think the Xbox Series S was a giant misstep, and they just didn't consider what developers were going to have to do when trying to bring games to the market. I've consistently said that I feel like Mark Cerny of PlayStation has done a much better job meeting developers where they are, and that has made the PlayStation platform more compelling to developers. That is continuing with Project Amethyst and AMD, and it seems that Microsoft wants to take a page out of that book. AMD and them are partnering on this project to bring this thing to the market. So maybe they can make a more seamless process for developers to bring games not just to the Xbox platform, but to PC in general. And that, I think, could be a win for everybody. Now, for the fans, there is some stuff that happened that isn't the greatest news for the fans who were kind of holding out hope for the return of Xbox or going back on, hey, we need to do exclusives again. There was a slide, and the top of the slide said, cross-platform is the future of the Xbox ecosystem. Okay, you can't really stress that any other way. That's pretty clear. Cross-platform is the future of the Xbox ecosystem. It's pretty clear exclusives are still completely off the table. Okay, this slide that said this had the Switch listed, it had the PS4 listed, it had the PS5 listed. It's very, very clear they will not be going back on their strategy of basically publishing games everywhere. They're, in fact, I think, trying to enable publishers and developers that they don't own to enjoy developing for them more than they presently do. They're not, to say it this way, they're not just focused on putting their games everywhere. They're focusing on making sure that they're an approachable platform for developers. That doesn't really strike me as somebody who's worried about exclusivity. They're trying to be everywhere, and they're trying to be accessible to everyone. Jason Ronald, the person that was in this little video that we've been watching here, he even seemed to kind of dodge the question about like quick resume on the Helix. I know fans think quick resume is amazing on the Xbox. I've never been that impressed by it. I don't think it works all that consistently, and I know that's like controversial to say apparently, but he really dodged the question about quick resume on the Helix. You have to remember, Helix is basically a PC, and you don't really do quick resume right now on your PC. Suspending a game in that sort of status would just be eating up valuable resources. Like, you'd be trying to use your PC and you've got, like, you know, Assassin's Creed just like running in the background ready to jump back in at any moment in time. I mean, you can alt tab out, but most people would say that's not a good idea. So it wouldn't surprise me if exclusives aren't coming back. They're not really going back to the core tenets of like the console and what the console was all about, and quick resume will probably not be on the Helix. Now, many fans are responding on Twitter. They're basically responding to Jason Ronald as well as anybody talking about this, and they're really curious if this is just going to be a Windows 11 PC with the option to boot it into this full screen Xbox experience. That's where folks are kind of snagging, because all the bluster and all the talk about how the Xbox ROG Ally X, well, it's a PC, and then everybody that reviewed it, this is an Xbox, and then everybody reviewed it was like, it's not really an Xbox, okay? You basically booted into the full screen experience, and even that full screen experience was heavily critical. People were heavily critical of it. I think people are kind of leery and worried that that's all Project Helix is really going to be, a Windows 11 machine that you can boot into an Xbox experience. That doesn't really sound like an Xbox. That doesn't really sound like a console. Now, that's not a problem for me because of what I want out of the device, but for long-standing fans, that could be not great. Folks also seem curious about launch titles and exclusives. They're basically asking the question, why would I buy this device? If you're not going to do exclusives, are you at least going to have launch titles that leverage this thing and make this thing look impressive? If it's just a PC, you're just going to be launching titles on PC in general, and then they're also going to run on Project Helix. Xbox fans on Twitter also seemed very upset at my question about backwards compatibility. It seems people were a little testy coming out of this presentation, as if it really did not establish what they were hoping for. It did not come out swinging with this idea of like, here's the grand, wonderful return of Xbox. It's, we're working on something that's going to be essentially a PC, and based on everything we've heard up to now, it's not going to be cheap. Now, when could you get your mitts on one of these is another question that people were asking. So, with respect to the timing, they said that alpha dev kits should be being sent out in 2027. Now, many people were like, well, I guess we're not getting it in 2027. That doesn't necessarily mean that. The Series X and the Series S dev kits went out in 2020. That was the same year that it shipped. Now, many people pointed out it didn't really impress them. Like, it felt like, well, the Series X and the S were obviously like game, dev kits that maybe weren't sent out early enough because the games weren't that great. There weren't a ton of launch, titles. There weren't a ton of launch titles for PlayStation either, but there weren't a ton for Series X and S, and it's like, well, the dev kits could have been sent out earlier. The other thing is they said alpha dev kits. I don't know if that's like a first wave of dev kits. I don't know what version of Series X and S dev kits were sent out in 2020. Were they alpha? Were they like the first pass? And then other ones were sent out later? Or were the dev kits sent out in 2020 like more established versions? To me, right now, what we're hearing from Kepler, notable hardware insider, he's saying that the timeline is 2027 for the Xbox Project Helix, as well as the PlayStation 6. For a while now, a lot of us have said we don't see that happening. RAM prices and general timing of things, it just seems like 2027 is lightning fast. It doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. If the alpha dev kits for Project Helix are going out in early 2027, they're going to be on a tight schedule, okay? And I think PlayStation 6 is going to be facing a similar thing. So, let me give you my conclusion about this. And I know people are going to think, oh, you're saying it's a PC, you're being a hater. I actually think it being a PC is a huge selling factor that you don't want to downplay. Like, fans of Xbox have a very strange, hesitancy to just call something what it is. They did this with the Xbox ROG Ally X, and some of you are doing it again with Project Helix, okay? I'm actually interested because it's a PC. Because they're committed to giving me PC gaming in the living room on a stripped-down version of Windows, that's actually what I want. That's actually what I expected. This is essentially a PC with the option of giving you sort of the semblance of Xbox, the appearance of Xbox. As long as it runs the games really, really well, who really cares at the end of the day? You also have to remember something. Sarah Bond said that they wanted Windows to be the largest gaming platform. This is their road to doing that. They would like to be building games themselves, as well as other people building games themselves, and prioritizing PC. What that can do is make them the largest gaming platform. I think they see Steam OS coming with the Steam machine, as well as Steam just cutting in general on making a better operating system. That's probably a concern. Windows 11 has been notoriously frustrating for users as of late. So, I'm interested. I am, but I have some lingering questions. First and foremost, as I said, how are you going to be handling backwards compatibility? There again was a lot of bluster and a lot of, peacocking about how, they're going to make everything backwards compatible. Everything in your library is going to be available all the way back to the original Xbox, and it's going to be native on the device. That's a pretty big claim. I would like to know how you're going to do that. Nobody's trying to do a gotcha like, how dare you do emulation? That's what they did on the Series X, and that was a big selling point of the Series X for me, is my library was there. For the most part, my 360 and Xbox One library was there. It's not a super important value point to me. I'm actually more interested in the Helix to have Steam in my living room, but bringing my library with me is certainly a value point. It's always fun to have my kiddos, as they get in more and more gaming, to be like, oh, hey, I played an older version of this, or I played one of the first versions of this, and having that available to them could be pretty cool. Also, what about all those old games they talked about maybe bringing back with AI? I mean, how exactly are they going to do that? Will AI be used for those unplayable games, or are they just going to throw all those unplayable games on some kind of a cloud server blade and allow you to play those that way? I'm talking about inaccessible games. I'm not talking about backwards compat when I say cloud. Now, the other question I have is, and this is a big one, can they nail the stripped down OS for gaming? I don't have a lot of confidence in Microsoft to do a good job with this. I think Windows 11 is awful, They do updates that ruin things and break things. They're a utilitarian company. They commonly ship updates to Windows that just break stuff, and they're like, well, we'll just fix it later. They don't seem to have a care and a nurturing attitude for their software. They sort of bludgeon the user with updates, and you're just supposed to figure out why stuff's not working anymore. If they can't nail this and give you a very non-bloated OS that really focuses on giving you great performance in gaming, just do a little quick search about Windows 11 stutters in gaming. They pushed out an update late last year, and it's caused all sorts of headaches for people in gaming with stutters. I deal with it in my broadcasting software. It is unnerving. And they did it. I've changed every setting there is to change. I've run every single test that I can. And basically, it's a Windows level problem. So to me, I have severe doubts that they can pull that off. I hope that they do, because I think that's going to be one of the linchpins of this device. Can it give you that feeling of, yes, this is the Xbox experience that I am familiar with? It was more expensive than I maybe expected because it's not really a console. But if they can nail that and give you really good performance in the games, then it could be a good device. It could be for those of us that actually want it. It also seems like a lot of what Asha Sharma said was just corpo lip service to keep the fans interested. They are clearly moving away from a traditional console. So I don't see this as the return of Xbox. I see this as the completion of the brand's evolution. They are clearly not going back to exclusives. They're not. That isn't happening. They said the future of Xbox is cross-platform. Games are going to keep shipping the way that they've been shipping. They're not going to change that strategy. Okay? The Xbox Everywhere strategy hasn't changed at all. I know they're getting rid of all the this is an Xbox marketing because it wasn't great marketing, and I know they would like for you to think that it was all Sarah Bond's idea. The Xbox Everywhere strategy was not her baby, and it wasn't her idea. That was something that was being fostered for years. We watched videos of Project Scarlet from way back in 2019 and Project Scorpio from like 2016. And all the way back then, they were talking about how gaming was growing beyond the console, and it was something that they were focused on. They have been focused on expanding the Xbox ecosystem and the footprint in their games beyond their own console for a very long time. Not calling everything an Xbox doesn't mean that the strategy has changed or walked back. It is still the primary driver of everything they said at this GDC 2026 presentation. The phrasing may have changed, but they are doing the exact same thing that Sarah Bond has been scapegoated for. So while Project Helix may solve a technical and accessible need for me with gaming in the living room with a device that is clearly going to be stronger than and more performant than the impending Steam machine, it seems to me that the Xbox brand has evolved and changed well beyond a console or a platform with exclusives. So it's like I said, the future of Xbox is PC, which may be good or bad, depending on how you look at it. But those are just my thoughts, and now I'd love to hear your thoughts. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Starting things off with a bang, I see. This guy did this earlier yesterday, or late yesterday. A 20 bomb comes in from Dragon King to start the day. He's like, listen, we want to go for the weekly goal, but we also want to go for stretch. If you guys hit stretch, Madam and I will do a double header on Saturday, and we'll play some Slay the Spire 2 with you guys. And also Spice King renews for 19 months and says, they've piqued my interest with it for sure, just depends on its specs and how it's priced versus a PC upgrade. And thank you guys so much for being here. We already have over 100 likes. Let's set our sights on 200 likes. I am curious where you guys land on this. I ran a poll last night to see how many of you guys were interested in this? And people are like, well, people on this channel don't like Xbox. And it's like, I have plenty of people here that like Xbox. You know what I also have plenty of? I have plenty of people that like PCs. And people like the idea of putting a PC in their living room. However, almost 2,000 votes. Go take the poll. Go leave a comment. Xbox GDC 2026. Are you interested in Project Helix? 58% are saying no. 29% are saying yes, and 13% are saying undecided. So if the undecideds jump up there, that's 43. That's a 40-60 split. That's actually not too bad at all. So I think that shows you if the undecideds were to lump up there and become yeses, that's not a bad split at all. Does this answer your question? No. Perfect Image, I don't understand why you guys think that answers the question. Them saying it will play my Xbox games and PC games isn't saying how. I don't need to be told that they're doing it. Did you listen to the show open at all, brother? I feel like sometimes you don't. I don't know. I know we have a bit of a language barrier, my friend, and I love you. But sometimes I feel like you don't listen. I spent an enormous amount of time in the show open saying they have committed to saying I'll be able to play my Xbox games. I have no idea how they're doing it. We've heard all this bluster about native and it'll run right off the device. And it's like, how? That you can't do that now? They don't have technology in place right now for me to do that. I can't boot up 360 and Xbox One games on my PC. It's not capable. And people are like, oh, it'll be fine. You'll be able to do it. And I'm like, I'm not asking if it's not going to be possible. They've said it's going to be possible. I'm not worried. I'm interested in the technology. If you have the ability to let people play their Xbox 360 and Xbox One game right now on PC, why aren't they able to do it? Because the tech isn't there. If the tech's not there, that's the other question. If it's just as simple as an emulator and it's not hardware specific, wouldn't that mean other PCs could run it? Right? If it's going to be hardware specific, because when Jez Corden reported on this over there at Windows Central, he said that they had procured silicon specifically for this. Like, it was specifically for this backwards compatibility. So that sounds to me like some kind of a hardware solution. Because if you develop an emulator that can run on PC, that can let people play their 360 games, their Xbox One games, why would you not make that available on all PCs? You would only make that available on Helix? I mean, if you want that to be a selling factor of the Helix, but wouldn't you want longtime Xbox fans to be able to engage with their library anywhere? Or is that just something they're only going to offer to the Helix? Exactly, where is this mythical back catalog games that we must play 20 years later? You'll keep searching. Perfect Image, I wouldn't waste your time. They didn't speak specifically to it. They just didn't. I don't think it's a primary interest right now, and that's fine. Maybe they'll talk about it later when they start talking more to the consumer. A fair pushback on my question would be, Lono, this was primarily for developers. This wasn't for the public. So, the public will find out later how they're going to do backwards compatibility. Well, again, I think my question is fair. If you're developing a game right now for Series S and X, and you're not developing for PC, the developer would be like, well, so how is my game going to run on the Helix? Like GTA 6, for example. They're not working on the PC version right now as far as we know. That will come later. It'll come later. No doubt in my mind. They're building for PC. If there's no PC version available of GTA 6 when the Helix comes out, Helix is going to be playing the Xbox version. So is it going to run that through an emulator as well? This guy says he's still lying. But there are most shows now? Who's lying? What are you talking about? Phil Bosch, who are you? Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about somebody else? I was just quoting the stuff. You'll be happy you didn't come on till the near end of the show yesterday, and he was, for the most part, quiet. Oh, you guys are talking about somebody else. I was like, are you talking about me? Yo, it's good, Gaming Grindhouse. How are you? Jason Roland. I thought it was Ronald. Jason Ronald already teased some back compatibility games in the anniversary, which indicates the backwards compatibility could work on all PCs. Yes, I thought the same thing. I forgot to include that in the show open. That's my bad. It does sound like they're going to let you play backwards compatible games in a way that you've never done it before. So it does sound like maybe they're just going to be bringing that to PC. We're talking about someone else. Okay, I was like, I literally just quoted and said everything that they said from the presentation. I ain't out here lying about this. To me, it sounds exactly like what I wanted. I could imagine OG and 360 emulation being a Windows feature. Xbox One and Series probably need to run through a translation layer, therefore needing specific hardware. Right, so what does that mean? Is there going to be backwards compatibility for like your OG games, like Xbox, the first Xbox all the way to Xbox One, but then Series X and S games are going to require something specific that maybe only works on Helix? I just don't know. That's the other interesting thing, is if they're able to run this emulator for something like GTA 6, wouldn't that mean GTA 6 is then available? And a VIP Plus from Dragon King, there he goes. This man's got a yellow badge. He's been around for a long time. He's just been dropping member bombs today like a maniac. Once again, they're making it out They're making it to where you don't have to buy their hardware. That's the other thought, FCAT, is that if you make backwards compatibility for those old games available on any PC, again, that is a question of like, well, then why would someone buy the Helix if it's basically just an Xbox? Did something fall? Oh, my coffee fell. I was like, I'm missing something right there. I don't care about the tech specs. I don't care if your next gen's nuclear powered. Show me the games before I make a judgment. Well, that's not what the GDC is for. So I think your request is totally fair, but you're not going to get that at the GDC. The GDC is designed for developers. It's not designed for them to like show off games. Now, sometimes at the GDC they show off games, but usually what they're doing there is they're showing off the engine. They're showing off what the engine's capable of, so developers start using their engine. Generally speaking, this type of a presentation, you are not going to get like you're not going to get some kind of like a, hey, here's all the amazing games that are going to be available on this device. That's just not the case. This is why I was shocked they turned down the China exclusive deal. Oh, okay. Capcom literally said that PC is their biggest platform. Yeah, this guy is claiming, I just don't think this is true. I feel like the stats don't back this up. He says the vast majority of games sell more on PC. And I'm like, I don't think that that's true. I think there are games that sell way more on PC. But he said the vast majority. And now he's citing like Capcom. I'm like, but that's not in Elden Ring. You said vast majority. PC is the biggest platform with the most freedom. Again, you said vast majority. I don't think the data backs that up. I just don't think the data backs that up. I don't think the vast majority of games sell better on PC. There are some that do, and then there are some that don't. I don't think it's the vast majority. I think it depends on the game. Like game to game, there are games that crush on PC versus console. But I also think there are games that go insanely high in sales on console versus PC. He said vast majority, and I'm like, I don't think that that's true. RE9 sold the most on console. I thought RE9 sold the most on PC. The OA with 29 months says, if there's really an auto port done by AI, will the devs need to account for weaker hardware when making their games? How will optimization work? Let me add you to the total. I genuinely don't know the OA. I don't. Slay the Spire 2 is amazing, and Over the Top is so fun. My measly Steam Deck can't support the big games. That's fine. This seems convoluted to me. Well, and that's why people got really prickly with me asking about backwards compatibility on Twitter, and I'm like, man, you guys are really defensive. I was like, I'm just asking how it will work. It's one of the biggest questions I have had. I don't doubt that you can bring a PC to market that can play PC games. That's not interesting to me. Like, oh, what a shocking revelation. You can make a PC and I'll be able to play PC games. Whoa, you blew my mind. I'm like, how are you going to do back compat? I have a ton of games. There are a lot of loyal Xbox fans that have a ton of games. How are they going to engage with those games on this device? I don't care that you're building a PC that can give me Steam access in my living room. I could do that now if I want to fiddle around with a keyboard and everything. But that's not the point. Like, the point is you're bringing something to the market that's never really existed before. At least that's what we've been under the impression, is that you're bringing a console PC hybrid to the market so that it is a PC that can also give you an Xbox experience. They don't want you to know how it will work because it's through emulation and AI and not native. This is not an industry problem. Xbox is doing what they need to do to stay afloat. I don't know if this has anything to do with them trying to, quote unquote, stay afloat. I don't think that's the case. I think what they're doing is they're doing something that's a part of their strategy. Like them getting rid of the this is an Xbox marketing, them getting rid of that marketing is, to me, it's like that hasn't changed the strategy. If you listen to everything they said, yesterday. They're still doing the Xbox everywhere strategy. It hasn't changed at all. It's the same thing. I'm not saying that's a problem, but I'm saying acting like you're going to do this return of Xbox and like, oh, we're going to go back to exclusives and the everywhere Xbox everywhere strategy, that was all Sarah Bond, and then she's gone now. So it's like, what? It's the same strategy that they've always employed. They're just going to change the phrasing. They got bad reaction to the marketing. That's the only reason they're walking that marketing back. They're not walking that marketing back because the plan is changing. You got to diagnose what's going on a little bit better. Like, if you think they're getting rid of the "this is an Xbox" marketing because the strategy is changing, I don't think you're paying attention. If you listen to that presentation yesterday, they're like, oh yeah, you want to build for Xbox? You're going to build for PC. The entire idea of an Xbox now is quite literally, and I think this is one of the reasons that Xbox guys were a little testy with me yesterday on Twitter, the idea of an Xbox is just fading. It's a PC, and I don't think that they like that. I think that's why they get really defensive. Like, no, it's an Xbox. They got really mad, and they got Jeff Keighley's tweet, community noted. And then the thing comes out, and we're like, yeah, this is exactly what everybody thought it was going to be. It's a PC. AOZ says, they aren't struggling monetarily unless they get cut off by Microsoft. That's true. Butter says, I can't imagine this is not Amazon Luna or GeForce Now type of experience. They will just be cloud gaming, and the box is your connection point. You're getting a virtual instance of Windows 11 desktop computer with gaming compatibilities running games natively on the cloud. I don't think that's true at all, Butters. I don't think that's true at all. Describing this in the way that they have and the partnership with AMD and Sarah Bond talking about how it's going to be a premium device, it's just not going to be a cloud access point, brother. Not at all. If you talk about a prediction that I don't know if you've got a blindfold on or you're day drinking or both, Butters. Like, that is not what they're describing in this presentation in any respect. If you're trying to interpret it that way, I don't think that's accurate in any semblance of the word accurate. Butter's hitting the sauce early, apparently. You will build for PC because it's PC and a server running off all the GPUs. Yeah, I don't know what wavelength you're on, Butters. You're way out in left field on this. Even the guys that are not big Xbox fans would not agree with you. Nothing they said yesterday, nothing that they've outlined about Project Helix indicates it's going to be some cloud access point. That would make no sense. Some of the things that they've said about the hardware and what it's going to offer with processing power and stuff, go listen to Moore's Law is Dead. I mean, the die size and everything else. They're not describing an access point to cloud. AMD wants to show off Zen 6. Yeah, like this is going to be a piece of hardware that you buy from the store and runs games. It's going to be a PC. It's not going to be a cloud access point. For Pete's sakes, they wouldn't need to do a GDC presentation for that. You can access the cloud through your television right now. What do you mean? You wouldn't need to buy a device for that. Where people see an Xbox, says Resident Recon, I see a better Steam machine. If I get an Xbox Helix, I'm going to put Steam OS or Nobara Linux on it. You know what's funny, Resident Recon? That was something that I said on Ginger's podcast last week. I said it's a really interesting value proposition because my main draw to Project Helix isn't even for Xbox, it's for Steam. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm buying the device for another storefront. Now, back compat definitely interests me, but that's not the primary reason I'm buying this. I don't really engage with my backwards compatible library all that often. I don't. I just don't. I'm interested. I want to have those games. I want to be able to let my kiddos play those games. I'm very curious how they're going to do it at a technological level. But the primary reason I'm buying this device, I didn't watch the presentation. I'm just following history. Well, that's why you're in error right now. I love my Xbox 360 gaming days, Fable 2, Skyrim, Halo 3, Reach, and so much more. Right, and having access to those games is really important to some people. Illuminati says at some point, PlayStation and Xbox will have to move off the console due to hardware constraints as games get larger and more demanding. Xbox is just taking the leap first. Every time, yeah, they're leading the charge. Sure. How are they taking the leap first, brother? They're bringing a piece of hardware to the market. And I don't think what you're saying is true. I just don't. This idea that like, oh, yeah, we're going to have to leave hardware behind. We're going to have to leave hardware behind. Everything's going to the cloud. I don't believe that. The infrastructure isn't there for it. You'd have to completely rebuild the entire internet infrastructure in America for that to work. Sony too. Yeah, I mean, every time these guys speak, we're supposed to believe they're leading the charge and everybody else is going to have to follow them. Really? I thought that's what was happening with exclusives, and then PlayStation's basically not doing that. And Nintendo's not doing that. Nintendo and PlayStation are both seemingly very invested in their own hardware as well as exclusives, and we were told time and time again that that's where the industry was headed. I don't think they're ahead of the curve on anything here. Also, Valve's decision doesn't make any sense in light of what you just said. If hardware is basically going to become obsolete and everything's going to be on the cloud, why in the world would Valve be investing in a box for the living room? I think the biggest issue, says AOZ, is just what PC brings, malware and cheats. If you want fair competitive gameplay, this is not the way to bring it. Yeah, I mean, I would never play a PvP game on PC. Never. It's just the cheating epidemic has not slowed down one iota. Not a single iota. It hasn't. I mean, it's almost absurd to the degree that it has been happening. You can sandbox against cheating on PC? I'm not sure what you mean. How? If you put me on a PC and I'm playing against the PC user base, how are you going to protect me against cheating? That means anybody playing on another PC can play against me and cheat against me. I don't understand. Fireproof your firewall? What? Do you understand? I don't even want to do this, but I'm going to do this. Do you understand why cheating is such an epidemic? It has nothing to do with your own hardware or your own firewall. If I boot up right now and I play Arc Raiders on my PC, I'm going into servers with other people who are playing on their PC. And any one of them can be cheating if they like, if they figured out a way to do it. It's a huge epidemic in gaming. That's why so many people want to turn crossplay off when they play PvP games on their console. They don't want to play against PC guys. That's where all the cheating lives. Like 90% of the cheating in games lives on PC. Fireproof your firewall. Dear Lord. I think Steam has an advantage over Xbox, says Hilly, with the digital libraries and the small form factor will do better in the living room. Plus, I imagine the GameCube will be a lower price point. There are also programs you can install to work against cheating. I appreciate your contribution. Thank you. 2K and Madden will be done if the PC player base could join console players. PC cheating will always exist on PC. Yeah, I would not buy this device I would not buy this device to play against people on PC. I would have zero desire to do that. I would want to be playing against only people on console. Again, the main reason I would get Project Helix is so that I could have Steam in the living room and I could play games that I can't get on my console. That it all comes full circle, doesn't it? For many of us, that's the primary driver to buying either the Steam machine or Project Helix. Guess what it is? It's exclusivity. It doesn't have to be a contract. It doesn't have to be some kind of a deal, but that's what's driving me to want a Project Helix or a Steam machine. Games that I can't get on my console. Ergo, exclusivity. That's what's driving me to consider it. That's what's so interesting to me about this conversation. Anytime exclusivity would come up, I'm like, I don't understand this utopian pipe dream where people think that like every game eventually in the future is going to be made for every platform and you just pick your platform. Like, what? No. I don't see that ever happening, especially with the way the development works. Now, obviously, Microsoft is trying to carve a path here for build once, but I even think that's a complete and utter misnomer. There's no such thing as build once. Lono, your take is Xbox mode just a rebrand of FSE? That's literally what they said in the presentation. That's not my take. That's what they said. That the full screen experience of Xbox, that's what Xbox mode is. Yes. They're bringing it to Windows 11 in April. And thank you so much for using your Prime over there, Killian Red. Let me bump the line to 345. We are exactly a 5 bomb away from 350, where I'll owe you guys a member. Whoever hits it gets it. Who wants it? Twitch or YouTube? Don't worry, you'll get another horrible Halo. Just not on console. Just on a new console. The Steam Machine GPU is also not current gen, so it needs to be priced sub 700 or even sub 600 USD. They don't seem to be one to price it like that. Hilly says, "Who the F said that?" I was looking for your take. Oh. Yeah, I thought you were asking if that was my take. I'm like, that's not my take. That's what they said. This is essentially what I've said, Furious Pickle. And I know people get really upset when you call this thing a PC. I actually think that's a compliment. That's not an insult. Please count my resubscribe. Oh, I missed yours 40 minutes ago. Snake Eyes says, thank you for what you do, man. Thank you so much, Snake Eyes. Let me add you to the total of 346. I appreciate you, brother. You're actually not insulting it by saying it's a PC. Like, this gen, we had so many people suddenly saying that PC was the best place to play. PC was better than PlayStation. And now all of a sudden calling this thing a PC is an insult. I'm like, can you guys make up your mind? Like, what is it that you value? Can you just pick a position? Dragon King with the 5 bomb secures it for Team YouTube. I owe you guys a member, and 45 months coming from Talica as well. YouTube, if you make that 29 over there for your team, if you make that 100, I owe you a 5 bomb instead. We're going to rack it up. I already owe you 1. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like so many of these guys started talking about, well, PC is the best place to play. If Xbox is shipping stuff on PC and Xbox every single day, well, I'll go to PC. They all started doing this when the PS5 Pro came out. So the tribalism is frying some of y'all's brains. You go from being like, PC is the best place to play, PC is better than the PS5 Pro, I can build a PC for $700 that kicks the crap out of the PS5 Pro. And now, when Project Helix comes out and someone calls it a PC, they're like, it's not a PC. It's like, what? I thought you just said that PC was the best place to play. What do you mean? Make up your mind. Team Ambush with 32 months. Boom. Like, make up your mind. It's not an insult to call this thing a PC. It's what it is. That's okay. They're literally making a device that its focus is to bring your two worlds together. It's like, oh yeah, it's a PC, and you're going to be able to load right into the Xbox experience and have your Xbox library there. Why not just talk about it factually? I don't get it. I don't get the insistence of being like, it's not a PC. And they all got mad at Jeff Keighley for not calling it a console. It's like, because it's a PC. Who cares? And they're like, well, you can't. A PC has to be this, and you have to be able to do this, and you have to be able to do this, that, and the third. And it's like, why does anybody care about this? It's not an insult to call it a PC. It isn't. It's quite literally what it is. I'm on PC, I couldn't care one bit. That's what I mean. Helix is a PC, and that's fine. That's what's crazy to me, is it's like, that's one of the value propositions of the device. I want a PC in my living room. Xbox is making one. They're making a PC for the living room. Like, that to me is a value proposition. That's what you should be saying about it. I don't know. It's like, it's the death throes of a cult. I really think, Hidden Siriu, that's some of it. It's like, this really, really hurts the fandom mantras of all these years. It just hurts it. It's like, well, we can't really be like, yeah, most powerful console, or Xbox is the best console. It's like, well, Xbox has evolved into something completely different, and it's hard to cheer for it. It's like, they've completely jettisoned everything that they used to talk about. No more exclusives. They're not doing a traditional console. Like, and this is also going to be expensive. The Italian was 6 months over there on purple. Thank you so much, sir. Morning, Lono. I bought our first house and got a new puppy, so I've been MIA. Hope you and the fam are well. Well, you've been busy. First house and a puppy? I mean, you sound like a person who just feeds off of chaos. Goodness gracious. What is y'all's algorithm? I see none of these comments online. You did not see, Prosy, you didn't see in the wake of the Project Helix announcement from Asha Sharma, you didn't see, they literally brigaded Jeff Keighley's tweet and got it community noted, which that community note should come off now, by the way, given the GDC presentation. Leave Jeff Keighley alone. He's dealing with enough heartache now that Highguard is no longer playable, okay? Leave that man alone. He's in mourning. Pull it up. You didn't see this, Prosy? What do you mean pull it up? What do you mean? We talked about it. They got so bent at the man. Let me see if I can find it. He's been promoting, he talked about the Valve thing. Yeah, right here. Xbox has announced that Project Helix is the code name for the next generation PC-based Xbox hardware device. The Xbox CEO has officially stated that the next gen Xbox is a console. Yeah, this should now go away. They did the GDC presentation. In her generic corpo speak, it's a console. No, it's a PC. It's totally fine to call it that. Oh, let's scroll a little bit further. Yeah, there it is. Oh, the guy who scapegoated Sarah Bond and blamed the Xbox Everywhere strategy on her. Tom Warren. PC-based Xbox hardware device? I think you mean Xbox console. You still feeling that way, Tommy boy? You still feeling that way, Mr. Tom Warren? Did you watch the presentation? It's a PC. It's fine to call it that. So let me get this straight. The Xbox Everywhere strategy was all Sarah Bond's idea. He literally says, Sarah Bond's Xbox Everywhere strategy. He attributes it to her, which is completely and utterly not true. And then he jumps on Keighley and he's like, I think you mean Xbox console. It's like, no. They're talking about a PC. They're building a new device. And the new device is a PC. There's nothing wrong with saying that. A $5 super chat from Dan. Not sure how much this will cost, but it's pretty ambitious. I can't click. What the world's going on? There it is. Definitely looking to buy. Anyone who's played GoldenEye 64, you know. Keighley did both of those to himself. No one made him act like Highguard was the next big thing. PC only when it's a hybrid. He boxed himself in and paid the price. PC only when it's a hybrid? Did you read what he said? PC-based Xbox. That's literally what it is. Like, I swear, the people that are on Team Green, some of y'all are allergic to facts. Like, you just don't want to hear straight facts stated. You don't want to hear it. When people try to say that the Xbox ROG Ally X was not an Xbox, it's like, it's a handheld PC. It's a device that's already in the market. They're slapping the name Xbox on it. That doesn't make it an Xbox. You know what's funny? Oh, this is just glorious. The way this is all played out is just absolutely glorious. Don't you remember the insane amount of defense force that was happening for the ROG Ally X, calling it an Xbox, was quite literally in the wake of Xbox's strategy of marketing to say everything is an Xbox? That was an extension of that. So everybody that went to war insisting that the Xbox ROG Ally X, it was an Xbox, and it was like, what? Now we're hearing, oh, no, Sarah Bond's Xbox Everywhere strategy was a disaster. She's now gone. Everything's going to be better, and we've got a new console coming. It's a PC. It's a PC first. It's literally going to boot into Windows, and if you want to go into the Xbox experience, you can, and it'll have your library there. It's actually more impressive when you talk about it as it exists, as opposed to this weird tribalistic, you better call it a console, or we're going to come for you and get your tweet community noted. What the heck? Like, what's going on? All you had to say was PC-based console, and that tweet would have been left alone, saying hardware device is just weird. It's weird because the device is weird, Jakob. Are we seriously going to sit here and act like this isn't a significant moment in the history of Xbox? That they just went to the GDC and they did a presentation for a PC? They did a presentation for a PC. They said you're going to build for Xbox by building for PC. You're not going to build for Xbox anymore. You're going to build for PC. It's literally on a slide. I don't understand. Like, it's so weird to me. It sounds to me like just refusal to admit what is going on. Like, this is a significant moment. Of course it's weird. Nobody knows what to call it because nobody wants to have the experience that Jeff Keighley had. Oh my gosh, if you don't call it a console, you know, even the gaming press will come for you and get smarmy with you about it. Greg says, literally, Lono, I feel like you're the only one with the energy and enthusiasm as me right now. It's just bizarre. It's interesting to me because it's a PC. That's one of the reasons that I think it's an interesting thing. Like, that's a value proposition of the device. It's just weird to get all bent out of shape about what you call it. And the reason, and somebody's like, well, isn't that hypocritical? You're getting bent out of shape. I am getting bent out of shape about calling it something that can be misleading. It's why I didn't like when they were talking about the Xbox ROG Ally X. And they're like, oh, it's an Xbox. And Sarah Bond's like, oh, it'll be able to play Xbox games all across your it'll be able to play games all across your Xbox library. And I'm like, yes, select games, not your Xbox library. She phrased it in a way where it lets people with this impression of like, oh, I'll be able to play my entire library. Destin Legary himself was like reacting to an article that said you wouldn't be able to play all your Xbox games. And he's like, but Xbox said that it would. Do you want to know why he thought that? Because the marketing did its job. She phrased it in a way that left you with the impression of like, oh yeah, I'll be able to play all my Xbox games. And it frustrated me. I was like, you're misleading the consumer. The consumer is being left with an impression of the device that's not accurate. And calling this thing a console when it's going to be a not cheap, it's not going to be an inexpensive box for your living room to play console games on. It's going to be a PC that will load into an Xbox experience. That is what it is. That is how it should be positioned and talked about. And Xbox doesn't seem to care about calling it a console. Go watch the presentation. Go listen to the phrasings that they used. Look at the slides. They're focused on PC, brother. If you're insisting on calling it a console, that's totally fine. I'm not going to police your vocabulary, but Xbox doesn't seem to care about that. We went from saying that PC is the greatest place to play to acting like it's an insult to this device to call it a PC. It's just really, really weird energy. It's extremely schizophrenic. It's like you guys need to make up your mind on what your value points are. Historically speaking, developers don't need a kit for PC game development. So why does the Helix have dev kits if it's a PC? Legit question. I would assume that what they're attempting to do, since it will be preset as far as hardware goes, Illuminati, they want people to have that so that if you build a game, you can optimize it for their hardware configurations. It would be like me buying a PC and then sending it to you and be like, can you please build a game that'll run perfectly well on my PC? Paul is saying pre-compiled shaders. Yeah, it's fixed hardware. Like, that's a great reason to send it to developers so they could make sure, hey, if you buy this game, it's going to run really well on the Helix. We made sure to optimize for the Helix. It'll also run well on other PCs. It's not like you know what I mean? It's not like they're going to run it poorly on other PC rigs, like they're going to like develop for that one first. This is what someone responded to me. Hardware emulation layer. That's literally Paul. Perfect image. Perfect image. I'm going to ask this of you, okay? I need you to stop. I need you to stop. We scoured the internet yesterday. I need you to stop. I'm not going to keep scrolling up and reading comments from people about this subject of backwards compatibility. We don't have an answer yet. You're not going to find an answer. You're becoming a distraction. I need you to please stop. I'm trying to have a conversation with YouTube and Flow, and you're making me scroll back up to read something that I already know. Thank you. Also, devs need to understand and test how the auto port function, if that exists, will work. That's true as well, the OA. Like, how is that going to work? Because where's that screenshot? I had a screenshot of there's like a tile, not a tile. There was like a frame that said build for PC, and then there was like an arrow. Can somebody give me that image? I want to show you guys this image. it's basically them saying, like, if you're going to build for Xbox, you're building for PC. That's another reason why this insistence on calling it a console is ludicrous. It's like they're literally telling developers, you're not even building for console anymore. You're building for PC. Again, that's a huge focal point going forward, is they're pushing this build once mentality for developers. I think that's a complete, I don't know. That just seems seemingly spoken very ignorantly. There's no such thing as build once. Unless you're never going to ship any of these games anywhere else. If you're going to build once and not ship to PlayStation or not ship to Nintendo, then yeah, you're only building once. 58 months from Creature gets us to 355. We're 20 bomb away from 375. If anybody wants to steal it, now's the time. Creature with 58 months says, hey, scroll up, read my last. I figured it out. Yeah, man. Oof. Just driving me crazy. I appreciate the attempt to help, but you drive me batty. All right, here we go. Can we get a better image? I thought we had. Somebody had a really good image of this. All right, we'll use this for now, Fuzzy, until you can find a better one. This will work. All right. So this is extremely relevant to this absolutely silly debate about whether or not we should call it an Xbox or a PC. Okay, I want you to read the banner at the top. Read the heading for this slide. It says, Build for Xbox. Simpler, more unified path to reach more players with less effort. So they're trying to woo developers here, okay? What do? Build for Xbox on PC. You are building for PC. Then build for Xbox Series X. Xbox extensions for the GDK unlock access to millions of Gen 9 consoles. So they're going to allow you, they're going to simplify. There was literally a presentation. I don't think we've found the information on it yet. I believe that presentation is happening today, I think. Let me see if I can find the image. There was an image that said, get your games ready for, console in a day. In one day. I don't have that image anymore. We'll have to try to find that image as well. We had it in the live stream chat, and it was from, I forget who it was from. A $3 super chat from Dragon King. They're going to use AI to, quote-unquote, fill in the blanks. So the point here is, this is actually a good thing. This is going to help developers. I think Ginger might have just spoken to this. Let me scroll back up. He's got experience in this field. Ginger says, I do wonder as a dev myself, if they make it super easy to build their games once and it goes everywhere in terms of context, could help solve the third-party problem where the cost is near zero. That's a big win. Yes. The win here would be if you're a smaller developer and you can use these tools that they're coming up with, like the situation with Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Would they have been able to develop their game for PC first and then use these tools to bring it to console much quicker? I think they'll build games that'll run for Helix, as that means you will have a standard, and it should prolong life of the PCs. No, that's not the one. Yeah, this one here. Right here. Get your PC game ready for Xbox in one day. Explore how recent improvements in Partner Center and GDK, now publicly available, enable teams to start iterating almost immediately. So they're trying. There's what's good, Feed. I see you in the chat. They're developing tools that are essentially going to create this process right here on this slide. You build for PC, and then you can have your game ready for the console in a day. I don't. Hopefully, that's not like some sloppy AI. What is it? Large language model, like an LLM. That's what they were telling me about yesterday in the green room. If it's some LLM that's going to do this for you, I just don't know. That could lead to pretty poor quality, but. Right now, if you say, where should I put this 200,000 in terms of platform, the answer is PlayStation full stop, because you have a bigger pool. But if it's like push on Xbox, PC, Steam, etc., then it's an obvious choice. Right. Ginger, there is a moment in the movie The Founder about McDonald's with Michael Keaton, and he's at the bank, and BJ Novak from The Office BJ Novak's character tells him, you are not in the restaurant business, you are in the real estate business. You need to go after the real estate. And I've always said, Mark Cerny and PlayStation started winning because they went after the developers. They didn't just prioritize like, oh, we need fancy slogans and sayings for the consumer. They went after the developers. And this feels like, to me, that's what Xbox is attempting to do. They're like, we need to go after the developers. We need people to develop for us, because if we don't, there is absolutely nothing that gives us leverage in the ecosystems anymore. We have no power. We're just a publisher. Like, if they're hoping to have games developed for the Helix and then consoles, like, that's the goal. The dilemma with this is, Ginger, there's only like 30 million Gen 9 Xboxes in circulation. The Series X and S haven't done so well. So long term, this is not very compelling. Build for Helix. Oh, and then also you can take your games over to Gen 9 consoles, which didn't saturate the market very well. Do you see? It's like, I just don't know how compelling that's going to be long term. They fundamentally missed the boat this gen, and I think that's going to continually haunt them. If they would have saturated the market really strong this gen and they were doing this, it'd be a much more compelling offer. Like, how many Helixes do you think are really going to be sold? How much market saturation do you think the Helix is going to get? Unless they can say, well, PC is a huge market, you can build for PC, and then also come down to Gen 9, and that's a really, really big footprint. Which then again makes Helix less of a factor. It's like, well, now you're not even really promoting Helix. You're trying to empower developers to sell games. Like, what the frick kind of a business strategy is that? If they're not prioritizing selling in your ecosystem, then what does it matter? 30 million is still a market, and if the cost is super low to do, why won't you? I mean, 30 million is a third the size of PlayStation. 30 million is nothing compared to what the Switch 2 is going to hit. The Switch 2 market saturation and PlayStation market saturation are Leviathan-like in comparison. I do think the best move is to take the Xbox OS updates to your Gen 9 systems too. That's the other thing I don't understand here, is this slide, it's like, if you're helping developers build for PC, the Steam marketplace is sitting there just waiting for that game, and you don't get anything from that. Am I making sense? It's like, I don't understand what the goal here is. It's like, if you're not going to prioritize getting people to build for the Helix, as well as putting games in your storefront, then what's to be gained here for the developer? What's to be gained? Small saturation of the Helix and the small saturation of Series X and S? Also, Series X and S as a platform is notorious for, if you don't do Game Pass, it's hard to get sales. Like, I don't know. The whole thing feels weird to me. It's like, I can't really get my head around what their big goal here is, other than to get out of hardware and maybe have other companies building Helixes for them. People need to stop saying develop for PlayStation or develop for PC. It's develop for PlayStation or develop for all the many, many permutations of PC hardware components. It's not the same. Right, that's kind of my point, AOZ. Are they going to be trying to motivate people to build for Helix, and then they can use these tools to port the games very simply to their Gen 9 consoles? Or are they just helping them develop for PC, which again is not a simple process? A $5 super chat from the OA. All those points tell me Microsoft is not expecting massive sales, like it would become the primary Xbox device, so they can't leave Series behind. Creature says the only thing to be gained here is a foolproof hardware exit strategy. That's all this is. I've seen other people say they feel like this is an exit strategy out of hardware. Like, they don't want to be in it. They don't want to be doing it. They're going to make this, and then they're going to stop. They're going to let other people do it. Think about this as Greg. They don't need to tell them to do Gen 9. All their games that are made going forward will work for PC and any console they make again. Even if they don't sell a lot of consoles now. If this works and they release something in 5 years, they'll have a huge library instantly ready to go. Yeah, but think about what you're trying to do, Greg. You're trying to get people to build a library with Xbox and on PC. Think about how hard that's going to be. The Steam audience is so dadgum big, and they already have existing libraries. You're going to try and convince PC users to build a library with Xbox? We have seen multiple devs skip Xbox altogether this gen. Do you think they are unifying everything to make a simple port? Yeah, ask Epic how that's going exactly. That's a well-made point, Hilly. No, I've not played the new Poke game yet, no. Hidden Series said, no one is building an Xbox library right now. That's the point. I don't know. I can't see where this is headed. Like, the POV of the show today was the future is PC. Like, Xbox is really, really focused on PC. And I'm like, I don't know what that does for the loyalists. I don't know what that does. The only thing that you could probably say for the long-standing Xbox fans, the reason you could benefit from all of this is they're going to bring backwards compat to all PCs. That's the win for the Xbox loyal. That's a huge win. If you can go buy a pre-built PC, or I can go on my nice 5070 Ti rig right now and install some emulator that gives me access to my 360 and Xbox One games, that's a huge win. That also makes it pointless for me to buy the Helix unless I really, really want Steam in the living room, which I do, but some consumers aren't going to care about that. They're going to be like, oh, I can get backwards compat on my PC? I don't need a Helix then. They could be trying to get the PC crowd to adopt a living room setup that's easy to migrate their library to. But the PC crowd would be doing that and buying this device and then interacting with Steam, which means Xbox gets no money from that. They get to sell the hardware and then they make nothing off of every sale. Like, because right now when you buy a PlayStation or a Nintendo Switch, they make money off of everything you purchase. It could be a wig in a video game or a full price game, and they're making money off of you. Microsoft doesn't make any money off of you if you buy the Helix and use Steam. I've been saying it for 2 years, and I believe it more today than I ever have before. Xbox wants you gone. It's a huge win for like 50,000 people, says Hidden Siryu. Ginger says, here's the question that I've been wondering. What is to stop users from putting Nintendo emulators on Helix? Well, nothing if it's a Windows machine. Nothing. If it's a Windows machine that boots into some version of Windows 11, nothing. You can use all the peripherals and software that you're using right now on your Windows machine. I don't think I don't think that Microsoft is in the business of like walling off this garden on Helix to stop you from putting stuff on it. I think the answer to the question of money is not losing ground to Steam OS. That's the real threat to Windows. Switch games on Helix is stealing. Well, there are people that do it legitimately. There's like 7 of them in the world that do it legitimately. Everybody else just, uses those emulators to steal Nintendo games. People are like, no, you can do it legitimately. If you own the game, you can rip it and then you can emulate on your PC. Yes, there's like 12 of you in the world that do it legitimately. Everybody else is pirating. Like, don't kid yourself. The first thing to do with the Helix is to put Linux on it. Why allow multiple storefronts then, says Furious Pickle. Listen to Jason Ronald this morning, and it sounds like they view any game on the box, regardless of storefront, as part of a library. Right. This is why I think it's such a bizarre thing for people to be like, yes, it's the return of Xbox, and oh man, Sarah Bond is gone, and that everything is an Xbox thing is gone. What is an Xbox in the future? I want somebody to answer that question for me. What is it? In 6 years, what do you think an Xbox is? What's an Xbox? Because to me, it seems like it's just going to be another PC in the market. If they bring backwards compat to PC as a platform, then Helix is nothing more than another console. Oh, he said it. He Freudian slipped. Project Helix is nothing more than another PC. It's nothing more than another PC. If you can run the emulator on any PC, I don't understand. It's an OS. I think that's the answer, Ginger. It's just going to be an OS. You're going to boot into the Xbox experience. It becomes an OS. And that's not even really what they want either. Solitaria is available on Steam. Oh, is today the launch date? I don't even know if that's what they want either, though, Ginger. They said they want Windows to be the largest gaming platform. We really need to think about that statement. If Windows becomes the largest gaming platform, then the Xbox experience that they're giving you, it's almost like... It's like a comfort blanket. They're like, listen, we know a lot of you Xbox guys, we know you won't come over here unless we give you your Xbox experience. So we're going to give you the Xbox, full screen experience. But their future is Windows. That's what they're focused on. That's what Sarah Bond literally said. She's like, well, the Windows will be the largest gaming platform. I don't think they have an interest in propping up Xbox as an OS. It's going to be an application on your computer. Yeah, what Dylan says, Xbox is an application, Windows is the platform. That's literally what this feels like to me. That's not a problem. It's just this is what's interesting to me. This is like I honestly feel like we're going to look back and this will be like a moment in gaming history that people will remember. They'll be like, yeah, that's the moment. That's the moment right there. When it all came to a full package, bow on it change for the brand. It was the next Xbox is a PC where you go into Xbox through an application. That's not a negative or a bad thing, but it's a significant evolution step for the brand. It's like it's coming full circle. Like I said in my show open, like the deprioritization of the console, right here. Right here in a slide. Consoles deprioritized. They're showing you here. All you got to do to really bring this complete here is slide cloud over in the middle and put console all the way over here in third place. And then now the circle is complete. Like you would bring cloud because you would say, yeah, they're going to prioritize PC and cloud more than console. Oh yeah, mobile too. Put mobile somewhere in here. Mr. 1030 says, so why get a dedicated living room box as opposed to Switch? To take it with you everywhere, ROG Ally. You can connect HDMI and play it in the living room. Where's the evolution? Well, the evolution would be one of simplicity. It would be one of simplicity, Mr. 1030. So think of it from this perspective. Right now, you could go to Best Buy and you could buy a pre-built PC for $1,000, bring it home, and hook it up to your television. And you're going to have to do some things. You're going to have to figure out what you're going to do for mouse and keyboard. Maybe you buy a wireless. So you got a coffee table, wireless keyboard, wireless mouse, no problem, right? You run the HDMI cable. You got to make sure, resolution, refresh rate, and all that's running well so you don't get like screen tearing. Sometimes when you hook a PC up to a TV, it can act a little funky with that. It can misread the television and not set refresh rates and all that stuff properly. So you make sure all that's running fine. Okay, cool. You open up Steam with your mouse. If you're going to use a controller, either it's going to have baked-in Bluetooth with a little like antenna off the back, or you're going to have to get like a Bluetooth dongle, and now you pair your controller, okay? And now you're in big picture mode, and you're using your mouse, you open a game, you're playing, okay? To the average consumer, those steps seem like climbing a mountain. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do any of the stuff that I just walked through. Number one, they might not even understand some of what I just said. Number two, they don't want to interact with Windows when they're trying to game. There's a stigma there. They interact with Windows at the office, right? So this is sort of a streamlined process. You're like, oh, the latest Xbox is basically a PC for your living room. It's going to give you access to all of the games within the PC world as well as all of your Xbox games. And you plug it into the power, and you plug it into the TV, and you turn it on with a controller. You see? Like, That is, I think, a good value proposition. At the price point, though, that's where people are going to trip up. Because enthusiasts like myself and you are going to be like, hey, that's a great solution. I can now play, Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core. They're doing a Rogue version of Deep Rock Galactic. It's coming out for PC First Early Access. Guess what? Play it right then and there on your brand new Project Helix. You don't got to wait like console users typically have to for early access. But again, I think that the price is going to be a tripping point for people. You can use mouse and keyboard up to the consoles we have now. People act like that feature hasn't been on PlayStation and Xbox for years now. I mean, I don't know if anybody's acting like that's a special feature. I'm saying that the average consumer doesn't want to do any of that. If they don't want USB cables draped across their living room, like back in the day when you played on like an original Nintendo, you got like cords going across the living room. If they don't want to do that, they're buying like extra equipment. You're going to be buying a wireless mouse and keyboard. The average pre-built PC is going to come with like a throwaway mouse and a throwaway keyboard. They get the job done. They're usually not like bad, but they're certainly not going to be wireless. OG Xbox felt like Microsoft trying to bring a powerful console to fill the gap that Sega left. Then 360 came and innovated. From there, it's been a lot of fumbling. Helix feels like a white flag. I would say you're close to what I would say, Nova. I wouldn't say white flag. I would say they're going to home base. It's not like a retreat. It's like, this is home base, man. PC, that's home base for us. This is what we do. We do PC. It's almost like they're pulling things back in. And like I said, it's all about Microsoft now. It's all about Windows. It's all about Satya Nadella's vision. He didn't bring in Asha Sharma to usher in the return of Xbox. He brought in Asha Sharma to almost not redact, but like at some level, she's not bringing the return of Xbox. She's bringing the redaction of it. It's like, no, this isn't really what you guys think it's going to be. They're bringing it home. They're bringing it all the way back here to PC land. This is where we live. This is where we eat, sleep, and breathe. If we're working on software iterations and development, it's all in the same hemisphere now. Anything done for Windows 11, anything to strip it down and make it run better is going to be going in lockstep with the Xbox operating system team and the Xbox first full screen experience. They're trying to synergize all that together. He brought her in as an AI. Yeah, as an AI yes man, right. The vision's been around long before Satya. Well, I don't think that necessarily is only, it's like, I'm not saying he ushered it in. What I'm saying is he's more in the room now than he's ever been. Remember, I said for a long time that I got the impression that Phil Spencer was fighting for the soul of Xbox, and I felt like he was fighting with Satya Nadella. That's what it felt like to me. And I feel like Satya is getting his way. The brand is basically fully under his control now. Why can't it be that the PS5 Pro is for PlayStation? Meaning, what if Project Helix gives you better performance at a cheaper price than a PC with the same hardware? Biggie, I don't see how they're going to do that, brother. I don't see how they're going to give you better performance and then cheaper than a PC. How on earth are they going to do that? They can't subsidize it because there's no guarantee that the people that buy this become part of an ecosystem that feeds Microsoft money. You could buy Project Helix and then from that point on and never give Microsoft a dime and just buy games on Steam, which means you're not giving them any money. Now, maybe if you buy one of their games through Steam, sure, but they're still at that point, they're only getting a cut. It's not the same as when you buy a PlayStation or a Nintendo and then for the duration of you owning that device, they're making money off of you. So they can't subsidize the Helix. They can't give it to you like at a loss. Just jumping into the conversation, says Operator 7, isn't this kind of what the Steam Machine is supposed to be? Yes and no. It's meant to be a bit more than Steam Machine. It sounds like it's going to be more performant, and it also sounds like it's going to be focused on backwards compatibility of your Xbox library. But it also sounds like they're going to be giving backwards compatibility to PC in general. It seems like they've hinted at that, which I don't know what that means then for Helix as like a value proposition if you can get back compat on any PC. Hilly says they have to go PC only. At the moment, they are asking their own studios to make an Xbox version, a PC version, and a Sony version. If they want their games to come out quickly, then they need to drop the Xbox console versions. So I think Hilly is getting at something that I think is right on the money. I think their Xbox studios have been expressing frustration because not only were they building for the Series S and the X, which is its own breed of struggle and challenge. People can meme all they want about like everything gets blamed on the Series S. You can meme about that all you want, but the Series S has been a challenge for the people developing for Xbox. It has been. All you have to do is look at the third-party developers that have had issues with it, and it's taken them longer to bring games out. That means all the Xbox studios have dealt with the exact same struggles. Then I want you to imagine, in the midst of being frustrated by that, and that slowing down your development times and your pipelines, then you're told, oh yeah, you need to make your games for PlayStation now as well. Like, imagine what that's done to their process. So if you can go to all your Xbox studios and say, hey, from this point on, you're going to build for PC first. You're not going to build for Series X and S anymore. You're not going to. You're going to build for PC first. And I still think they'll bring games to Nintendo and PlayStation because the platforms are big and they spend money. They're sunsetting the Xbox brand and it's all under Microsoft Gaming, says Milo. Also, Helix is going to be expensive. Paul Tassi says, I guess if I don't cover Marathon's player count enough, people will make fake articles that I did not write. There you go. Yeah, we're not going to go back and beat that dead horse anymore. We've said our piece. We'll continue to monitor where things land. Made with AI. It allows devs to make extensions for backwards compatibility. Most pre-build with mid stats start around 1,000, and they only go up from there. They are touting the power, so logically it'll be more expensive. It's not dead, it's dying. Be correct. That's right. I think the long game, says Mediocre Milton, is becoming a game publisher and getting out of hardware. They'll close most of their studios and just pump out the same games with the highest revenue potential. That was Sneaker SO's concern. Sneaker SO thought that's what they were going to do. They were going to just really, really trim down to only the biggest pieces of property and make most of their money from publishing. And this is basically, in many people's minds, a hardware exit strategy. I don't know what I think, but that's what people are saying. I just truly at this point don't know what to think anymore. I genuinely at this point in time have a really hard time predicting what their end goal is, because everybody's got theories. Everyone's like, this is their way out of hardware. They'll let people do OEMs in the future. They're going to stop making hardware. You know, they just want to be a publisher. If you just wanted to be a publisher, like, why are you building tools for people to build for PC? And then ports to Xbox 9 Gen. Or Gen 9, I should say. It'd kind of suck if Xbox to go out of hardware. More options is always great for the consumers, but I guess Valve can take their place. I'm more than happy with that. I don't know if Valve is interested in making their device... I'm interrupting myself with the stretch. Sorry. I don't know if they're interested in making their device at scale to like go toe to toe with the Nintendo and the PlayStation hardware. I don't know if that's Valve's goal. I'm very curious to see how many they make and how many they attempt to sell and move at a price point that we still don't know. If you guys have not hit the like button or the subscribe button yet, consider doing that. It's totally free. You do not have to subscribe to talk in my chat, but if you want to be here for these daily conversations, hit subscribe. It's totally free. And I am a safe for work broadcaster. So if you're listening to this show throughout the day and it helps you get through your work day, make sure to hit subscribe. You can also help us with a goal. A lot of you guys have been helping us with this and signing up brands new as a member. We are trying to get to 600 paying members, and some of you guys have been jumping in and taking the plunge. We are at 522 paying members. So we're trying to get that to 600, and we'll do a big celebration every milestone. And thank you everybody who has considered doing that. It helps me do this full time. You see people in chat right now with like a joystick badge, and they can use emotes. That's something that you would get access to, as well as our Discord. A $5 super chat from Jimmy Mack says, how much to build a 9070 XT PC, which is the rumored performance of Helix? Saying it's an expensive PC, citing 1,000 price is kind of funny. I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying 1,000's too low? I'm not. You need to. I think you ran out of characters on the super chat. I'm so on the fence now about Helix, says Furious Pickle. Given how far off the PlayStation 6, I wonder if the PS5 Pro is a safer option. I think a lot of people right now, we're seeing a lot of people posting and claiming that that's what they're doing. Live discussion. Let me do a link on the poll here. Pin. I did do a poll about this, if you guys want to go take it. Xbox GDC 2026, are you interested in Project Helix? Yes, no, and undecided. Somebody said I should have said interested in buying it. I thought that was pretty self-explanatory with the undecided option. Like, you can't be undecided as far as, like, are you interested in discussing it or thinking about it? Like, the fact that there's an undecided option, it's clear that this is asking, are you interested in buying it? I feel like that goes without saying. But, PlayStation is definitely a safer ecosystem to invest in than whatever Microsoft is doing. Yeah, I would either start building a library on a PS5 Pro or start building a library in Steam. Like, if you're thinking about, like, longevity and investment and wanting to have access to your games in the future, I would think those are kind of your two best options right now. Like, Microsoft doesn't really seem to be, I don't know. It just doesn't, they're, as a brand, I just think they're constantly in flux. And Xbox has got Microsoft, like, looking down on them from on high, which can always turn into, situations where promises that were made and things that we all thought were going to happen just don't happen because, Microsoft is very, very quick to just be like, we're done with that. We're not doing that anymore. I'm going to wait and see reviews before I buy it. Lono would be a test for us. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to buy it. I'm actually interested in it for myself as a consumer. Like, Project Helix actually, to me, like, I'll replace, unless, of course, it doesn't run well, which I don't think that'll be the case. But, like, I'll be replacing my Steam machine with it. Like, I'm definitely wanting to get a Steam machine. And then I'll replace the Steam machine with Xbox Project Helix. Like, that's essentially my tentative plan going into this. Is that it'll solve a problem for me that, a lot of the times these conversations come up. People are like, why aren't you playing that game on PC? And I'm like, dude, I'm just not going to come in here and do it. Moore's Law is dead. Has a bad leaker because no way any manufacturer is building a 5080 PC for under $1,800 before 2030. After 2030, then sure. Lono is going to be the one guy holding the line when he buys it. No, I think people are going to buy this thing. I think so. I don't think this thing is like a dead man walking. I just don't think it's going to be I just don't think it's going to be a high saturation point. I just don't think so. Which one's coming out first? Steam Machine is set to come out this year, they said. It's coming out this year. It was rumored that it wasn't going to make it, and then they updated a post to make it clear that Steam Machine is set for this year. My hope is they let me update my Series X, then I can move that into my bedroom and put Helix in my living room. Wait, So, Ginger, you think they're going to let you push, like, or not push, but like pull down the update to whatever version of Windows this is to your Series X and then like install Steam? I wonder how in the world that would work with all those Steam games that are presently not on Xbox. Personally, I'm probably going to go for the Steam machine and stick with my Pro for AAA. That's not a bad strategy at all. There's just enough Steam games that I know I would want better performance in. Something like Witchfire, as an example. That's usually the one that I throw out there. That's usually the one that I go with. It's like, I wouldn't want to play Witchfire on the specs of what we saw from Steam Machine. I'd want to have more performance. Jakob says, not a chance. It's a silicon on the new device that allows this. Ginger says, yes, Series X is also just a PC with a limited OS, but it still runs Windows. Right, but wouldn't there need to be some kind of compatibility? Like, there's so many games on Steam right now. I don't know. I'm definitely ignorant in this department. So I'm deferring to you guys. To be like, hey, do you think that's even possible? Somebody said the Steam machine will fail. I don't think the Steam machine will fail. I don't know who's saying that. I think the Steam machine will do fine. I don't think they're going to make a ton of them. That's the point. I don't think the Steam machine's goal is to like rival PlayStation and Nintendo. Maybe 20 years from now, Steam machine is in a much better place given the size of their library, and they might have, you know, a slow ramp up of distribution to where they do start rivaling the other two consoles. Ginger says, I'm not saying it will 100%, but it would be a really good move. Greg says, I think Helix and Steam Machine will be niche. That negates what Steam is aiming for, doesn't it? Says Jay Rain. What's even the point of their lineup of hardware if it's allowable on another platform? Wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about backwards compatibility being on another platform, Jay Rain? Yeah, Umi75. I don't know if you guys are aware. I don't want to get caught on this tangent and this rant again. You guys know how I feel about Crimson Desert. They have pushed out another trailer on the PlayStation channel. It's the launch trailer, and it's all captured on PC. So they have still decided to not give a single piece of footage of like uncut raw gameplay on console. Lono, have you seen what Tim Dog said about Gears E-Day no longer coming to PS5? No, I didn't see what Tim Dog said. What's he saying? He certainly has gotten information in the past. Is he getting information that's telling him that that's not happening now? I'm not seeing. I'm scrolling. He's done a lot of tweeting. Is he say? I thought I saw a tweet where he says that's what he would do if it was his decision. I don't know. He's gotten information. He claims inside info of return to exclusives starting with E-Day. Okay, exclusives where though? Like, will Gears of War E-Day be on PC and Xbox but not PlayStation? He says that guys keep talking about exclusives. It's truly the talk around Redmond. They are watching and taking it all in. I'd say it's the point that they might even talk taking games off of announcements. The argument is you keep off of Sony, you bring into Xbox or PC, sell the X versus revenue from Sony and time to port to Sony. Now a game like South of Midnight, no sense or maybe time. Gears, I'd argue exclusive easily. Fable, I'd argue absolutely smart move to keep it exclusive. It doesn't sound like he's saying they've changed positions. It sounds like he's saying keep talking about it. They're considering it right now. I don't see where he's saying, why didn't you take the Gears bet? Lost it there too with Resident PS Gamer. I know you want Fable and that's cool. I don't feel like he's saying that it's not going. I feel like he's saying, hey guys, keep talking about exclusivity. They're weighing it right now. He was even trying to bet about this with others. Tim and I have buried the hatchet, and he apologized for some of the things he had said about me publicly, and he and I even had a pretty lengthy phone call a while ago. He was telling me some things that were coming down the pipeline with Xbox. So, I mean, he certainly can get information and knows about things, but I can't see a way forward for them doing that unless they decide that it's too expensive. If it's going to cost them a certain amount of money to bring a game to PlayStation, and they don't feel like they're going to get that money back, I could see them doing that. By and large, I just feel like PlayStation users buy lots of games. Like, they've had really, really good success bringing games to PlayStation. It would be weird for them to stop doing that. And again, would they really be exclusive if you're basically just putting them on PC? Like, going forward, if like, oh no, these are just PC games, then it's like, yeah, I mean, there's tons of games that only come to PC. That's not necessarily a platform exclusive if I can buy it on Steam. If your platform is becoming PC and I can buy it in Steam, it's like, yeah, okay, you're making PC games, I guess. He thinks that Xbox will make Gears of War E-Day exclusive and that it won't be announced for PS5. He said this before yesterday's GDC announcement. And after yesterday, he's taking his account. He's taking his account? I don't understand the rest of that. It doesn't matter to me. I'll be able to play the game either way. I'm just curious as to what they'll... Listen. Let me just show you something. I don't think what he's saying is accurate. I don't. Can somebody get me the screenshot of the future of Xbox is cross-platform? There's literally a slide from this event that says that. It says the future of Xbox is cross-platform. They're not signaling at all that they're going to be going back on any of this stuff. Now, maybe they'll make exceptions, like maybe there'll be one or two games every once in a while that they just decide to keep at home base. But again, they've made so much money on PlayStation. I don't know why they would do that. They're not in the business of selling hardware. What would be the point of bringing it home to essentially PC only and Series X and S only? Oh, he was staking his account on it. That's why they make new consoles. The Xbox Store will be front and center on the new device for Xbox fans who want to deal with more storefronts, I think is the idea. He said he would delete his account apparently if it gets announced for PS5. He said it's opinion of things. Oh, so it's his opinion. He said if Gears of War E-Day doesn't go exclusive, he'll take his account offline. Porter Rock was trying to dissuade him from nuking his account over a prediction. Yeah, he's done this before. The account's disappeared and then he comes back. Why would anybody buy Project Helix that you can't upgrade? Just buy a PC, especially now that they are planning to make the older Xbox titles work on PC. They didn't specifically say that, Umi, but I definitely can understand your logic. If you can get backwards compat on a PC, just buy a PC. Yeah, that's the one. Listen, I don't think... If what he... Yeah, that's a terrible screenshot. There's a good screenshot somewhere. I don't know where it is. I had it... I had it yesterday. And I don't know... I'm going to try and find it. Let me see if I can find it. There was one yesterday that we could read very, very clearly... And I'm going to see if I can find it for you guys. No. This content is no longer available. Let me see if I can find it. The future of Xbox is cross-platform. A £5 super chat from Ice Cold Cabbage. I'm pretty excited for Helix, not going to lie. The Open Garden and Back Compat have me sold. I don't care about the price. Hopefully the PS6 actually gets announced. Is this it? Yeah, I got a good one here. I got a nice Okay, connect to any platform. Okay? Cross-platform is the future of the Xbox ecosystem. Broad industry support, Steam, Nintendo, PlayStation 4 and 5, Unreal, Unity, and more. Part of the GDK Foundation mode provides a unified suite of features compatible with Xbox network services and a platform-aware SDK that can scale to any size audience at no additional cost when you launch your game on Xbox. So they're saying, listen, you want to be able to connect any platform, cross-platform, cross-play. Look, they're basically saying they're going to be continuing to support not only their games connecting, but also you being on these other platforms. Now, somebody could say, oh, this is about multiplayer games being cross-play. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. This could be purely about putting games only on Xbox, and then it's about cross-play. But then, if you go and read the thing that they just wrote, the Xbox Wire right here, GDC building the next generation, our team's deep in development, blah, 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 starting in April for developers, play anywhere, okay? Now, in this one, they talk about how everything is right here. As games increasingly span devices, we're breaking down the barriers between console and PC games for more seamless cross-device play, and we're making the Xbox experience consistent across screens. Like, I don't think they're signaling like coming back to exclusives. Xbox has an incredible lineup of game releases this year, from the return of the iconic first-party franchises like Halo and Gears of War to major titles from our partners across the globe. Players should be able to play these games. Look, players should be able to play these games and more across devices, whether through purchases, subscriptions like Game Pass, or from other leading storefronts. Do you see what I'm saying? They're not signaling a retreat from that strategy. He's saying right here, we've got first-party games. You should be able to play these games across more devices. Now, whether you do that through Play Anywhere or Game Pass or other leading storefronts, like, again, I don't think they're signaling, I do not think they're signaling a retreat from that idea. If they go back to doing exclusives, it will be very interesting to see just how quickly Microsoft says, this doesn't make any sense. There's no calculus where this makes sense. We're building games and shipping them on PC and Xbox, and we're leaving out another huge customer base on PlayStation. What are we doing? The primary reason that you do exclusivity is to push hardware. So track with me on this. If they are shipping games to both PC and Xbox, are they going to limit those games from the Steam Marketplace as well? If they're not, then you're literally going to be shipping games in a storefront that doesn't drive your hardware and that doesn't drive people to your ecosystem. Ergo, they're not going to have any reason to keep a game on PlayStation. I just don't see it. I don't even care. I've got a Series X and I've got a 5070 Ti sitting right there. I can play any game that comes out. It doesn't matter to me. Yes, it'll be really nice when I have the Helix, so if something like that comes out and doesn't come to PlayStation, I can play it in my living room. I don't like coming into the office to play games, so that is certainly a factor for me. But I'm not like, oh no, I might not get Gears on my PlayStation. That doesn't matter to me. I'll be able to buy Gears on my Series X. Doesn't matter. I'm talking pure business optics here. I can't see Microsoft saying, yeah, we completely jettisoned the idea of exclusives. We spent $70 billion in acquisitions, and we're shipping games to Steam as well as our consoles. And as soon as you do that, you're not driving people to, like, oh, if I want that game, I got to go to Xbox for that game. The entire purpose and function of exclusive is to get people to buy your stuff. I'll say this. I hope they do it. I hope they do it. Because I want to see people celebrate it. That said that exclusives were anti-consumer and archaic and going away. I actually hope they do it. I do. To me, it's worth seeing people be inconsistent and hypocritical. I think it's worth it. I would love for that to happen. Don't put Gears on PlayStation. So we can see people squirm and try to twist and contort and pretzel themselves into not contradicting everything they've said for the last 5 years. I would love that. Do it. I would forego playing Gears on my PlayStation just so I could see the public and the nonsense that would come from it. All of a sudden, the talk of exclusives are archaic, they're going away, this is where the industry's headed, and exclusives are anti-consumer. Oh, I would love for Xbox to start doing exclusives again. Do you want to know why? I can still play the game. And I wouldn't have to contort myself into some non-contradicting position about how, like, well, you spent the last how many years saying exclusives were bad and going away, and now all of a sudden you're celebrating exclusives? I can't see the business optics of Microsoft greenlighting it because I don't think it would move hardware. Exclusives are anti-consumer, though? No, they're not. I hope they do too, so those guys can finally get their lick back. Calling consoles gimped PCs is weird. They serve different purposes. I don't understand why anybody would say that. Are you going to say the same thing about a handheld PC? Would anybody say that about a Steam Deck? It's weaker than a PC. You can't take it apart and like swap out the GPU or the CPU. Is a smart fridge or a networking device a gimped PC? That's right. Eric says, I hated the PlayStation exclusives for Destiny back in the day. Yeah, I don't like when you do exclusivity within a game like that. It drives me crazy. I was very critical when PlayStation and Hogwarts Legacy did it. I don't like it. Deliver everybody the same game. If you want to pay for timed exclusivity or you want to build your own exclusives, I'm totally fine with that. But if you want to like chop up a game and be like, this particular mission, quest, or NPC is only available to this platform, I hate that. I think that that's stupid. Lono is low-key calling other creators grifters. No, I'm not. Don't put words in my mouth. No. Don't try to do some, I'm going to create drama, Lono is sneak dissing other creators. No. I sat here in my chat, in my timeline on Twitter, and had to see all this nonsense about exclusives for a couple of years now. And it was tiring. It was absolutely tiring because I told people it was going to happen. I said, listen, when Phil Spencer said what he said about like, oh, I don't know who it helps having Helldivers 2 not on Xbox, I said, that's a dog whistle. He just told everybody that that's what they're supposed to start doing now. Now's the time. Start demonizing exclusives. And that's what the people did. That's what people did. All of a sudden, they started driving this narrative. And it was like, wait a minute, what's going on? All of a sudden, exclusives are bad? ZeniMax was supposed to usher in a great era of time for Xbox exclusives. People were talking about ABK. They couldn't wait to get all these. Well, it's going to be so funny when Call of Duty's exclusive. And then all of a sudden, exclusives were bad. I would love for Gears of War to be exclusive again. It would be amazing to watch people celebrate that after being told that it's anti-consumer and going away. Like a game of ping pong. Just like, I wonder if Elder Scrolls 6 will be exclusive. From a business perspective, I don't see a future where Microsoft's doing that. I don't see a future where Microsoft's doing that. I don't see it at all. They're not trying to drive hardware like they used to. This Project Helix, It's going to be niche. It's going to be expensive. They're not going to move nearly as many units of Project Helix as they did Series X and S. They're just going to continue to see a diminished return of hardware sales. They're not going to see that go up at all. They gave people tons of reasons to not buy Series X and S. The only reason you do exclusives is to get people to buy your hardware. It wouldn't make an ounce of sense. Hot take, Destiny 3 should be a PlayStation exclusive with PS6. I don't agree with that at all. If you want it to be successful, Neo Reaper, you don't limit the reach of a live service game. That's a terrible idea. Now, I could see not putting it on Xbox because it's a shrinking platform, but you definitely would want to put Destiny 3 on PC and PlayStation. If Gears is exclusive, why would anything else not be exclusive? Well, they could do it as an experiment feed on LANs. They could. I don't like exclusives. Forcing me to drop $600 to play one game sucks. You're allowed to not like them. I think it's totally fair to say you don't like exclusives. But no one's forcing you. There are so many Steam games I can't play on my console. Nobody's forcing me to buy a PC to play them. It's an option in the market. Nobody's forcing you to sign up for HBO if you want to watch one of their original programs. Nobody's forcing you. That's where it lives. They invested in it. They made it. Go to them if you want to play it. Like, imagine buying Insomniac, running the operational costs of Insomniac, negotiating licensor deals with Marvel and Disney to make Wolverine, and then having people be like, I shouldn't have to come to you for that game. You should put it everywhere. Like, what the heck are you talking about? They don't owe you anything. They don't owe you access to their games. It's theirs. They built it. Go to them if you want it. You know what I mean? Same as anybody who builds a game just for Steam. That's where it lives. Go there if you want to play it. That's the way it goes. There's an ocean of games that PlayStation and Nintendo owners can't play because they're only on Steam. I don't ever see a bunch of belly aching about that and saying that all those studios are anti-consumer. You know what's really interesting to me? The absolute conundrum and contradiction that PlayStation hasn't launched enough first-party exclusives, and then we see people bellyache about them. It's like, wait, if they're not making enough of them, then why do you care about them? If it's such a paltry amount of first-party exclusives for this gen, and this gen has been so disappointing, so then why do you care that they don't come to PC? There's barely any of them, according to the narrative, according to the negativity that people talk. So why would you care? They don't make enough of them. You should be happier than a pig in slop over there on Steam. You're swimming in an ocean of indies and AA games that you can't get anywhere else. You should be absolutely thrilled. You've got way more. The last people that should be complaining about exclusives are people who play on PC. It's extremely weird. It's like people with private jets complaining about carbon emissions. It's like, wait, what? Like, you sit atop a mountain of exclusives on Steam. Yeah, there's the anti-consumer that PlayStation does, like, 3 games a year, sometimes 4 exclusives a year if you include first-party, second, and third-party deals and publishing deals. It's anti-consumer that they do that. As you can download like 20 games a week that nobody else can get on console. I don't complain at all, but people will complain because they can't get it on PC for a year because of exclusives. Major games shouldn't be exclusives. The consumers should matter more than the profits. I mean, if there was the ability to write a sentence that fully misunderstands what, the basics of business are, you just typed it. The consumer should matter more than the profits. Wow. That's a great way to not be a business for very long. Prioritize consumers over your own profits. I tell you what, you start a business and you have that attitude and we'll see how long you make it. You know what I mean? Start a lawn care business and prioritize the consumers over your own profits. And we'll We'll see how long your business is open. I came with the conclusion that the easiest way to explain this is that the console is the main product and the games are there to enjoy on the console. Well, and I mean, everybody has a different way of approaching it. Like Nintendo basically has the function value prop where you can functionally take the device with you. They also have the IP proposition, which is, you know, Pokemon, Mario, and the rest. And then PlayStation's value proposition is the hardware is awesome. We're going to make the hardware better every chance we get. And then our games are going to show off that hardware. Like, so their value prop is like almost like feature and IP, and Nintendo's like function and IP. So like Nintendo's not really going for feature. They're not like, oh, look at this amazing graphics. They're going function, portability, and then IP. And then PlayStation's like, well, we're going to push that feature thing. Like look at the ray tracing, look at this, look at that. And then the IP is there to help bolster that. And so those two things sort of work in harmony. Like a lot of the most popular games on Switch are probably games that work very well when you're like on the go, like a Pokemon game or a Mario game or something. And so that's where exclusivity for Xbox to me going forward just doesn't make much sense, because like I don't think they're in the business of being like, hey, Gears is meant to really drive hardware sales. What hardware sales? What are you talking about? No one's going to switch or go decide to buy a Series X and S at this point just for Gears. You lost that fight. One game won't tip the scales. And also, that's not going to be a driver for the Helix, because if it's going to PC, a lot of the people that are going to play it on PC will just buy it in Steam, and so that's not getting you money either. It's like, well, you're just letting people buy the game from another storefront. I mean, you're getting a share, you're getting a cut, but you're not getting the bulk of the money. I'm sorry, you are getting the bulk of the money, but you're not getting the bulk that you would get if you sold it in your own storefront. So you're allowing people to kind of bypass you. People lean too far on the consumer front, and they come off as lacking in business sense. They expect them to lean too far back for the consumer to their expense. That's not how the world works. I think sometimes we confuse what companies see as customer or client and consumer. We are the consumer to gaming companies. Their customers are their shareholders. We matter less. Do people really think that they're entitled to games because they bought a computer? Hilarious. Yeah. I've never really understood it, Hidden Siryu. I don't understand where all like the swagger and all of the confidence comes from as they speak from this like very juvenile, like naive position about how like they're entitled to the games and shouldn't have to buy anything else. It's just like I can't imagine being that brazen and confident and like bold while simultaneously posturing like a child. It's just very weird. Happy customers come back for multiple repeat business. I don't understand. You got to make a profit. Oh, I understand you got to make a profit, but you also don't got to squeeze and rip off consumers, price gouge them either. Okay, so, and you say you run a business. Okay. Well, you do understand that part of the business of what they're doing is getting people to come to them because that's where they make the bulk of their money. So if they can motivate you to buy a PlayStation with Wolverine, they make money off of you because guess what you are now? You are one of their customers. You're not one of their customers if you can buy Wolverine from Steam. Like, you know what I mean? You're demonstrating exactly why they do exclusives by talking about having satisfied customers. You're not really a customer if like you can just go buy it over there. Like, oh yeah, I bought it on Steam. You're not a PlayStation customer at that point. You're a Steam customer. You're giving Steam your money and you're interacting with Steam. So from that point on, after you're done with Wolverine and you buy another game, guess what? PlayStation doesn't get any money from you. Steam gets money from you. You're a Steam customer at that point. You are shopping at Steam. Like when I go to Costco and I have a Costco membership, I'm a Costco customer. I could buy a Sony television from Costco, but I'm not a Sony customer when I do that. My recurring revenue and my recurring interest in visiting Costco, they've got me. I'm their customer. It's why they greet you, and they're friendly, and they're nice. They want me to keep coming back to Costco. Me buying a Sony product from Costco, at that moment, I'm like, yeah, he's a Sony customer. No, I bought their product from Costco. I'm Costco's patron. I'm Costco's customer. That's why PlayStation's like, hey, here's an exclusive. Come buy our PlayStation. So now you're one of our customers. So when you buy a skin in Fortnite or you buy Resident Evil 9, we make money off of you. You're a PlayStation customer now. That's the whole point. Wait, no, that's different. You're a Costco customer, but you're also a Sony customer? No, I'm not. I'm merely buying the product. I don't do anything from that point on to give Sony money. I just bought their television and put it in my house. They get like a one-time transaction from me. Congratulations. Like, do you understand? They're in the business of you being a PlayStation customer, not a Steam customer that has happened to buy a PlayStation product. The entire reason for that exclusivity is perpetual revenue. They want to keep making money off of you. People like to really get like sauntering and swagger about like, oh, well, PlayStation makes most of their money off third party. Do you think they give a hoot and a holler about that? That's by design. That's literally what they want. That would be like saying Costco makes most of their money from you buying food and products that they don't make. Yes, that's by design. That's how the business is built. I go in there, and you can buy, Costco has their own brand of food and stuff, but they probably make way more money off me going in there and buying like the marked up Nabisco products and the marked up, I can't even think of other major brands of food right now. My brain buffered. They make way more money off that annually than they do off of like my Costco subscription. Just like Sony's going to make way more money in a given year off of like Call of Duty than they do off of like Ghost of Yotei. And they're not bothered by that. They're like, yeah, that's literally by design. That's the business. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the literal design, is to get you into their ecosystem on their box, and they don't give a frick what you buy after that. They don't care. They're like, yeah, I don't care. You spend every day in Warzone and you buy micros and battle passes? Great. Thank you for your patronage. I think the fundamentals of business get lost in this equation because people either argue from a sense of entitlement of like, well, I shouldn't have to go to you to buy that thing, which is silly. Or they argue from a sense of like tribalism. Like they're like, well, yeah, look at how stupid that business is. They make all their money from other people's stuff. You couldn't pay them a bigger compliment. Do you mean to tell me that we make most of our money off of things that we don't make? Johnson, let's buy another boat. Like, that's quite literally the highest compliment you could pay a business is that, hey, did you know you make way more money off stuff that you don't make? They'd be like, oh no, whatever will we do? A bunch of stuff that we have no risk in. They have no risk. They have no cost. They have no potential loss attached to Call of Duty. Oh, Call of Duty's down this year. It's not doing as well. And PlayStation's like, oh well, we'll still make money off of it. So when you think about everything we just said, I want you to think about, will Xbox go back to doing exclusives? Why? Why would they do it? What would be the business impetus? What would they be trying to leverage? What are they trying to get you to do at that point? Buy a Helix? I don't think Helix is their future. I think Helix is an optional access point for the most loyal customers to continue having their library, and they're going to get you on PC. Why? Because as my thumbnail says, the future is PC for Xbox. That's their future. They want you on PC. If you're not on PC and you go to PlayStation, they're probably just fine with that. They'll make money off you over there anyway. You'll buy some of their stuff over there. You'll buy Fable or Gears or Call of Duty or Forza 6. Tell me if I'm correct in my assessment. What'd you say, True SSJ? People act as though they are entitled to games that said companies put forward the money and the resources towards, to not focus on their own product, where they make the lion's share of their revenue, but they expect the best and priority on another platform and a profit they don't. Right, exactly. Like, I want you to think about that for a minute. Not only do you expect a company to spend their valuable resources giving you the opportunity to buy their game elsewhere, you also expect them to do that in a way where, like, you're going to get a great experience and they're going to prioritize, like, optimization of your hardware and stuff. Like, it's just absolutely naive. That's why I said they get so brazen and so cocky and so swaggery about it, and it's like, you're talking like a child, like the logic and the naivety of a child. It's like, no business is going to do that. I just looked it up. Costco actually gets most of its money from membership fees. How? They don't even charge that much. If I shop there monthly and I just pay for their annual fee, they make more money off the membership. I wonder if it's because people do the membership and then they don't shop. We go regularly. I wonder if it depends on the customer. I guarantee you they make more money off of us than on the membership, because we are there regularly, buying stuff for us, buying stuff for get-togethers, buying stuff for our friends. Like, I don't know. That analogy isn't perfect anyway, but the point was, they want you to be a patron of their store. They want you to keep coming back to them. If anything, I guess that still tracks, right? They want you to keep renewing your membership. Yeah, they're non-active members. They probably make a freaking killing on, because they don't even come into the store. No foot traffic, no wear and tear on the on anything. Just like, thanks for the money. I wonder if you actually ran a report of Costco customers that regularly become patrons of the store, and then remove all the people that don't come, that like sign up and forget. Like gyms. Yeah, like a gym membership, right? They make more money off of you doing that, and then you don't show up and buy, protein shakes and Gatorade and pay for special classes. They're just making money off you while you sit at home and, you forget to go. It's the price gouging the memberships and the credit cards. I don't know if there's been any price gouging reports for Costco for us. I mean, we feel like we get a very, very fair deal and treatment. I don't know. They also have DoorDash and Uber Eats, so no need to step into the store. This is true. This is true. The point is that whether or not you like or don't like exclusives, I just don't see a future where Microsoft goes back to exclusives. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't see it aligning with any of their business goals right now. Like, their goals are not to get you, like, we need to get people to buy the Helix. We don't. So think about it from this perspective. Yes, I played Yote Legends. I played a bunch last night. It is so fun. I put up a video on Twitter of one of the new mechanics. You can, like, lasso teleport to something and, like, you're up in the air. And I was up in the air and there was a guy beneath me and, like, I assassinated from the air. It is awesome. Now, the 4-player boss fights get a little chaotic. I think it's the most fun when it's just 2 people. Like, the missions with 2 people are a really good time. The 4-player boss fights, they're less satisfying, I guess, because, like, it's just pure chaos. It doesn't have, like, that feel of, like, sneaking, fighting, parrying, like, you know what I mean? But it's really, really fun. And there's a lot of content there for just totally free. Anyways, think about it from this perspective. What does Xbox want? A couple million people to potentially buy Gears, or a very, very small handful of people to buy the Helix because they're like, well, I really want to play Gears and I'm on PlayStation now, so I guess I'll buy the Helix. It's the infamous teleportation. Yeah, it's definitely, I saw some people talking about that. It's definitely like an infamous nod. Do you see, it's like, there are millions of people that could potentially buy Gears of War E-Day on PlayStation. I don't think all those people would be compelled to buy the Helix. The Helix is going to be pretty expensive for one game. As we were just saying, like Weapon said, I don't want to spend $500 for like a single exclusive. I completely get that. When PlayStation was said and reported by Jason Schreier Bloomberg to like they're no longer bringing their big tentpole titles to PC, I completely sympathize and empathize with the PC users that are like, I'm not going to go buy a $700 PS5 Pro for like one game. I'm not doing that for Wolverine. I totally get that. I totally get that. I completely understand where you're coming from. I'm actually bummed that they're not doing it anymore. I liked when I could say, hey, all you PC boys, you better buy Soros. You better buy Yote. They're great games. They're great games. Now, I don't buy the narrative that like Yote was coming this year and it was really close and then they canceled it. I don't believe that. I know that's been claimed. There's been a lot of claims made and there's different people saying different things. I don't think so. Yote just dropped Legends. Unless they completely changed their process, I don't think that was happening. If they were going to bring Yote to PC, do you want to know why they just made the decision to not do it? As reported by Schreier, he said in recent weeks they decided not to do it and Yote's plans were scrapped. You notice he said plans, right? He didn't say the port was scrapped. He said the plans were scrapped. Do you want to know why? They were getting ready to ship Legends. And as soon as they ship Legends, they're done. That's all the content for Yote. Do you want to know what happens once they're done shipping content for a game? Porting begins. Nixxes would have switched from helping bringing Soros to the market. Nixxes would have switched to porting Yote. And that porting would have begun. So this idea that the port was close to being done and it got scrapped, who was making it then? Who was making it? Nixxes wasn't. Nixxes has been helping Housemarque with Soros. So who was working on the port? Do you see? I think that's why the timing landed when it landed. It landed when it landed because they were literally getting ready to be like, oh, okay, well, these guys are going to be done with Soros. And when we're done with Soros, then we can bring it over. Because Sucker Punch brought Tsushima to PC along with Nixxes. I think they were going to do the exact same thing. I think they were going to bring it over, and then Sucker Punch was going to be basically helping them. Well, guess what? Sucker Punch and Nixxes would have started working together as soon as they were done shipping Legends, and as soon as Nixxes was done helping Soros. I think that's why the decision happened when it did. I think they were already looking at the numbers. They were already looking at the conversion rates, and PlayStation was like, this is not worth the squeeze. We're not getting the sales that we were once getting, which means we're not going to get conversion to PlayStation that we were once getting. Let's stop doing this. And then the Steam Machine came out. We're hearing that the month that the Steam Machine hit is when they made this choice, or when they started discussing it. I think there were already rumblings. They were just like, I don't know if this is worth it. And then the Steam Machine gets announced, and they're like, okay, that's a problem. We're about to have our entire library in the living room on a different branded box. Helix will be better for GTA 6. How do you know that? You will likely be playing the PC version of GTA 6 on the Helix, which would mean that GTA 6 at that moment in time will be better on stronger PCs than the Helix. Like, all that bluster and all that peacocking about how, like, GTA 6 will be better on the Helix, how could you possibly know that? It's going to have to run through an emulator if you're not running the PC version. That wouldn't make any sense at all. You would run the PC version. And at that point, you're now on the landscape of PC comparisons, which means, no. There'll be a better version of GTA 6 on stronger PCs. There isn't a PC version. There will be. Strauss Zelnick made that very clear. I think in the middle of 2027 they ship the PC version. I think GTA 6 hits sometime in 2027. And then when you're playing the PC version on Helix, guess what you're competing with? You're competing with top of the line PCs. So guess what? You're now not the best place to play it. So all that peacocking about that was completely wasted energy. It's like, if you play GTA 6 on the Helix and it's not the PC version, you're going to be playing some emulated version, I would suspect. You're not just going to be able to play GTA 6 on a PC. because that's what the Helix is. Do you understand? Like, you would be playing the console version through some type of a Series X emulator. There ain't no way that's going to be as good as playing it natively. Not by much. I'm not sure what you're responding to when you say not by much. I'm back. You can keep going with the show now. Oh, thank you, Lion. I appreciate your permission. Good question, says Greg. Will this being a console but a PC mean that they get the console release of GTA 6 day one versus a year out? I don't think they're going to have to wait, though, Greg. Think about the timeline. GTA 6 is supposed to come out in November of this year, right? Helix, if all goes according to plan, comes out late 2027. I think by that time there's a PC version of GTA 6 in the wild. I think they'll ship it. Strauss Zelnick made it very clear that like PC is going to be a priority for them this time around. So I think they're going to get it on PC faster, especially given how much they've delayed it. I think in the summer of 2027, they're shipping GTA 6 to PC. For a long time, I've said, I think you're only going to wait about 6 months. I don't think you're going to wait like a whole year this time. Thank you for the bits, Wired Rope. Rockstar bought the service used for GTA Roleplay. It's called Project Rome, and they bought it because GTA Roleplay is what kept the game relevant. It's coming to PC faster. 100%. 100%. So that means when you're playing GTA 6 on the Helix, you're playing the PC version, which means you're not the best place to play at that point in time. At that point in time, the best place to play GTA 6 will be a high-level PC, which the Helix will not be that. It won't be. There'll be stronger rigs in existence at that point in time. Undeniably. There's no way. There's no way it's going to be the strongest rig in the market. GTA 6 will be the best. It will be best on the PS5 Pro, and then once it ships to PC, it'll be best on high-level rigs. It's going to be a demanding game. That's fair to say, I think. I think that that's the order of priority. If you want to play it day one when it comes out this year, the best place to play it's going to be the Pro. If you're happy to wait for PC, it'll be better on PC, I think, in the summer of 2027 when it hits. That's been my prediction for a while, is you'll wait about 6 months. Pimp Tastical with 47 months. Almost 4 years ago! Almost 4 years, bro. Let's go. Did you see the launch trailer for Crimson Desert that PlayStation posted? You think it was captured on PS5? I don't think that it was. I know that it wasn't. It says at the bottom of the trailer right at the beginning, my friend, captured on PC. They did it again. They simply refuse to show console footage. They just won't do it. They just won't do it. And Digital Foundry is being very... I love the boys at Digital Foundry, but they're being very evasive. They won't speak to the timing of when we're going to get to see their work that they're doing. They said that they're going to have it. They're going to have footage for people of Crimson Desert on console. Do you want to know what you're going to see first from them? They literally said this in an interview. They posted like some interview on their own site that they did with Pearl Abyss, and you know what they said? They're going to do PS5 Pro first, which doesn't make any sense. If you're Digital Foundry, you know that there are way more people that own base-level PlayStations than PS5 Pro. So why would you prioritize PS5 Pro first? Take a few seconds, mull that around, and think about why would Digital Foundry be the place that we have to go for console footage, and why would they be doing PS5 Pro first with the other consoles coming later? Why? You know why. Pearl Abyss is hiding the base level console performance of that game. They don't want you to see it before launch. They don't want you to. Don't worry. We'll make sure. I might have to do a video on this in the lead up to the game. I'm over it. I'm done playing nice. We will probably be making a video basically cautioning people and saying do not pre-order this game. I've done as much digging as I can and as much fact-finding as I can. And Digital Foundry prioritizing the PS5 Pro, that's the linchpin for me. It's time to make a video. I'm like, okay, I'm over this. This is ridiculous. And then, on the heels of hearing that from Digital Foundry, they push out another trailer on the PlayStation channel, and it's all captured on PC. Yeah, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Don't pre-order that game. Don't do it. If they get it to work and they patch it and they update it or and they fix it in time, great. But they are not letting you see that. They're not letting you see it on console. There's 90 million people with PS5s. There's 30-something million people with Series X's and S's. There's over 100 million people that could potentially buy that game, and they have no idea what it looks like on console. And they're not going to, because the first video you're going to get from Digital Foundry is going to be PS5 Pro, which is the smallest portion of the potential console audience. Are we talking Crimson Desert? That's all I want to say. I don't want to get. I don't want to get off on that tangent. I don't want to get off on that tangent. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna work on a video because I've had enough. I've done as much due diligence and research and asking the question, and I've been about as patient as I think is reasonable. So. You haven't pre-ordered games since Halo 2. That's good for you, man. That's restraint right there. Yeah, the game's out next week. Yeah. Okay, so did you guys see? This is another thing worth talking about. Take a quick second, guys, and hit that thumbs up button. Let's make sure that we can try and get that like count to roll over. I haven't been mentioning it, and it's slowed down a teeny bit, which is okay. But let's try and get that to bounce back. Let's get the 300 likes. Did you see they're removing all the "this is an Xbox" marketing? Like they're scrubbing it from their website. So. The question I have is, are they going to put it in the same place as the Series S trailer that they set to private? Are they all going to the same vault, right? Are they all going to the same vault? Like, take all those "this is an Xbox," take all those posters, take all the footage of Sarah Bond. Yeah, put it over there. Put it over there next to the Christmas decorations and the Series S video that we set to private. Good old Xbox, dude. Oh, man. It's changed to play your way. What does that even mean? They must have a server somewhere called "Marketing Campaigns Never to Be Shown Again." Hidden Sirius says they can't keep getting away with it. That's right. That's right. Oh my gosh. Oh golly. That's funny. I was gonna react to the Ronald video. That Xbox era, they're now known as Day One, that they put up, but it didn't look like it was gonna probably sound all that great. So we got the bulk of the info from the GDC 2026 Xbox presentation. We got the bulk of it. So I kind of walked through the highlights in the show open. They essentially walk through information for the users, information for the developers, information for the fans, and then information for the timing. So what do you guys think about this? We've not talked about this much today. Let's talk about the timing. And Caleb drops a 10 bomb on the stream and gets us a 366. Thank you so much, Caleb. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support of the channel. That's very generous, and it puts us 10 away from the next milestone of 375. 19 more for 300. Yeah, guys, keep hitting the like button as well. Likes are easy to do. They don't cost a thing. You just got to hit that little button, and if we can get to that 300 milestone, it definitely helps us. Yeah, I saw that Blue Point's tech guy was suggesting that the Valve situation was playing a part. He's talking about Valve ultimately ending up winning the console war. I just don't think Valve is interested in that, but I could be wrong. Anyway, the timing of the Helix, the The timing of the Helix. I think there's a lot of info floating around that isn't clear yet, but people are speaking as if it is, okay? So there are the people saying, oh, the alpha dev kits are going out in, early 2027. That means it's not going to come out in 2027, okay? That's not necessarily true. So there are people that are saying that, and they're saying it very definitively. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think you guys can say that. The dev kits for Series S and X went out the same year that it shipped. Okay. But I also think people are quickly saying the other side of the coin too definitively. They're saying that, oh, it's definitely coming out in 2027 because that's what they did with Series X and S. Like, the dev kits went out same year, so this will probably follow the same pattern, right? I think both sides are making a pretty fatal mistake. They're just being too presumptive. And I've got questions that I don't know if we necessarily have answers to, okay? Number one, when the Series X and S, when those codes went out, I'm sorry, not when the codes, when those games went out, I can't talk. When the dev kits went out, were they alpha versions of the dev kits? Does that make sense? Like, if this is like a first pass, then that's my question. Will that affect? Will that affect timing? I'm checking the score on Xvoto. It's not off to a great start. It's got a bad score on Steam, and it's already down to an 84 after 37 ratings on PlayStation. It doesn't look like it's doing all that well. I was going to check it out, but lately when games just get such a rough start, it's mostly negative on console. It's not enjoyable. There are far too many bugs. The combat system's neither tactical nor fun. It's clunky. Yeah. People are saying that it just doesn't feel good. Boring mess. Slop. Really wanted to like this game. It's buggy. Performance is rough. Combat's janky. Yeah, I'm good. Toxic Commando. No, Xvoto, the game that kind of looked like a the Joan of Arc game. It's not Joan of Arc, but it looks like a Joan of Arc game. I thought it looked like it could be pretty good, but it's not getting good treatment on either platform. Like, when you only have like 37 scores on PlayStation and you're already at an 84, that's pretty bad. PlayStation users are pretty, they're pretty fair in their scores. So usually if a game comes out and it's good and only like 100-something people have reviewed it, it'll have a great score on PlayStation. When you come out and you're already in an 84, that means a lot of people are scoring it low. It looked crappy. I thought it looked like it could have been a good time. Like, people were all bent out of shape because it was like a girl with short hair. That's apparently all you need to do now to like trigger the macho men of the gaming world. Like, they're so macho, and yet you can really, rustle their jimmies with a woman with short hair. It's like, whoa! Like, you know what I mean? You could like put them through some exposure therapy and like, all right, we're going to show you the movie poster for G.I. Jane. And they're like, gah! Gah! Like, I don't care about that. I care about the combat. Like, is it fun? Like, does it feel good to play? You know what I mean? Who gives a frick about that? I didn't care about what Senua looked like in Hellblade 1. It was an amazing game. Yeah, Toxic Commando looks like it might scratch like the Left 4 Dead itch, but it doesn't have a particularly strong score either. So, anyway, I was looking forward to it. I thought it could have been fun, but the Xvoto game, because I like a good game with melee-based combat and swords in a medieval setting. You know what I mean? Lono with his anime voice acting. Anytime anybody in an anime or a JRPG is surprised, they make that sound. It's like, what's happening? So expressive, so breathy. Death Stranding 2 drops on PC on the 19th. Is it worth it? I think Death Stranding 2 is a fantastic game. It was great. And the Decima engine ports really, really well to PC. So it will probably look and run incredibly well. There's really, really cool stuff they do in that game. The draw distance, the detail, the lighting, the dynamic weather, it's just awesome. It really is. Now, if you've not played the first game, you might be a little lost, but I tried the demo for Toxic Commando. The gunplay just felt too clunky. It didn't look like it was getting the best reviews. It was like landing in the mid-70s. So if you're landing in the mid-70s right now, that ain't great. I mean, it's not bad, but when everything's landing mid-high 80s, low 90s, we're having such a banger year. You're gonna be in a rough spot. This guy says, shout out to Ben for capturing the first picture that shows how tiny the Steam machine is. What game are they playing in that screenshot? It is kind of small. I mean, it's a huge television. That's Black Myth Wukong. Of course it is. They're like, we need a game that can really leverage FSR and frame gen. PC Games N says 2026's lesbian night game 1348 X Vado is short on lesbians. It apparently isn't gay enough. When is the new PSSR update coming? It's supposed to be rolling out by the end of this month. The PSSR 2.0 update. That's when it's supposed to be dropping. And you're supposed to be able to like go into your settings and just like turn it on globally. So. You mean the true game of the year, Black Myth Wukong? That's right. I saw a post about Crimson Desert being able to run on a 1060. Yeah. Yeah. I could also drag a trailer behind my car that's too heavy for it. You can do it. It doesn't mean it's going to be a good experience. Dual Shockers are saying that, hang on, let me open this up and see what they're saying here. There are good ideas in 1348X Vado, but they're undercut by the shoddy implementations of the systems. The voice cast carries the game with several amazing performances woven throughout. Unfortunately, the whole experience is let down by a variety of glitches, fundamental design flaws with the combat, confusing levels, and several jarring story transitions that make it seem as if 1348X Vado was shoved out the door before it was ready. It's unusual for a small studio to do that. Now, if it was a AAA game, you know what people would be saying? They would be saying, AAA gaming is cooked, AAA gaming is dead. So I guess we're supposed to do the same thing, right? Since 1348 is so bad and not ready and glitchy and buggy, are we supposed to say that AA games and indie titles are dead and cooked? That's what we're supposed to do, right? I think that's what we're supposed to do. Yeah, it's got a bad score. It's got a bad score on Steam. You never heard of that game? It showed up at a couple of the showcases. It didn't have a particularly strong marketing campaign, so a lot of people probably are completely unaware of it. So, yeah. Did you see that Nintendo is suing the United States of America? Yes. Yep. Nintendo is so litigious that they're suing countries now. They're like, who's next? Go ahead. Nintendo's like, I dare you. You say something. Say something. You want some? You want some? Somebody say something. We're going to take you to court. Gaming is cooked. Everybody go play with sticks in the woods. That's right. When people say AAA, they mostly mean from Western studios. Yeah, of course. Yes. They'll say Western studios suck and are terrible, except for all the times when they're not. Except for all those times where they're not. They'll ignore that. By the way, on the subject of timing, we were just talking about like the dev kits going out in like early 2027. I don't know if you guys know this, but they said Project Helix alpha dev kits will go out in early 2027. And many people have said, well, it'll still run, right? It'll still run. I would say that they'll still come out that year, is what people are saying. 5 minutes to read the brand's message. During this time, a sponsored overlay will appear. Viewers may click to visit the brand's website. The stream is sponsored by Hokum. The trailer premiere for the new Hokum and the producer rubs his bar. We want a genuine positive reaction to the trailer. Where is the trailer? We have a sponsor thing that we're trying to do. I was running a channel skin for most of the day over there on Twitch. Let me see if I can find the trailer that I'm supposed to show you guys. Here it is. We'll look at this in just a minute. But I'm interested to see if they make it, because I don't know what alpha dev kits mean. Because people are like, well, the Series S and X dev kits went out, before. They went out before in the same year, 2020. Now Kepler is saying that both Xbox and PS6 are still on track, or still in track for holiday 2027. Everything we've heard about the PlayStation 6, I'm like, I don't know how they're going to make that date. I just don't. Asia is saving gaming again. Shocker. It's interesting that you say that, because there have been a handful of games that have come out of that region that have also been terrible. So I don't see how they're saving gaming. Like, if you look at like the top seller charts for games last year, you know what I mean? The top selling games of 2025, right? Top selling video games of 2025. Are you sure? Like COD wasn't in the top, but like Borderlands was up there, Battlefield was up there, a couple of sports games were up there. I don't understand. Like, the revenue generating titles, the top selling titles, I just don't get where this notion comes from. Like, one of the top selling games for PlayStation was Yote. I mean, this idea that like, well, they're saving us, and it's like, they're shipping just as many pieces of crap as Western studios. What are you talking about? Multiple times we've looked at games that have come from Chinese developers, Japanese developers, Korean developers, and we're like, this is bad. This isn't ready. It's like we only count the wins, we don't count the losses. It's just like what people do with AA and indie titles. They say that, yeah, AA and indie titles are kicking the crap out of AAA. And it's like, how many times have AA and indie titles come out and been bad, though? Like, plenty. And now everyone's complaining about BL4 and Battlefield 6. Right, but complaining about them doesn't mean, when Battlefield first came out, people were really enjoying it and really liked it. A lot of people were praising it, praising the campaign, praising the multiplayer. Like, does this look to you like the top 20 games of 2025? Does this look to you like we need saved by the Eastern developer, messiahs that people claim are out there? Battlefield, NBA, Borderlands. I mean, you got Monhunt up there. Call of Duty, Madden, EA Sports, Oblivion Remastered, Call of Duty, Ghost of Yotei, MLB The Show, Minecraft, Elden Ring. So you got Elden Ring and what, like Monhun Wilds? I don't know where Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I don't know where their studio's based out of. Forza Horizon 5, Pokemon Legends, okay. WWE, Split Fiction, Grand Theft Auto. That's U.S. charts. Yeah, and people in the U.S. continually claim that Western development sucks and the East is saving us. The United States market doesn't seem to be responding that way at all. I don't know what to tell you. Like, the ratio of good games out of Asia is far better than Western games, TBH. That's totally subjective opinion. You haven't demonstrated or proven that. You would have to prove that, and I think you'd have a really hard time doing that because there's a mountain of slop that comes out of that market and hits Steam, and it's a bunch of garbage. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they don't have amazing games coming out of that market, dude. Capcom is crushing it this year. They're crushing it. Resident Evil and Pragmata. And they're going to add DLC to Resident Evil. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that they're not crushing it and bringing great stuff, but it's like you want to only count the wins. There's so much garbage that comes out of that region of the world just as much. Like, broken games that aren't ready, gotcha slop. Like, what are we even talking about? Look at how Monhun shipped. Monhun Wild shipped, and it was in terrible state on console and PC. I much prefer Asian games for the most part. You can totally have your preferences. I'm not trying to persuade your preferences. What I think people do, and what I'm taking issue with, is you try to act like the market is somehow being saved by Asia. And that Western developers are just absolutely screwing the pooch. And I'm like, but Western developers are continuing to bring very successful games to the market. Let's see how the charts are going to look like this year. Yeah, I mean, what do you think's going to be up there? Resident Evil 9 will certainly be up there. Capcom's going to crush it this year. That certainly is true. I mean, I guess you could have Capcom carry the banner for the whole region, but you're also going to have Insomniac up there more than likely. You're going to have Rockstar up there more than likely. I mean, Expedition 33 won all the awards. That's a French company. Like, this is not an Asian company. Like, I don't know. Why did they put them against each other? That's what I'm saying, Paul. I don't think there's this, like, AA and indies are crushing it and AAAs are sucking. It's like there are just as many, if not more, AA and indie games that come out and they're crappy, they're not ready, and they flop. More than there are AA. And there are plenty of, AAA. More than there are AAA. There's plenty of AAA games that come out and do incredibly well, while also there are games that come out that aren't ready and that they flop, right? And it's the same to be said for this whole idea that, like, Western developers and the Western gaming world, they're going to hell in a handbasket. And it's like, what are you talking about? No, we're getting plenty of great games from non-Eastern, non-Asian developers. They're all doing, this is what I think's happening. We're actually in a fantastic era of gaming, so I don't understand why people keep doing this. Oh, this pocket of gaming sucks and is terrible, and these guys are crushing it. It's like, they're all actually crushing it. Also, the Asian market of developers and the Western market of developers are bringing games to market that aren't ready. There are AA's and indies that come that aren't ready. There are AAA's that come that aren't ready. Do you see? It's like they're all doing a good job while they also have their bad examples as well. Does that make sense? I don't think it's tribalistic. That's why I'm always like, why do we have to do this whole, like, East versus West thing? Yeah, Expedition 33 would be considered a Western developer. They're French. Yeah, Larian as well. All the Chinese upcoming games look the same. I mean, I think there's a general trend coming there's a general trend coming from a certain region of the world where their games are starting to look the same. But I mean, Western developers are doing that. Western RPGs and Western open world games have, in many respects, looked very similar to each other. You know what I mean? Okay, I need to do this. We've got a sponsored segment. This is a great opportunity for us to get sponsorships from the Twitch sponsorship board. And this is a movie, called Hokum. It is called Hokum. Let me actually get my my thing that I'm supposed to use to read stuff for you. Okay, hang on 1 second. And let me pause my music. We're going to watch this trailer. It's not super long. It'll be scary. There might be swear words. I'm not sure. So this might not be a safe for work segment. I can't hear it. Hang on. Oh, I rebooted the computer and my controller's plugged in, so it switched my sound device. Hang on. Change system sounds, playback. What? It's set to speakers. All right, hang on a second. Yeah, it's set to speakers. All right, hang on a second. Let me go in here. Property. What the heck are you doing? Don't you guys like that? Oh, gosh. Of course. Of course, it's a super, super loud introduction to the trailer. Classic. All right. It's called Hokum. It's in theaters May 1st. Who would do that? Who? Don't put your hand through a gate with the lighter like that.
First time in Ireland.
My folks came here for their honeymoon. Always wanted to come back.
Why didn't they?
I don't know if you've noticed, but there are some oddballs walking around this place.
There are worse things than strangers out there, Yank.
One of the members of staff is missing.
What about the honeymoon suite?
It's always locked.
I really like him. I hope he does more serious roles like this. He's great.
A weird feeling.
The producer of Weapons.
Something feels off.
If you guys haven't seen Weapons, it's excellent.
Jesus.
Oh my gosh, was that a...
I keep hearing something. I think there's someone down here. Can you hear me?
Get me out of here, man!
I see Adam Scott's excellent work in Severance is paying off for him. So this section is sponsored by Hokum. This movie is in theaters. It is in theaters. Let me mute here. It's in theaters May 1st, and it's spelled, I'm going to get it up on the screen so you guys can see it, Hokum, like that. It's a new horror movie. It's from the producers of Weapons and Barbarian. If you haven't seen Weapons yet, I thought it was awesome. It is a little violent and disturbing, but I thought it was very cool and creative. So I actually think this looks really, really good. I think Adam Scott is fantastic. I think he was excellent in Severance. So I'm glad to see him getting more serious roles. So this trailer is available on YouTube. It's about a 2-minute long trailer if you guys want to rewatch it and look for like hints and clues or whatever. It obviously looks very scary. It obviously looks like a very, very cool cast as well. Like I was recognizing certain people. Apparently I'm being told that Digital Foundry has a PS5 Pro video. Yes, we're definitely going to watch that like, I guess like right now. You got sponsored for this. That's awesome. Yes, we're able to get sponsorships now over there on Twitch. So thank you to Hokum for sponsoring this segment. We had a channel skin running on the channel for a while. And that did enable us to do, this segment here as well with the trailer. And it does support me when you guys watch and we get those sponsored segments. So thank you so much to Hokum for sponsoring this segment. And be sure to check out the movie on May 1st. So I usually don't like to react to content as soon as it hits. I like to be respectful of the work the boys at Digital Foundry put in. So I'm probably going to skim this video and try to get the goods for you. It's a 29-minute video. So, a massive world. Okay, this video is sponsored by MSI, so it's not sponsored by them. But how does it run? All right, we're going to jump to the how does it run section. That's the section that matters the most to me. I don't care about anything else. That is what we're going to watch. Let me make sure that this sponsored segment is over. It ends in the next 10 seconds. I don't want to start doing this until the sponsored segment thing is over. Okay, the sponsored segment is over. Let me refresh here and make sure it's cleared out. It's cleared out. Okay. Let me make sure we don't have sponsored. I don't want sponsored in the title of the stream if we're not doing one. Okay. I missed a resub as well. Brett, thank you for 12 months. Let me get it to 367. Brett says, if the market is being saved by Asia, then everyone should be exclusively on PlayStation, right? And then Adam with a 23-month member plus says, still not as scary as the lack of console footage for Crimson Desert. Get yourself something nice with this. Thank you so much for that renewal. We're at 368. I tell you what, I'm going to make you guys wait for a second. I need a quick break. Yes, Bungie canceled their GDC talks. We're not quite sure why. They might be all hands on deck trying to figure out what they're going to do with Marathon because it continues to just not look like it's in a very good state. We covered that yesterday. This is the Pro, by the way. Wonderful. I'm already seeing exactly what I thought we were going to see, that the PS5 Pro can't even maintain 60 FPS. I'm seeing 50 and 40s being posted in the Discord. Are we surprised? No, not at all. Unbelievable. I'll be right back. All right, guys, let's do it. John Lindemann said, He's just overlooking this. It drops to 36 frames per second in optimized mode. Unbelievable. The big question about Crimson Desert has been performance on console. We finally have some performance console breakdown from Digital Foundry. Please support the original video. I will have it linked below. This is on the PS5 Pro. I'm only going to watch the section about how it runs. All the other sections that they have here about the water and the shadows and a massive world, none of that matters to me. We know that they've done some cool things with lighting and shadows and that the world is massive. I want to know how this thing runs. I typically don't react to things that other people make as soon as they make it, but this has been a very pressing issue, and I really want the public to know just how well this game's going to run on console. Keep in mind, this is just PS5 Pro. I find this to be very weird that they're putting out PS5 Pro first, since way more people have standard PS5s, and I'm already seeing screenshots about performance that are concerning. Let's watch.
Talk about the specifics around the PS5 Pro version of the game. After all, a lot of people are wondering just how it runs, and while you might have a good idea by now, there is more to discuss. So as the spec sheet released by Pearl Abyss notes, there are 3 modes on most consoles, including PS5 Pro: Optimal, which is the performance mode, Balanced, and Quality. This translates to internal resolutions of 1080p, 1440p, and 4K respectively, and
now, keep in mind, I kept saying that I was anticipating Pearl Abyss doing this, that they wouldn't actually release gameplay footage to us. They would just give us a spec sheet, and we're having to go to Digital Foundry for footage, and we still do not have footage on the base consoles. So again, this is exactly what I predicted Pearl Abyss would do. They would just give us a spec sheet. Spec sheets mean nothing. That's why this breakdown is so important. So keep in mind what the Pro is promising and what these boys end up discovering.
Our counts confirm this to be the case. Where it differs from the user experience you might have, however, is that the current build we had access to is running with the original PSSR, as opposed to what we affectionately call PSSR 2. Thus, image quality wasn't great. Apparently, PSSR 2 is planned for launch, but in its current state, I can't really judge image quality yet, aside to say that the usual PSSR artifacts are indeed visible, with smearing around foliage and some ray tracing noise being the most obvious. It'll be very interesting to see how this changes with the upgraded PSSR. But the real reason to use the various performance modes actually stems from performance, and Crimson Desert offers some impressive flexibility here. Essentially, by default, each mode corresponds to a different frame rate target: 60 FPS for performance, 40 for balanced, and 30 for quality. The balanced mode, of course, requires a 120 Hz output to function correctly. The performance mode, though, puts up a good fight. I poured a solid 20 hours or so into the game, and most of that was spent in performance mode. By and large, that 60 FPS target is maintained. I was surprised by how good it is overall. But it was also enlightening playing this way without any sort of VRR, as it did help me identify specific areas where it can and does drop. Most of the time, that involves larger crowds. Anything involving tons of NPCs or enemies can drop the frame rate. That's not to say there aren't occasional dips in quieter spots like this, but overall, most of the drops will happen when it's busy.
That's one of the main concerns I had, is that some of the coolest scenes they've shown have been these like really big involved fights where there's like lots of people and lots of stuff going on. So dropping into the 50s is obviously a concern. That can mess with frame pacing, frame timing. It can make the fight really unenjoyable. And remember, this is on the Pro, boys. This is the best console that you can get to play the game on, and it's not maintaining 60 in the areas that it's the most concerning. Like when I'm just by myself in a dungeon or a room or like roaming the countryside, who really cares? Like I expect it to be doing that there. Once you get into like these fights and stuff, if it's dropping on the Pro, imagine what it's going to be doing on the other consoles.
The most significant of which occurred during the Battle for Bug Hill, as I like to call it. Here, war is waging and casualties include the frame rate. which drops.
There's not even that much going on right now in front of me. There's not. Like there's like a single NPC. There's some dust particles. I see some birds, and it's into the 40s.
Significantly, making it far and away the worst spot I found in the game so far. It starts out okay, sometimes hitting 60, sometimes dropping into the 50s, as you do. But once you actually reach the top of Bug Hill, the specific encampment here, we start to see some major drops. And I think this is actually made worse by kiting enemies around, because I came here before my character was ready and would die instantly if hit, so I have a ton of insects chasing me around.
We're now down into the 30s and the 40s. Now listen to me. This is what I tried to tell you guys the first time we laid eyes on this game. I said this is too good to be true. The NPC density combined with the details and the lighting and the shadows, it just doesn't look like it's going to run that well. There's too much going on. It's hard for me to believe you're going to pull this off in a good way, right? That's a question for people on PC as well. Like, are you really going to be able to play this on a mid-level rig like they're promoting and get like decent performance when you go into areas like this on a Pro and have this experience? Like, as soon as there's lots of NPCs on the screen, you're going to have issues. They have sections where you're flying on like a dragon and burning up entire villages, and fights with like 20 people around, and burning fires and particle effects and lighting effects. Y'all, I tried to tell you that something didn't smell right about this game. We're looking at footage on the Pro, not much going on other than bugs flying around, and it's dropping into the 30s and 40s on frame rate in performance mode.
And as a result, we actually see the frame rate slip all the way into the 30s. I believe this section is very specifically CPU limited, as it deals with so many active enemies at once. It makes sense. You can trigger similar results in some of the game's large cities, especially when causing a ruckus like this. Once the crowd starts to panic and the guards rush the player character, the frame rate definitely takes a hit as well. Crucially, it is not the norm at all, so don't take that away from it. But it does show you that certain situations can bring the performance to its knees.
I will say, I'm happy to hear John Linneman say that for the most part he's getting 60 FPS on the Pro, but the fact that all you have to do is go into areas where there's lots of NPCs for it to tank, that is quite literally what the concern I had from the beginning is. You're constantly showing me fights, boss fights, raiding fights in towns where there's people all over the place. And it's like, so I've got to be in like very barren, empty areas for this to not happen. Like, one of the things you've been touting this game for is going to be one of the primary causes for it to perform poorly on console. This is why they won't show us console footage. This is why you should not pre-order this game. If you pre-order this game on console, you might want to consider canceling that pre-order at this point in time.
In comparison, the 30 and 40 FPS modes are largely more stable overall, holding their targets reasonably well. Like here, I visited Bug Hill in quality mode, and we're rendering 4 times the number of pixels here. It's 4K mode, right? Plus the graphics quality is increased even. Yet despite dipping into the 30s in performance mode, we're actually hitting a stable 30 FPS here in that quality mode, which is...
I mean, credit where credit's due, that's impressive, but no one wants to play on quality mode anymore. The vast majority of people don't want to put up with this, especially in a game this big with fast combat.
Pretty great. Weirdly enough, the balance mode actually manages to hit a pretty stable 40 FPS in this area too. All of this can be influenced by dynamic elements, of course, like this run here in the 40 Hz mode. The reason it looks kind of fuzzy is that it started raining. So I'm running through this area in the rain. And yeah, we still see some dips here, but overall it's pretty good. Alas, this is a surprisingly heavy game, and I don't mean in terms of performance, I mean the way it feels to play. It seems intentional, but at 30 FPS, the camera and the character movement feel less responsive than I'd have normally liked. Thus, I do recommend the 40 or 60 FPS modes, which help a bit. The thing is, the game feels similarly heavy on PC, even at higher frame rates, so I think it's a design choice. Now, if not for capturing, I think I'd have probably stuck with the 40 FPS mode, since I feel like it finds a nice balance between image quality and performance. But once we factor in the new PSSR, it might actually make sense just to stick with performance the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, that is a plus to the PS5 owners. Again, the PS5 Pro owners, that is a bonus to the Pro, is that it's gotten better with time, and with updates to PSSR, games like this could have their performance modes improved and increased or what have you. But again, there are way more people on base level PS5s. There's 30-something million people on Series S's and X's. Like, those people are not going to have this level of performance because they don't have that power, and they don't have a proprietary upscaler to take some of the headroom off of the GPU. It's a CPU intensive game anyway, so even then, there's only so much the upscaler can do. I mean it. I've been saying for a long time something about this was very fishy, and now they've got Digital Foundry releasing PS5 Pro footage. This is 100% on purpose. They're not letting you see base level console performance. There's a reason for that. It's not on Digital Foundry. This is something that Pearl Abyss is doing.
The thing is, though, if you drop into the options menu, you might notice something else. There's a VSync toggle. Let me start by saying that if you're not using a VRR display, do not turn on this option. It is horrifically bad and clearly not intended for use without VRR. I mean, just look at this. The results are extremely awful. Don't use it, trust me. But it does become useful when combined with VRR. But mainly just in performance mode. You see, despite the 120 Hz container, the VRR in this game does not seem to support low frame rate compensation like some other major first-party titles. So when it dips out of the VRR range, screen tearing reappears. This makes the setting unsuitable for quality and even balanced mode because tearing does appear.
We should also mention this. This was just provided to me. This is in the comments in the conclusion of their article, and I need to put it on the screen right now. I'm going to turn my camera off for this so that you can see. We still need to see more, of course. For PS5 Pro, we want to see the improvements brought about by the upgraded PSSR. Right now, I prefer playing the balance mode, but if the new PSSR is as effective as we think it is, the base 1080p from the optimal mode may still deliver an impressive experience with higher frame rates. Beyond that, we've yet to see anything on the base PS5 or Xbox Series consoles. Even so, the signs are looking good, and certainly for PS5 Pro owners, Crimson Desert delivers a phenomenal experience. So keep that in mind. Bear that in mind. Digital Foundry themselves has not yet seen the base console performance. They're only been given this game apparently to be playing on the Pro. Or maybe they just haven't had the opportunity to boot it up, because they should be able to boot it up on the PS5 standards right now if they got access to this. Maybe this, again, they're not able to because they're not supposed to yet, so they prioritize Pro Capture.
Coupled with performance mode, however, it's legitimately cool and allows frame rates that go above 60 FPS. It's honestly the most responsive and smooth feeling mode in the game, and as you can see, manages to keep frame rates under control. I did a full walk from one area to the other, and it gives a good idea of what you can expect. Using this mode, you won't really detect frame rate dips at all outside of perhaps places like Bug Hill. Honestly though, when it comes to overall performance, I do think the results here are pretty good. When you consider the scope of the game and the reasonably high resolution targets, more than we see with any other UE5 games, that's for sure, the results are pretty impressive. Reflecting on all the various big open world games this gen, Crimson Desert is one of the better performers overall. It's not perfect by any means, and I do have some issues with certain image quality things, but still, I think it's fair to say that the console version, at least on PS5 Pro, is very good.
Okay, so that's enough. I don't want to completely cannibalize and replace their video. There's a lot there that you guys could still watch, so support the original content. It's like a 29-minute video. Listen, I've said time and time again, don't pre-order this game. Something doesn't smell right. They're only allowing Digital Foundry to do a video on the PS5 Pro. Even the PS5 Pro is not able to maintain 60. That is an issue. I cannot imagine this game on a Series S. Even the base PS5 and Series X are probably not going to be a good experience if you're on performance mode, if you're wanting that consistent 60. One of the things I was always concerned about with Crimson Desert is the number of NPCs on the screen. The density of those environments and those fights are going to struggle to run well on a console. I said that way back when the trailers first came out, and a lot of people told me, oh, they've had a breakthrough with their engine. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, apparently I do. That's one of the primary causes of problems, so I would really caution anybody who's not on a Pro or a strong PC, do not pre-order this game. Wait and make them earn your purchase, because right now, I don't think that they've done that. I don't think that they've done that. I do not. I think they need to do much more. If they want to win your purchase, they're going to have to improve performance. I don't think that this is something that you should be buying on console if it's going to run like that. That's not going to be a good experience. That's going to be a real frustrating experience when you get into a crazy fight or you get into a crazy encounter, having to put up with that. That sounds terrible to me. I'm going to throw that into frame for Creature. We may run that later today. The big question... Okay. All right. We'll do it live. Yeah, we'll do it live, all right. As it stands, I'm going to assume the base PS5 will not run well. Thankfully, I haven't pre-ordered. Ollie talked about that. He said if it's CPU intensive, he said that the faster frequency, the faster CPU on the Pro might help. I can't imagine playing that on a base PS5. I cannot imagine. I told you guys. I was like, man, I'd be really cautious with that game, y'all. Oh, you know what's funny now? You know what's funny? Their statements about, oh, people wouldn't believe us if we showed them the console footage. That's, like I said, that was horse crap. That's not true. I didn't see anything in that breakdown that I wouldn't believe. I saw exactly what I expected to see. I quite literally saw exactly what I expected to see out of this game. The minute there's a lot of NPCs and a lot of density on the screen, issues, problems. You know what I mean? You owe 5 members? No, I don't. Why would I owe 5 members? Of the Digital Foundry guys, which do you think is fun at parties? They really all seem slightly comatose. I don't think John's comatose. I just think that's just the way that he speaks. I actually think John would be... I think he's pretty funny, honestly. I wish they would have gone with the heavier spots to test performance mode. Yeah, exactly. Remember we said if there wasn't 10 minutes of console footage? I don't count this as console footage. It's only the PS5 Pro. No. Hidden Syria with a 10 bomb gets us to 88. I'm sorry, 378 on the week. I don't count that. I bet you guys we would not get console footage. Lengthy. I said lengthy console footage before launch. I'm not counting the Pro. Are you kidding me? You have no idea how that's going to run on the base PS5 Series X or S. That does not count in our bet that we had. I'm still right. They are still not letting us see console footage before launch. They're keeping it hidden. Now, I'll make good. I'll give you a 5 bomb. I will. I'll give you a 5 bomb if Digital Foundry is able to release a video prior to launch that shows the other consoles. Pros of console? I said console footage, as in the consoles, not PS5 Pro. You guys want to get your 5 bomb on a technicality? Absolutely not. No. You know the spirit of that bet. The spirit of the bet was Pearl Abyss isn't going to let us see this game on console prior to launch. And you want to count the Pro? That's like the smallest portion of the public that even owns a console right now. I'm not paying up on that. I will pay up if we get to see the other consoles prior to launch. This is ridiculous. You guys knew exactly what I meant when I made that bet. I think at one point someone asked for console footage. Don't remember who, but I'll post regardless. Is this a shot at you? He can take all the shots he wants. I don't care. That is absolutely not an acceptable way to market your game. You have over 30 minutes of PC footage on PlayStation's channel, and now you finally release footage through Digital Foundry. It's PS5 Pro, and it's doing exactly what I was worried it would do. There are performance issues the minute there are lots of NPCs on the screen. What is somebody with a Series S or a base level PS5 or Series X supposed to conclude from that video? They can conclude nothing. The strongest console in the market's not even running the game well in those areas. There are going to be a bunch of those areas. Are you kidding me? One of the main things they've shown off in their trailers is these crazy dense fights. There's all these people around. There's a fire. There's a big boss. There's a dragon. If they're so proud of this, why didn't they show it earlier? Why would you kite 80 enemies? He's not saying that it only happens when you kite 80 enemies. Homie, on his approach up the hill, he had not kited a single enemy yet. He was just going up the hill, and I could see some of the bugs in the distance, and the frame rate dropped into the 40s. What are we even talking about? There are fights in the trailers where there's like 20 people around the fight cheering or involved in the fight. Those are going to be a horrible experience on the base level consoles. Based on everything we just saw, do you really want to play a game that's dropping into the 40s on frame rate in the middle of intense, fast-moving combat? Also, you want to know what we didn't see when John Linneman saw the frame rate dropping in that scene? He wasn't even fighting anything. He was just walking around. Imagine trying to fight when that's happening. He literally said that he couldn't fight the enemies because they would auto-kill him. Yeah, it affected his ability to play the game. Thank you for a Member Plus renewal. And then a single from Gambit Zero. Dean Bromley renews. And then Gambit gifts one. We're a 20 bomb away from 400. Thank you, boys. Shouldn't we just call it a PC game and call it a day? Yeah, a PC game that marketed itself on the dadgum PlayStation YouTube channel to like 17 million some odd people. Absolute malarkey. These guys on Twitter being like, oh, well, it's a PC game. Then why are they marketing on the PlayStation channel? Gambit Zero with another one. He didn't see that renewal. Bumps it to 381. Gambit was trying to bait somebody with a 20 bomb. Tom Henderson is so funny. His frickin' tweets from the GDC. Most PC rigs will just have a hard time running it as well. That's what I'm saying. Should have delayed the console. Imagine trying to play it on a mid-level rig. You're going to run into the same problems. The PS5 Pro is equal to so many and stronger than so many of the PCs out there. We can imagine running that game on the average PC that's out there. They're telling people that they're telling people that have like 1060s they can play the game, for Pete's sakes. They're telling you if you have a 2080, remember? Recommended specs is a 2080 for PC. Imagine all the people out there with 2080 GPUs running that game. They're going to run it the same way as the Pro. They're going to have the same issues. I mean, I guess unless they have less of a CPU bottleneck, they might not. I never believed those specs. And Dean Bromley with a gifted as well. Bumps the line to 382. Thank you so much. I want to see how this runs on the Steam machine, you mean? That's why they demoed it on 9070s. And another one from Dean Bromley. What's going on with Xbox? Just tuning in. Well, they did a big GDC presentation. We've talked about it quite a bit. It's basically that everything basically going forward is going to be PC. That's their future. Future is PC. I don't care if you call it a console, but Yeah, Maddie Plays responded. Digital Foundry mentions this is only PS5 Pro version and the other console versions are arriving in due time. Are you able to share when that might be for the base PS5 and Series X brethren? Thank you, Maddie. Will we get base PS5 Pro, base PS5 and Xbox Series X S footage prior to launch? Will we get base PS5 and Xbox Series X and S footage prior to launch? Winged Wheel with a gifted member. Thank you so much. These are fair questions to ask. The public has every right to be like, hey, I don't own a Pro. I would like to see how that game's going to run on my system before buying it. If the Pro is running into problems in areas where it gets a little dense with NPCs, that's a concern for anybody not on the Pro because they're going to have an even worse time compared to some of the footage shown in this trailer. Yeah, they literally shoved out this trailer today, 1:47. It's a launch trailer. Thank you, Dean Bromley, with another one. Another membership gifted, getting us to 385. Then another one comes in from Dean Bromley. We got a single member train going right now. They just put this trailer out today on the PlayStation channel. It has 300,000 views. This is captured on PC, by the way. This is PC footage, boys. Look at all the particle effects and stuff going on. Imagine this. John Linneman didn't even do any of this in the video. I love John Linneman. I'm not saying anything against him. I'm saying in the Digital Foundry breakdown on the PS5 Pro, look at this. Out of the sky, slamming down, lightning. There was like 20 NPCs in that sequence. And this is all captured on PC. It's such false advertising. I'm here to tell you, I have a real serious problem with the way that this game has been marketed. I'm not going to hold back in the lead up to this game. I'm simply not. I'm not. I'm going to continue to tell people to not pre-order, and I'm going to continue request that we get base PS5, Series X, and Series S footage prior to launch. Quit putting out captured on PC trailers. Quit doing it. It's so misleading. Watch the Digital Foundry video right now. I already reacted to it. I went right to the section about performance. It performs really poorly in areas where there's lots of enemies. That's a significant portion of this game. A $5 super chat from Broken Earth. If the game is CPU heavy, that the Series X might be about the same as the Series S. It's going to suffer in the base PS5, likely to suffer because of the GPU. Dean Bromley with another gifted gets us to 387. Thank you so much. Like, how is this going to run? Right. Like, look at this. Like, look at the size of this enemy. You see what I'm saying? And Dean Bromley with another one gets us to 388. Is anybody going to help out Mr. Dean Bromley on this single gifted train that he's doing by himself? I'm here to tell you, they're selling you a game that's big, open, action-intensive, NPC dense, and then the minute you're in those instances on the PS5 Pro, the frame rate plummets. It's like, what the frick do you think is going to happen on the other devices? It's so frustrating. I told you, I was like, you're going to put 30 minutes of PC footage on the PlayStation channel and you're going to make us wait and go to Digital Foundry for console footage, and the console footage that we have is stinking the PS5 Pro? Jack Garland with a gifted. Should have kept console? No, what they should have done is they should have developed for PC first, got it nice and optimized, and then bring it over to console. That's a completely legitimate way to develop your game. Now instead, you've got this super, super crazy, ambitious game hitting all platforms, and it isn't going to perform great in all those places. It just isn't. Imagine anybody right now on a mid-level PC buying that game, mid-level and down. They're recommending a 2080. And on the PS5 Pro, the minute that John Linneman took his character into an area with lots of NPCs, enemies, all of a sudden the frame rate's dropping into the 40s. John Linneman didn't capture any footage of those fights where there's like tons of people around, except where he did it in a town. He like started a fight in a town and the frame rate plummeted into the 40s. There are fights literally designed that way. You could be like, oh, well, just don't get in a fight in a town. They've shown us fights where you're basically raiding like in Valhalla, and there's like 20 people around. I told you guys like a year and a half ago when they showed that one trailer, I was like, that's just too good to be true. You can't do that. We've not seen a single game up to now do that, where they throw like 20 NPCs in a setting and you're fighting, and the lighting and the reflections and the detail and the fidelity are all cranked and it runs well. I was like, this seems too good to be true. It's because it was. It was like, there's no way you're pulling that off on console. You're going to have a beastly PC to do that. I was exactly right. Why show PC footage on a PlayStation channel? It's textbook false advertising. I think it's incredibly misleading. There's like 17 million people subscribed to that PlayStation YouTube channel. I don't think PlayStation should allow it. I really, really don't. I think PlayStation should have a standard like, come on. You can't be putting PC footage over here like that. This guy says, time to shift your narrative, little buddy. Oh, yeah, sure. It runs so incredibly well the minute there's lots of enemies on the screen. The defense force for this game is already hopping on my tweet. Mini Christmas. They can show footage with the disclaimer captured on a high-end PC, not representative of console performance. It's not that they have the password to the PlayStation channel. Sony should have requested console gameplay. I agree with you. PlayStation should be like, we really would prefer to not do that. Like if you have one trailer and it's like a minute and a half and it says captured on PC, I don't really care. I don't. That doesn't bother me. I get it. I understand. It's easier sometimes to just do all the capture on PC. They uploaded over 30 minutes of gameplay to the PlayStation channel, and it was all captured on a PC. That's not just a one-off trailer or something. That's misleading. I'm upset that PlayStation even allowed it. It shouldn't have been allowed. It's like you're using your marketing funnel to your console user base that trusts you, and you're marketing a game to people. They're never going to have that level of performance and fidelity. They're watching a lie. PlayStation getting the views, they don't care. The 40 FPS mode seems like a sweet spot. Digital Foundry calls it outstanding and phenomenal on the PS5 Pro, but sure, keep your narrative. So what do you think is going to happen to the majority of the audience that doesn't have a PS5 Pro? As he demonstrated in the video, that the frames per second drops into the 40s the minute there's a lot of NPCs on the screen. Have you watched any of the trailers for this game? It's constantly putting you in situations where there's lots of NPCs on the screen and big, huge fights with a big, huge enemy or lots of enemies around while you're fighting a boss. It dropped into the 40s. That's not phenomenal. John Linneman also didn't show... I didn't see any footage in the section about performance where he was in one of those insane fights with like 20 enemies around. How do you think this is going to run on the base PS5 and the Series X and the Series S? How do you think this is going to run on, the majority of the users out there that are on mid-level PCs and down? Will you react the same way when GTA 6 is locked at 30? That's a red herring and has nothing to do with this. That's a red herring. That has nothing to do with it. You're invoking GTA 6. If GTA 6 doesn't run at solid 60, I am on record saying I won't even play the game if they can't give me 60. If they ship GTA 6 as a 30 FPS game, I'm on record multiple times saying I have no interest in playing your game then. You think you're going to get me in a gotcha? It's your first day here, I guess. I've been very consistent on that with GTA 6, and that's a distraction from the actual argument anyway. That has nothing to do with Crimson Desert and how they marketed their game. Thinking it'll be locked at 30. I mean, there are people that think that it'll be too CPU intensive. That is the bottleneck on PlayStation 5 and Pro. That's where it runs out of headroom very quickly. So they're assuming that it's going to be another CPU intensive game, which is certainly an issue. It happened with Dragon's Dogma 2. It's happening with Crimson Desert. I know what's going to happen. All of you Defense Force people that are like, leave this big, huge company alone. Leave them alone as they market in a misleading and dishonest way to the public. You leave them alone, mean YouTuber man. Do you know what's going to happen when it comes out and has all these performance issues on console? I know exactly what you're going to say. I'm having fun. I don't notice any of the problems. There you go. Write that down in your diary so that way you know what to type when you come back when the game launches. Just write that one down. I'm having fun. I don't really notice the problems. I don't really care about frame rate. That's not the point. The point has never been, can you have fun in the game and can you overlook glaring performance problems? The point has been, they're marketing the game in a dishonest way. They are showing you 30 minutes of footage on the PlayStation channel on a souped-up PC. Almost nobody is going to have that level of fidelity in performance. It's misleading. You're going to purchase the game on your console or on your mid-level PC, and you ain't going to have that level of performance. You're going to run into problems. You're going to run into issues. It will affect your ability to perform in combat. It will. Dropping into the 40s, that'll be terrible. Yeah, the CDDF, the Crimson Desert Defense Force. Jiminy Christmas. PlayStation should have had devs helping to optimize the game. I mean, who knows? They might have helped. I don't even know. Oh, that's the other thing, is they've made big promises about PSSR 2, and John Linneman and the boys at Digital Foundry didn't even get to play the game with PSSR 2. They played it with PSSR 1. Why not call Sony on this? They're complicit. Sony cannot dictate to a company how they're going to market the game. They can obviously request and say, we would prefer PlayStation footage, but at the end of the day, PlayStation is not nearly as responsible. Like, yes, they're responsible, but let's just say PlayStation decided not to push out not to allow them to post the footage. It still wouldn't matter. We'd still be in the same scenario. We wouldn't have console footage anywhere. Like, I've hammered PlayStation for putting the vids on their platform, but it's not PlayStation's job to babysit the marketing strategies of every company. They're publishing 15 videos a day on their YouTube channel. So sure, they could be like, hey, we don't want to put that on our channel, and then they're going to basically miss out on marketing a video game that's coming. They don't even have the game. They have an old version build. What I want to know is, how was John able to use PS5 Pro footage but not test the base PS5? Yeah, I don't know. Stone Spire with a single gifted to get us to 390. He's trying to tempt somebody to do a 10 bomb to 400. Who's going to do it? Twitch, are you going to steal it? Or is YouTube going to do it? Will they pull the game from the PlayStation Store if the majority of their player base has an awful experience? I don't think this is going to be like Cyberpunk. I don't think it's going to be like glitchy, buggy, and unplayable. From what John Linneman showed us, you're just going to have very, very inconsistent performance. You're going to have sections of the game that run at like a nice 60, and then it's going to be all over the place. It's not going to be like when Cyberpunk was like unplayable on old gen consoles. It's obvious that Pearl Abyss requested Digital Foundry to not show base PS5 footage. That's a very good question. Did they embargo them to not talk about base PS5? I made that speculation this morning pre-built. I said, why on earth would Digital Foundry prioritize the PS5 Pro? It doesn't make any sense. From a business perspective, it's in Digital Foundry's best interest to show base PS5. There are more base PS5 consumers out there. It doesn't make an ounce of sense for Digital Foundry to focus on PS5 Pro first. It doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. They're shills? No, they're not shills. They get access and they abide by the contract, homie. There's a literal embargo whenever you agree to cover a game. John confirmed that Pearl Abyss sent Digital Foundry a PS5 Pro with the game loaded. They weren't allowed to test the base console. I'm sorry, what? Is that stated in the video? I want to hear that. Mr. Polar Bear, is that stated in the video? Where was that stated? I'm so tired of running normal latency. I freaking hate asking a question on YouTube. It takes so long to get a response. If I don't run normal latency, then we don't get the in-chat ads. His post on X. All right, hang on. Where? Did he say it in a reply? As noted in the video, we only had a PS5 Pro with the game installed, so it is not possible to test PS5 or Xbox consoles. So they provided you not with a game key, but a console with it already loaded. Am I making the right assumption here? Correct. I want more flowers than you guys send to a funeral. I just give them all to me. This stinks so bad. What the heck is going on? What the heck is going on? They sent a PS5 Pro with the game loaded on it? That could be anything. That could be anything. That could be. Was it even the full game? Was it a slice? I don't even. How do we even know? I don't even know if the people that played this on PC, were they playing slices too? What the heck is going on? In what universe is this normal and not suspicious? It's like, what the heck? They sent a console with the game preloaded on it? Has that ever happened before? I really want to ask John Lindemann, is that normal? Have you guys ever had that happen before? They literally sent you a console? What? Why wouldn't you just send them a code? What? I thought the game went gold. You don't have a version that these guys can download and play? Let me see if I can get a response from John. I said, quick question about the Digital Foundry video in Crimson Desert. They sent you a PS5 Pro with the game preloaded on it. Was it the full game or a limited version in any way? Also, has any studio done something like this before? We'll see if I can get a response. John's been very kind to me in the past. I really like John Linneman. This is very peculiar. Sending a whole console, it's crazy. I've never heard of this before. A $5 super chat from Jack Garland, John Linneman. So, do we get to keep the console? I mean, that ain't bad, boys. That ain't bad at all. I'm really curious if it was even the full game at this point. If it wasn't the full game, then who the frick cares? It could be anything. If it's some slice demo that ran about as good as possible, that doesn't even represent the final product then. We have no idea what this is going to run like on console. Good for Digital Foundry, bad for us. Who wants to defend this? It's such a bad look for Digital Foundry and PlayStation. Yeah, I would actually say this is exactly why PlayStation should be more careful with this type of thing, because this will absolutely blow back on them. People will be like, you were putting all that footage on your YouTube channel. I bought the game and it runs like dookie sauce. Like, what the frick is going on? I can't trust the PlayStation YouTube channel to advertise games in an honest way. I 100% thinks this does come back on PlayStation to a certain degree. The blame primarily falls on Crimson Abyss. They're the ones playing the games. They're the one playing shenanigans. But, like, I also think that PlayStation should say, yeah, that's our bad. We basically misled a bunch of people into pre-ordering the game. I never saw a company that stubborn to show console gameplay. I think it's a bad look for Digital Foundry. He is saying some mad stuff for a game that's dropping into the 30s. Phenomenal experience. I almost spit out my water at Dookie Sauce. I was not ready. That's an oldie but a goodie. That's an old school saying. I used to say that all the time back in the day. We had a Dookie Sauce emote. And a 5 bomb comes in from Gambit Zero to get us 5 away from 400. You guys are definitely on pace to unlock Saturday. Just came back. What happened? The plot just continues to thicken around Crimson Desert. It just continues to thicken. So basically what has happened is they have allowed us to see PS5 Pro footage through the Digital Foundry video, right? Will we get base PS5 and Xbox Series X footage prior to launch? This guy's saying yes. According to who? Where has that been stated? It's bad. It drops into the 30s on the Pro. As soon as he gets into an area where there's a lot of enemies, it starts to drop. And that's what I said when we saw footage like a year and a half ago. I was like, there are so many enemies on the screen. You're not going to be able to do that on a console. That's too ambitious. The lighting, the fidelity, the graphics, and then the number of NPCs. I was like, there's no way. And Dan lands the plane with a 5 bomb on YouTube to get us to 400. Thank you, Dan. Oh, and then the plot thickened. They didn't send a code to Digital Foundry to review the game. They sent them a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. So Digital Foundry has no idea what the game looks like or runs like on a base PS5. We also don't know, and Risic with the Agent of Chaos, we have no idea if they were even sent the full game. We don't know. It could have been like a demo or a slice or something. We have no idea what they actually played. It's bad, or in the words of Digital Foundry, unbelievable, outstanding, phenomenal. Yeah, that's not. We're not getting at that issue. We're getting at the issue of like it didn't run well as soon as there were a lot of enemies on the screen, and they didn't send them a code to review the game. They sent them a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. If you're not suspicious, I don't know how else I could raise your hackles to get you suspicious. Like something weird is going on here. Why are you hating? Why is every mindless drone's response now to call something hate? Jiminy Christmas. A $5 super chat from Social Destruct. Since Crimson runs poorly on the Pro, I'm worried about the performance of GTA 6. Genuinely concerned. Really scummy practice with Desert. Completely different game, completely different engine, and completely different way of handling all the things going on within the game. It's not even the same. This guy says, Reforge Gaming only thinks a game can be Game of the Year if it says PlayStation Studios at the beginning. I told folks Baldur's Gate 3 would win. It did. I said Expedition 33 would win. It did. Sit down. Just sit down. Frickin' sit down. I said Elden Ring would win, and it did. I was cheering for God of War because I liked it more. Jiminy Christmas. The game looks incredible, something special, but you're hating. Just a question. It's a stupid question. Ask a better question. Steam reviews are going to eat this game alive with its performance. This guy says, wow, so there's no concerns with Crimson Desert from a technical perspective for PS5 Pro owners. Now the question is it actually a fun game? What do you mean? It doesn't run the way that I would want it to run on the Pro. The minute he's in an area with a lot of NPCs, it drops into the 40s. There are so many sections of the game that are going to be like that. What are you... I just... People's willingness to accept this is bizarre to me. Sometimes bad performance, they aren't hiding it. Maybe it's a feature of the world. I would encourage you not to type if you're going to be either too drunk or too high to make sense. There's literally concern for PS5 Pro. That's what I'm saying. Like, how I don't know how you could watch that and go to the section about how it runs and be like, it runs fine, guys. It runs fine. It's fine on the Pro. Malice1 says, I wasn't getting the game on console, and even I'm with you. That does not look promising for consoles. I don't know what's going on all of a sudden in gaming dialogue. I am so bewildered. Trying to properly inform the public about how a game's Steam charts are doing is hateful and toxic. It's maidenless and unemployed. Trying to let people know that they haven't seen the game on console, so maybe they shouldn't pre-order yet, to protect the consumer from buying something like they've done in the past and buying a bill of goods. That's not hate. I'm taking up for the consumer. We played 30 FPS during the PS4 gen, so we aren't used to it anymore, but might still be running good. You go right ahead. You go right ahead and spend $70 on a game to play it on the PS5 Pro, running at 30 to 40 FPS in sections where there's like intense fights. Oh, by the way, it's not running at 30 to 40 FPS. It's dropping to 30 to 40 FPS out of 60. Do you have any idea what that does to the performance of the game with respect to like frame pacing, frame timing, and your ability to engage in combat? Good Lord. It's not like you could run the combined mode on a 120 hertz television and get a stable 40. Go ahead, go off, King. That's not why I bought a PS5 Pro, and that's not what people are going to expect when they turn on performance mode. They're going to expect 60 FPS. That's what they're going to expect. This game drops into the 30s and 40s the minute there's a bunch of NPCs on the screen. Oh, and by the way, they didn't download the game and test it. They were sent a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. We have no idea what that means. The combat's a highlight. It's insanely fun. I was genuinely shocked by how good it feels. The rest is up in the air, though. John Linneman's saying the combat's good, the rest is up in the air. I've read a leaked review that said the same thing. The combat's phenomenal. Everything else is kind of I literally said that off of the one trailer. I said the combat looks incredible. Undeniable that the combat looks great. Everything else, I'm telling you, it's scope creep the game. It is scope creep the game. You can fish, you can have a farm, you can decorate your house, you can hunt, you can sneak. You can do everything, and I think it's going to be a master of none. I think it's going to be a jack of all trades, master of none, and I don't think it's going to run that well. People are talking about this game like it's the Messiah. Like, I think people hear me getting passionate, and they think you're being mean and you're being hateful. And it's like, no, I'm being passionate and speaking with conviction. It's my personality. I also really want people to be informed before they buy products. I've been a stickler of this anytime I get wound up on these types of subjects. Oh, looks like we had some a frame drop or a blip, or we switched ingest servers. Sorry about that. I don't know what that was. A $2 super chat from Trill. So here's going to get this on the Series S. I said, this guy says, they gave Digital Foundry console codes a week before launch, and the embargo lifts before they come out. Actually, no. They didn't send them codes. They sent a PS5 Pro with the game pre-loaded. Major red flags for this game on console all around. They didn't send them codes. They sent them a PS5 Pro with the game preloaded. That's not normal. Digital Foundry, time and time again, mentions that 10 FPS dips from baseline with VRR is fine. Anything more than that's noticeable. 60 FPS to 3 times FPS is going to be horrible for the player. Maybe they don't have base PS5 performance as Digital Foundry has PS5 Pros. Homie, like I said, if you're too drunk or high to make sense, stop chatting. You're not even making any sense. Digital Foundry has every console. They have every console so they can test every game across all spectrums of performance. They were not sent a code. They were sent a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. And it's running the old version of PSSR. What they played could be anything. It literally could be anything. It could be a vertical slice. It could be a demo. The performance that John Linneman got in that video could be not even representative of the final product because of the unique instance in which he played it. Think of it this way. If you went to a conference and they had a bunch of PlayStation 5 Pros set up and you played a game and you're like, it ran really well, you have no idea what you played, though. It was their PlayStation, it was their stuff, and it was pre-installed. It wasn't like you downloaded it at home and tried it out and then abided by an embargo. Yeah, Digital Foundry has multiple PS5 Pros and base PS5s. They have Series X's, they have Series S's. They have a litany of hardware configurations on PC so that they can show you how a game runs across a litany of hardware configurations. I'm having a beer. I know. I feel like I need to take up day drinking all of a sudden. Jiminy Christmas. I picked a bad week to stop sniffing glue. The game maybe had the newest patch on it. which might not have been on the PSN network. If that were the case, wouldn't it have PSSR? The updated, wouldn't they have the better version of PSSR that they allegedly are using? Like, that would have made sense if they were like, oh, they had to send us the game pre-installed on the PS5 Pro because this has the PSSR 2.0 update baked in. I'd be like, oh, no, that actually makes sense. But they were playing the old version of PSSR, so it's like, why on earth did you have to send them a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed? A £2 super chat from Razorback. I'll be playing this on my 5080 PC, not a PS5 Pro. It's probably a good choice. I'll have you know my glue has extra glitter for flavor. Peggy says all loot box titles to be rated Peggy 16. I think all loot box titles should be rated Peggy 18. Get your gambling garbage crap out of our video games and don't put it in front of children either. Maybe they still have issues optimizing. It's fine if they have issues optimizing. I have no problem with that. That's why I said, listen. Video have update now. Remember Games Gone Gold? The Digital Foundry post says near final version of the game. There is one incontrovertible fact. This is a little weird. We don't know why, but it's a little weird. Zubair, did you just get here? Did you hear that they didn't even send them a code for Crimson Desert? They sent them a PS5 Pro with the game pre-installed. A $5 super chat from Transcendent Gaming. I think the performance will be improved with new PSSR. One thing I must say about you really are for the people. Yeah, what I'm doing right now is not winning me friends in the industry. I'm not going to get sent codes and have publishers be like, we'd like to work with that guy. I'm taking up for the consumer. I care way more about you being properly informed. And a single renewal comes in to bump us to 402. Thank you so much, Razorback. YouTube, you guys are at 78 on the day. If you can get that to 100, I owe you a 5-bomb. Thank you guys so much for another big day. What does Peggy 16 mean? 16 and up age rating. Even bundled consoles come with the code not pre-installed. I heard that. It's weird. I'm not ready to call it a red flag, but it's weird on top of other weird stuff. I think when you have that many weird things lined up, Zubair, you can knit them all together and it becomes a red flag. Like a big one. Like so many weird things just all lining up together. It's just like, what the frick is going on? Why won't you show us the game? And then when we finally do see it on Pro, it's like in the most strange, bizarre circumstances ever. I have a base PS5. I would not be pre-ordering or playing at least for the first few patches. Your position is fair. I appreciate that. It feels like they're trying to hide something. They are trying to hide something. I don't think it's going to run well on console. Listen, based on how it performed on the Pro, I don't think it's going to run well on the PC they're recommending that you play it on. They're recommending that you play it on a 2080. How well do you think that's going to go if the Pro is having issues the minute there's a lot of NPCs on the screen? Isn't a 2080 rig largely considered on par with the PS5 Pro? Like, what are we even talking about here? Yo, Stoffinator with a Prime 11 months. I cannot wait for PSSR 2 to come out. I also would like for it to come out, but I don't think it's going to be the savior of badly built games. They are hiding something, the gameplay on the console. We can point to the thing they are hiding, for sure. To be fair, it sounds like there'll be a day one patch. I think there's going to be a day one, week one, month one patch. They're going to have to do quite a bit of work based on what I saw today. I don't... Listen, apparently they've committed and done improvements in the past to games. So hopefully they commit to this game and do the same. Who knew we would even have more questions after the Digital Foundry analysis? Thank you for the $5 Super Chat, Hidden Ziryu. If warning consumers that 30 minutes of cranked PC footage has been used to get console owners to pre-order, while refusing to give us base console footage, is a bad take, then I don't want to be whatever you are. Like, if warning consumers about the lack of footage, you know what I mean? If warning consumers that 30 minutes of cranked PC footage has been used to get console owners to pre-order while refusing to give us base console footage is a bad take, I don't want to be whatever you are. Whatever you think you are, you think you're on a better wavelength, or you're smarter, more informed, or you don't have bad takes, whatever you're based. I don't want to be whatever you are. I would rather be warning people about this and saying, hey, I'd be cautious here. I wouldn't pre-order. You don't have ample information as a consumer to pre-order this game. These are the same marketing shenanigans that we've been burned by in the past. I don't know why people are acting like this is acceptable. It's like, because you're a preemptive fan of the game, you're out here being a frickin' fangirl, defending the game. Like, oh, leave this big giant corporation alone, mean YouTuber. Jiminy Christmas. The behavior from gamers into 2026 about, like, don't look at Steam charts and don't talk critically about games and don't ask for console footage. What the heck happened? Remember when the Joker asks the guy, did your balls drop off? Like, what happened? Why is everybody so ballless all of a sudden, so gutless? It's like, just don't say anything negative. Don't be bold enough to say, this doesn't look good, or where's the footage, or could we see the game on console? You know what I mean? Just be some gutless consumer that just buys the next product. Goodness gracious, what has happened? Another solid day's work at the office. Haddigan, what are you doing? Why? Why do you do these things? Why do you do these things, Haddigan? A child lost drinking water for this? It's weird, yes, daddy energy. It literally is. It's like a bunch of simps. It's like you're out here just simping for studios and games. You know what I mean? It's just this weird simp for daddy corporation energy. It's super freaking weird, man. Take up for yourselves. Like, ask for better. You know what I mean? Come on. I don't think it's ballless. I think them sending a PS5 is not sufficient for a red flag. It assumes the position you believe they're manipulating hardware. No. Forget that. Forget that for a second, Ranger. I want to ask you a question. Do you have an issue with them using 30 plus minutes of cranked PC footage on the PlayStation channel, motivating PlayStation owners to pre-order? Do you have an issue with that at all? That's a simple yes or no question. Does that bother you? Do you have an issue with that? That has been my starting position and premise this entire time. I have a severe issue with that. I don't think they should be doing that. I don't think PlayStation should allow it. Okay, yes, you have a problem with that. Okay, then you and I are in agreement that that's not how the game should be marketed. Going on from that, the fact that we have not been able to get console footage, and when we ask for it, we get smarmy, cynical, like, sarcasm from their head of PR. Like, he's fed up with being asked that question. And then today when they drop console footage, he has, like, an attitude about it. Like, we're not at all. Like, I think at one point someone asked for console footage. Don't remember who, but I'll post regardless. Like, what is the deal here? Why do we have to have, like, you know, like a smarmy, sarcastic attitude about it? Like, you know, the gall of consumers asking to see the game on console before they give you their money. You know what I mean? Just shut up, dumb consumer. Just buy game, consumer. Don't look at Steam charts, consumer. Just consume product, consumer. Why are you bothering me with these questions and information? Why do you care about the health of a game? Why do you care if the game runs well or not, consumer? Just give me money, consumer. Zubair. Don't ask questions. Consume product. Get excited for next product. That's exactly right. Can't really say false advertisement with captured on PC written right there, but it's not a good marketing strategy for sure. I mean, I appreciate that it's in the beginning of the trailers now saying the very first one they put on the PlayStation channel, it didn't say it until the very, very final frame. Can I clip that? You go right ahead. Like, I don't know why, and I appreciate the meme, because I know the meme, I'm familiar with the meme. I don't know why this became the theme of gamers in 2026. I don't know why this became our battleground. You leave this multi-billion-dollar company alone. You leave them alone, man. You quit posting those Steam charts. You quit asking for console footage. You mean YouTubers. You're ruining gaming. You're so toxic. Yeah. Apparently wanting information and publicizing information is toxic. Do you want to know why it's toxic? It's hard to run narrative, and it's hard to mislead people when facts get in the way. Evidence and facts are so inconvenient to, like, marketing and mirages. It's really hard to do that when these pesky things called facts, fact-finding, requesting, publishing data, analyzing it. It's really hard to run mirage and run narrative and to run your marketing when that's going on. Lono's loaded like a spring trap the next time anyone boasts the success of a game with Steam charts. Oh yeah, you better watch out for that one, Jack. You better believe it. You better believe it. I just feel like it's going to be a cyberpunk situation for base consoles. And a Prime sub from Blind Darkness. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What frustrates me about this, too, is I remember with Mind's Eye, people being like, you're being a hater, you're being a hater. And then the game comes out and is really bad. And then it's like, nobody at that point wants to be like, yeah, you know what, we probably should have listened. Well, no, is there actual evidence of the confusion we're assuming here, that console pre-orders were based on the PC footage? Well, I mean, I would argue that when you end every trailer showing off the game, I would argue that that when you end every trailer with telling people to pre-order, right? Like, they published this trailer today, and this is your final frame in every trailer. Pre-order now. They have 4 videos totaling over 30 minutes on the PlayStation channel, and they all end with this frame. Pre-order now. Give us your money. Here's all the cool stuff you're going to get. With all this negativity, what does the future for you look like if everything is fine? I don't understand the question. You phrase that so strangely. I think there are plenty of great games coming out this year. Control Resonant looks amazing. Soros looks amazing. Wolverine will likely be amazing. GTA 6 could be phenomenal. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to sit back and act like that this game is fine, or that these Steam charts are okay, or that this marketing strategy is acceptable. It's both and, homie. There can be nuance. Gaming can be in a wonderful spot, but we can also call out BS where we see it. If the game comes out and there's no issues that you speak of, and the game plays fine. If you think that's possible, I have some property in Marianas Trench to sell you. It's wonderful. It's not beachfront, it's beach bottom property, and it's amazing. If you think this game's going to come out and have zero problems on console, I would like to sell you property at the bottom of the ocean. This guy says, what do you mean preloaded? John Linneman says, it does not dip in any combat. Most battles are stable. Yeah, but did he get into actual fights with all the guys around? What do you mean? He showed a fight in town that went terrible. History has taught us something repeatedly, that they're clearly hiding something. We saw it. That's what I'm saying. We saw him get in a fight in town and the frame rate was awful. We know there are fights where there are tons of NPCs around. We've seen it in the trailers. We didn't get to see any of that. Basic problems are expected. I'm talking Cyberpunk level. Oh, I already said I don't think it's going to be as bad as Cyberpunk. I think it's going to be all over the place with respect to performance. But I don't think it's going to be like a buggy, glitchy mess where like people are able to get refunds from PlayStation. All right. Let me check on something. I think we may just ride this out until the the Future Games Show. I don't think there's a reason for us necessarily at 4 p.m. Yeah, we might as well just keep going for another, 2 hours? 2:30, 3:30? Yeah, I'll schedule and we'll go over at 3:30. Yeah, we might as well. We might as well not go to Green Room. We can just chill and keep talking. We're looking at Wukong level console issues? No, I would say worse than Wukong. Wukong was using frame gen to double the frames, which led to like a really, really awkward feeling, like input latency and dropped inputs. This is ranging from 60 FPS all the way down into the 30s on the PS5 Pro. Emulation PC for XFlop and never a custom-made game dev again. Not even first party. Do you see that Twitch is testing out? No way this is a bad idea, right? Twitch was testing a gift them all feature to let users buy a subscription for every eligible viewer in a stream. Well, that's probably good for people my size because you'd probably end up gifting, anywhere from 5 to only, maybe 20 people. In a really big stream, that would be very dangerous. I'm assuming it would tell you before the transaction. It would be like, oh, you're about to gift 73 members or something. The cope and the licking in the subreddit is hilarious. Only the console gameplay. Why are they hiding the Samsung Smart Fridge gameplay? Yeah, I love the people that are like, you know what's going to be funny? You know what's going to be absolutely hysterical? Is all those guys that are getting such a big ego and acting like that, swaggering around on Reddit. What's going to be funny is when they all try to play it on their mid-level PCs and experience the same thing that we saw today on the PS5 Pro. That's what's going to be hysterical. They're in for a rude awakening too. All the footage they've shown you, all the times they've showcased this game has been on really, really good PCs. And we know from the data reports that the average person doesn't have a really good PC. So the odds are in our favor that most of the people out here simping for this game are going to have problems when they go to play it as well. They're all going to experience the same thing. It's going to be unusual for somebody to be like, oh no, I'm fine. I've got a 5070. I got a 5090. I'm okay. They just added Denuvo to the PC version? Are you serious? Sony needs to add frame gen already? Why would you want them to add frame gen? Here's an example. A 200 member bomb. Let's go. $1,000, dude. Just drop it. Let's go. The Steam forums are going off about it. You either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. If they're losing the PC boys because of Denuvo. Performance with VRR looks very promising indeed, and with PSSR 2 we could expect things to improve. Yo, Jom coming in with a gifted member. He gets us to 405. Remember, YouTube, if you guys get it to 100 members on your count for the day, I owe you a 5 bomb. I still haven't paid up. So he's tempting you right now with a 20 bomb to 425. You can steal it from Twitch. Steam users are way harder on games than console players. Yeah, where do you think this game's going to land with respect to its score on Steam? With everything that we just saw on the PS5 Pro. What do you think is going to happen, y'all? It was my birthday 2 days ago. I turned the big 3-0. My wife got me the Switch 2, though, so life is good. Where's the 20 B-Day bomb? So Jom is requesting a 20 bomb for his birthday. Everybody say happy birthday to him. He got the Switch a couple days ago. Sounds like he's got a killer wife. You know what I mean? You better stay close to that one, brother. You better hold on tight. Confirmed. Incorporates third-party DRM Denuvo anti-tamper. You know what I love about that? Is now all the PC boys are going to join me in their frustration. Is that a dig to Madam? What in the world? I tell you what, it's your last day here. You're not here in good faith. You're a dick. Bye. Another Cyberpunk all over. You only get that on your birthday. Apparently the most popular card on Steam is now the 5070. Oh. Can we agree that Halo 2 is still the GOAT? I don't know. What do you call mid-level PC? I personally think the PC spec list is pretty reasonable for a modern game. It's not that it's not reasonable, homie. Listen to what I'm saying to you. If it's going to run like that on the PS5 Pro in areas where there's lots of NPCs, you're going to run into the same thing on a mid-level rig. They're recommending like a 2080 rig. That means 2080 rigs are likely to have the exact same experience. And listen, the only way you're going to get around it is if you're not CPU bottlenecked at all. You're going to have to, if you got a good monster CPU, you'll be fine. It seems like that's one of the issues. Does that make sense? Why would they need de novo when they're releasing a single player game? It's like stop people from piracy, right? That's what it's for, isn't it? It is not a Cyberpunk level situation. I've never tried to intimate that. I've simply tried to say it's going to be all over the place with respect to performance. The stuff that we saw today on the Pro will likely be experienced by lots of people on PC as well. This is not the kind of game where you want to be dropping out of the 60s into the 30s and 40s. It'll be a terrible experience when you're trying to get into these big, huge, awesome fights. Yeah, guys, de novo is not like anti-cheat, y'all. It's a DRM. It's literally a way to keep people from pirating the game. RE9 has it also. Yeah, it commonly causes performance problems in games. I didn't see anybody complaining about it causing issues. I didn't see anybody complaining about it causing issues in on PC. I mean, it could have been causing issues. I just didn't see anybody talking about it. Digital probably just put a PS5 gameplay. You mean PS5 Pro gameplay? We already watched it, unless there's a whole new video. I doubt that they've managed to just suddenly put up base PS5 footage. They were literally sent a PS5 Pro with the game pre-installed on it. They don't have the game on the base PS5 just yet. RE9 seemed to run well with de novo, so maybe Crimson Desert could be fine. RE9 on PS5 Pro had a stable 60 FPS mode, so not... Yeah, Capcom does a very good job with the RE engine in games of that size, if it's not open world, so... Oh, there's a clip of Alex Battaglia talking about it. Is new DRM impacting game performance for Resident Evil? Oh, that's Resident Evil 4, though. Yeah, Capcom has done really, really good work with the RE engine. They've done really good work with the RE engine when it's not a big open world game. So, a really well-optimized game, you know, I would imagine, like, de novo is not going to come in and cause an issue. If you have a CPU bottleneck game... it'll feel its hit. Well, and that's what we're noticing. You know, we're again, the presumption and the assumption is that we're dealing with a CPU bottleneck, which means you're going to have issues on any PC that's dealing with that. I'm buying it, but I'm not on console. So nobody is buying Crimson Desert in here after the Digital Foundry showcase. Yo, here's your flowers. Thank you, Kingslayer, for the renewal and getting us to 406. I think there are people that are holding out hope that like PSSR 2 will fix a lot of the issues and that they're willing to put up with some of the performance issues. But overall, I think people are very cautious now. Can't really compare a linear game like RE9 to the likes of Crimson Desert. I completely agree. They're very different games. Crimson Desert's a full wait and see. It has begun. Remove Denuvo. DRM is a necessary evil. Level 0 Steam accounts are flooding forums with anti-DRM sentiment. Denuvo defenders are the worst. Denuvo equals pre-order instantly aggressively canceled. I wasn't buying it before Digital Foundry. I'm not pre-ordering. I'll wait. It's a wait and see. I'm not buying it. I wasn't buying it before. Yeah, plenty of people here have either been, persuaded by the coverage to be like, yeah, I'm going to wait, or they've just flat out been like, yeah, I'm skipping this. I mean, I am not out here trying to brigade against a game. That's what's so interesting to me. People are like, why are you encouraging people to not pre-order the game? Why are you a simp for a company? Are they paying you to market the game and encourage people to pre-order? Like, that's the better question. The better question is, like, why is me encouraging people to not pre-order hate? Well, it's only hate if you're on the, oh yeah, you better, I guess you're wanting everybody to pre-order then. It doesn't matter what they say. You're clearly not going to believe anything they show us in their hands. I respect that too. We will find out shortly. It's not even that I won't believe them. It's that up to now, they just won't let us see anything. So I don't think people should pre-order. Do you think they will delay the game at this point? No. Nope. They're full steam ahead. Marketing's full steam ahead. They're going to try to maximize pre-orders and get as many sales as they can in the first week, because I don't think the game's going to score very well with the users, because it's probably going to have issues. It's probably not going to have a great score on PC, because they put Denuvo in. People over there hate Denuvo. It's probably not going to run well on a lot of people's PCs based on what we saw today for the PS5 Pro footage. I'm going to buy it if reviews are good, but I also have a big PC, so I'm not worried about performance. Yeah, if I mained the game on my 5070 Ti, I'd be concerned for console users, but I wouldn't be concerned for myself. The controls have been the biggest concern for me. Yeah, the combat is apparently amazing, but there were some people saying that like the controls can be clunky and it can be a little awkward. And I think that that's fair. To be like, yeah, it might be a little awkward and clunky. We did a lot. You're going to have to kind of learn. It seemed like if you get around those rough edges and you do the work, then you'll have a good time with the combat. Everybody that has gotten their mitts on this game have all said they've all had high praise for the combat. What's the most common CPU on the Steam survey? I don't know. Somebody will have to check it. I don't check that kind of stuff. Remembering 40 different skill button combos. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to be, a lot. I think what you're probably going to want to do is get into a vibe with what your favorite, combo and build is and go from there. A 6-core processor like the 5600 is the most common, says T-Rec. We only have core counts and frequencies for CPUs on Steam. 6 cores is the most popular. I mean, I wouldn't even begin to know what that even means in the grand scheme of things. I have a generic understanding of what that means, but R1 and R2 for light and heavy attacks does feel weird. It'll be a bit awkward. I feel like I've played games that are like that, though. 6 cores is the most popular. 8 cores is like 1% behind. I think I just got high cholesterol from all the salt in your comments on your retweet to Will Powers. Yeah, you know what's funny? I'm going to just show you guys something. Let me just show you like the state of gaming, right? Let me just show you the state of gaming. I ask this question here. I'm trying to figure out if GDC has yielded any info on how Project Helix will handle backwards compatibility. We've heard games will run natively from previous reports, but nothing official from Microsoft. Did anyone speak specifically to it? I'm interested. I have a big backwards compat library. I would like to know if they spoke to the technology since, you know, it's GDC. If you would like to read through the replies there, it's hilariously prickly and testy. People are very upset that I asked that question. Here's another one. Will we get base PS5 and Xbox Series X and S footage prior to launch? You got an L for the last take. Don't farm another one. If warning consumers that 30 minutes of cranked PC footage has been used to get console owners to pre-order while refusing to give us base console footage is a bad take, I don't want to be whatever you are. Like, this is what we're dealing with. Like, just asking questions and you just get all these people that are angry. And it's like, I don't know what to tell you. It does not dip in any combat. Most battles are stable. It does dip in combat. He shows it dipping in combat. I think Linneman should stay off Twitter replying to people like that. I think he should stay off Twitter. It does dip in combat. He literally showed a fight in a town where it dipped in combat. The fight in town is quite literally one of the types of fights that we've seen where there's lots of NPCs. Like, Crimson Desert's PS5 physical edition won't run without internet. It requires a 48 gig day one download. Woof. It dipped on Bug Hill. Yeah, it literally dipped on Bug Hill, and he didn't even fight anything when he was up there. He just walked around. Reddit mod brain? I don't know what it is. I really don't. It's been a very unique experience for me. It really has. I'm not accustomed to this. I'm accustomed to the opposite from gamers. I'm accustomed to people being negative and being critical and complaining and like running. You know what I mean? Like I'm more used to that. I am not used to whatever the frick this is, where like we're the defense force of games before they're out. It's just weird. It's such an anomaly for me. In the 10 years that I've done this, I don't know if I've ever experienced this to this degree before. I really, really don't. It's just so odd. What time is it? It is 1700. All right, 1700. Same time of day, unless, goodness gracious. I guess we're all over the place, so we can talk about this. Did you guys see this? Bungie canceled their high-performance gameplay networking for Marathon, and Automating Marathon, how Bungie went from 10 automated tests to over 100 new reliable tests to deliver high-quality, stable live service game. They canceled their GDC talks. I don't know if have we got an explanation as to why they canceled them? Did they miss flights or something? Massive latency today. We run normal latency and it's super annoying. Yes, I would like to run low latency, but until they, so advertisements will go into the chat instead of in front of me, but I have to run normal latency in order to do that. It was said that they canceled that weeks ago. Are you happy you now have your console footage? I don't have console footage. I have PS5 Pro footage that drops into the 30s and 40s. The frames per second drops into the 30s and 40s the minute there's lots of NPCs on the screen. Whether he in a fight where he gets in a fight in town or on this Bug Hill thing that he does. What do you mean? We have no idea what this is going to run like on the base consoles. Insider Gaming Pod's going to be a banger this week. Do we have definitive proof that those GDC talks were canceled weeks ago? If they were canceled weeks ago, why would they be listed on the site? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you even have it listed on the site as like, hey, come to the GDC and get passes to these guys talking? If it was canceled weeks ago, why would it be listed? They had to stay in the office and play the game to boost the numbers. All 800 Bungie employees have to keep playing Marathon to keep the numbers up. Stop. When is the review embargo of this game? Of Crimson Desert? 7 hours before it's playable. It's not even a full 24 hours before the game is playable. It's like 5 in the evening Wednesday. It's then playable 7 hours later. The embargo is probably in relation to the fact that they're a Korean company that's 13 hours ahead of us. Which basically means it's the embargo drops when the game releases. Everyone's starting to feel attacked for their hobbies as hobbies become bigger and bigger part of their personalities. No matter what side of the convo you're on, someone in there is defensive. I think that's fair. I used to talk about that in the past, that like people integrate too heavily into what they're a fan of, and then if you're critical of it, they act like you're insulting them. I love your channel, but you're being negative for no reason. No reason. I provided plenty of reasons, but okay. What's more, do you want Pearl Abyss as pro-consumer and love their customers? They've shown hours of gameplay. Cut them some slack, being mean to them. Are you feeling okay? You guys got a 7-month-old account. I'm sure you're here in good faith. That's a dev? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Cut them some slack. They released hours of footage. Great. Zubair. His name? Yeah, my opinion is always right. Yeah. What's that say, Fuzzy? Does it say when it was canceled? People are saying that those were canceled weeks ago. If they were canceled weeks ago, they wouldn't be listed on the website. Oh, not when, just what they were about. I think they're all hands on deck, if you want my honest opinion. I think they're all hands on deck. I think that's why Bungie canceled their GDC talks. I mean it. I think they're like, oh boy, we're in trouble. We're gonna have to make changes quick. We've got to figure out how to get this going in a different direction. Just entered, and that's the first thing I saw was Zubair's response. Yeah, Zubair's comment's incredible. 32% drop off in a week, by the way. This is why. I mean, I know you put a kappa, but I don't think that you're wrong, Omar. Like, I know this is triggering for people, and we talked about it a bunch yesterday, but this is what I was saying. Like, this is a concern. It's just lower and lower and lower and lower. This is a slide down. It's been exactly 1 week. I'm telling you, I think they canceled those GDC things. I think they're all hands on deck. Like, what can we do to put this back on track? We need to act fast. Justin Truman said it. You've got to have velocity. You've got to be able to quickly change your game and get people back in. They don't have time. They just don't have time. I'm not being toxic or hateful. I mean it. I would not be surprised at all if they are internally right now just like, all hands on deck, boys. Like, we're in bad shape. We got to figure out what to do here. So when? 6 p.m.? Really? We have a tornado watch in our area until 6 p.m. Not a warning, just a watch. Big Bobby says, you're different from other YouTube gaming channels. Flowers. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to be that guy to be like, I'm different. I'm built different than these other channels. I'm not trying to be that way. I genuinely am just trying to get information for the public. That's it. Isn't a watch worse than a warning? No, a watch means you've been put on watch. Watch out, pay attention. Warning means you're being warned. One is there. It's confusing. The words are so similar. I've always thought it was kind of stupid. You know what I mean? But that's how they use the phrases. Watch means you're watching for one. Warning means you're being warned about one, essentially. The patch yesterday wasn't a good change. I just checked the radar, by the way, on the Weather Channel. I didn't even see anything. I don't know. Maybe that's an old report. Maybe there was another day where that was a warning for it. It was like maybe it was old. The DF news is great for PS5 Pro users. I don't know about that. DMG said they would have a D2 roadmap ASAP like 2 months ago. No roadmap means the studio's on fire. I don't think they're on fire. I'm going to tell you right now what's going on. I think the entire studio is being restructured by PlayStation, and they're going to start working on Destiny 3. The thing in June for Destiny is the last hurrah, and if Marathon survives the year, I'll be surprised. In my experience, it didn't feel like the patch different during gameplay. I was excited for some easier bots. They said it wasn't that much of a nerf to the bots. I think the main goal was to give you more ammo and meds. Around here, watch means it's on the way. Warning means it's about to hit. No, like, the weather Like, literally, the standard within the weather systems that we have, Mikey, watch means that you're watching for one. It might happen. Not that it's on the way, that you're watching. Warning means they have seen touchdown and that you need to seek shelter. That's like a standard. That is a national standard within the weather. Like, that, it's not like, oh, here they say it differently. No, if they say watch, it doesn't mean it's on the way. It just means there's a chance. Warning means there has been funnel and touchdown and that you need to seek shelter. PlayStation's like, the marathon experiment did not go well. Time to go back to what you're good at. We got to add Crimson Desert to this. Yeah, NOAA is not a regional thing. Yeah. With the announcement of Project Helix and the 25th anniversary of Xbox, they mentioned bringing back the Back Compat program, and I really want to see Mech Assault. You know what they also made it sound like? They made it sound like you're going to be able to get Back Compat just on your PC, which I'm really interested to see if they do that, because if they do that, that kind of undercuts why you would even want a Helix. Like, if you can just get Back Compat on your PC. A $5 super chat from Austin. Serious question. If Helix is a PC, why are devs getting dev kits again? Just a question. Because it's a prefab PC, homie. Like, it's literally going to be like a preset piece of hardware so that you can design for that chipset combination. What they've said on the one slide that I was showing earlier, it literally says if you're building for Xbox, you're building for PC first. That's the whole point. You're going to build for PC first, and then they're going to help you port to Gen 9 if you want to put your games on like the Series X and S, which is, at that point would be old gen. But since it's a prefab system, they're 100% going to send those to people so that they can, basically build for that system. So that way, like, it's optimized. Again, the question would be, why would you necessarily want to? Like, what would be the point in building for Helix first? If they don't have a significant footprint, what would be the point? Like, you're just going to build for PC. Does that make sense? Unless you've got market saturation to, like, rival PlayStation and Nintendo, nobody's going to prioritize building for the Helix. There's not going to be that many of them. Does that make sense? You're just going to be playing PC versions of games on the Helix. I don't know why you would need a dev kit for that. I really don't. The only reason I suppose you would need a dev kit is if you're trying to interact with the Xbox interface for back compat or something, or forward compat. I don't know. Are you doing a Crimson Desert PS5 Pro vid tomorrow? The overview of Digital Foundry looks really good. I don't agree at all. The minute he got into sections with a lot of NPCs, it started acting up and dropping into the 30s and 40s. We also don't know what they played. I can't get an answer. They were sent a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. That's very bizarre. That means nothing for people on base PS5 or base Xbox Series X or S. In your opinion, can the PS5 Pro overtake the Series X in overall sales? It only needs like 10 million. I mean, it might already have hit that. I don't know. Out of 90 million, there could easily be 10 million PS5 Pros in circulation. I actually don't know. I don't think it matters. Yeah, Jeff was right. It's a PC. The Helix is a PC. Everybody got all mad and butthurt, and he got frickin' community noted, and he was right. It's a frickin' PC. Who cares? It's not an insult to call it a PC. It isn't. I don't know why people got so caught up on that. It's weird. The whole thing is weird. Maybe the Helix being a PC means game will just run better than on the Series X, because you're right. Sony and Nintendo definitely get more attention with optimization. As a device, I don't really understand it. I don't. What outside of people like me buying it for Steam in the living room, or people buying it because they want back compat, right? Like, outside of that, it's like, I don't know. It seems like it's going to be really expensive for a PC in the living room. Just not doing the save state shenanigans a week or so at the launch, are they? I that's the thing. I don't know, Broken Surprise. I don't know. We again, we have no idea. I don't know what Digital Foundry interacted with. They were sent a PlayStation 5 Pro, and Crimson Desert was pre-installed on it. That's highly unusual. It's like they didn't want to send them a code because then they could install it and play it on a PS5. Like, do you want to know why Digital Foundry can't give you a base PS5 video? Because they don't have the version of the game. They don't have the game. They don't have the game. They weren't sent the game. They were sent a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. I don't know what they were sent. I don't know if it was a demo, a slice. We have no idea. We can't get an answer. If they've answered somewhere and said, oh no, it was the full version, then I'll say, oh yeah, they were sent the full version. For some reason, they just, again, let's just say they were sent the full version. Okay, that clearly means they don't want Digital Foundry to get their hands on the base PS5 version of the game because they're preventing them from doing that. So even if you could be like, oh, according to Digital Foundry, they were sent the full version, it wasn't like a demo or a slice. Okay, great. That still means they're literally preventing them from playing the game on the base version. Why would you do that? Do you remember what they told Do you remember what they told Fighting Cowboy? Oh, nobody would believe us. Nobody would believe us, so we're going to let Digital Foundry show you guys console footage. And look what they did. Instead of letting Digital Foundry show us console footage, they're letting Digital Foundry show us PS5 Pro footage. Like, how does anybody follow this, like, line of logic and reasoning and not have alarm bells going off in their head? Always a good day when YouTube beats Twitch. Always. What's good, Purple Haze? Good to see you. Appreciate you. We've got an incentive running, by the way, y'all. We've got an incentive running. If you guys get your individual platform to 20, then you get a 5-bomb for the day instead of just the singles adding up to... Who is this? Who's at my front door? Oh, I think I know who that is. I think it's... Oh, it's our friend. I think she's putting something in the door. Maybe the base console performance is so bad that nobody will believe it. I don't know why people are offended if someone calls this Xbox device a PC. Maybe because they want a traditional console instead. Listen. I feel like Anubis with 19 months says, YouTube. Thank you so much, Anubis. I think there's a general sentiment within the Xbox fan base, especially on like Twitter and YouTube. I think they are disappointed with how things have turned out. Whether they want to admit it or not, I think they're disappointed. I don't think they're satisfied. I don't think they're happy. So it's very much like smile through the pain, act like this is great. So if you call something a PC, it's upsetting. It's like, it's a reminder that everything about the brand has completely changed and evolved. It's not that it's bad. It's not that, oh, Project Helix is bad because it's a PC. It's a representation of everything that's changed. Does that make sense? You have to see it for what it is. It's not like, oh, yeah, being a PC is a bad thing. No, it's not. But it's bad if you feel like it represents the complete and utter evolution and change of the entire brand that you've supported all these years. That's why they get so prickly and so testy about it, because they're not happy with what's happened. How do you celebrate what's happened? Like, oh yeah, this is everything that we wanted. No more exclusives and a high dollar PC. After all these years of talking about exclusives and best value in gaming and why the Series S was so great, and now we have to celebrate and talk about completely different things. No more exclusives and a premium dollar PC. What? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, how do you celebrate that? How are you brand loyal to that? It's almost impossible. It's just another device that's going to enable you to do something that you can kind of already do. It's supposed to streamline it, obviously, and the back compat sounds like a nice feature if it can run and do what they're saying it's going to do. Great, but I don't think it's as easy to celebrate, because it's not this win. It's not this, oh yeah, here we go. This is going to be a great clapback for all my arguments with the guys over there on the other side. It's almost like it's not that it's a non-starter, but in the grand scheme of like the debate, the argument, the back and forth over the years, it's a non-starter. If this game is a mess on the base PS5, all that marketing will be for nothing and no one will ever trust these devs again. We're going long today. I've been streaming for 5 hours, so if you guys wouldn't mind, go crazy on the like button. Try to get us to 400 likes. That definitely helps me out. It definitely helps the video late in its life today. We're usually only live for about 4 hours. In about an hour, in about 45 minutes or so, I'm going to be scheduling a stream. We're one of the official co-streams of the Future Game Show, and we will watch that together. While I'm taking a brief break, make sure that you guys have done your due diligence to hit that like button. It definitely helps me out, and it definitely helps the stream. Also, right now, if you see all the people in chat with a joystick next to their name, those are members. We are trying to hit a goal on the channel of 600 paying members. So consider clicking join for $5 a month. The whole month you have a badge and emotes and access to my Discord just for $5. So consider clicking join and help us get that goal of 600 paying members. We're at like 525. You can help us get there. So thanks so much for being here. I'll be right back. Oh, man. Okami says, beat Ghost of Yotei Legends campaign, all survival maps. Really enjoyed it overall. More challenging than Ghost of Tsushima, but still fun with some interesting new mechanics. Mercenary is probably my favorite. Sucker Punch really added a whole looter shooter mode for free. Yeah, it's really, really fun. Yeah, I've had a great time with it. I've just been chiseling away at it every night. Madam and I have been still just moving along in POW world. The only thing we're running into now is I was trying to make ammunition for these pistols that I made us. We're almost at 30 hours of POW world. It just takes so long to make, and I thought making this new conveyor belt thing was going to help make stuff like that faster, and it's not. So I'm not really sure what the issue is. I don't know. It was weird. It took us forever. It was like at the end of the night, and I was like, come on. Did you even ever beat the guy on the mountain? What do you mean, in Yotei? Yeah, I did. I had to. I couldn't beat him when the blizzard was hurting me, because I would get down. I would get him really, really low health, but then your health bar would shrink from the ice, and I'd make one mistake. He'd hit me once, and I would die. So I went and rebuilt my loadout. Like, I changed my charms and my outfit to where the blizzard didn't hurt me, and I got in my second try. So as soon as I didn't have to worry about the blizzard shrinking my health bar, it was such a fun fight. But like, I couldn't see, and then you couldn't make a single mistake because your health bar would just get too low. So the minute I changed my outfit to where the blizzard didn't hurt me, I got in my second try. I almost got in my first try. The minute I wore that outfit. I just made a dumb mistake. I got greedy. You got to get better mons to do the work faster. You can check their stats. Some traits boost their work speed. Huh. You can also kunai spam him into a sunlock. You want these to assign to your conveyor belts. I don't know what the frick that is. What's the best way to level your character too? I feel like I've been stuck at like level 28 in POW World for like forever. What difficulty? I just played on normal in Yotei. I've always wanted to go back to Tsushima and maybe even do it in Yotei as well. Like just crank it up to lethal or whatever. But I feel like the problem is I've just lost my flavor for like super hard challenging games. Like I didn't play Neo 3 for that reason. It just doesn't appeal to me. You know? It doesn't appeal to me. Splatterina, they have level 4 handiwork. Catching pals, battling. Catching pals levels you pretty quick. Maybe we just need to go catch. You know what? We have the thing where like I can put a pal in the chamber and boost it with pals of the same type. I wonder if I should just go and find a bunch of the kinds that I like and just capture a bunch, and it would level me, and then it would enable me to use that chamber. And you jump back in, got really into it. A lot of games have been continually dropping. It's just Madam and I's. It's like, I think it's probably going to be one of our favorite co-op games that we've ever played together. She genuinely loves it. Like if I'm like, hey, let's play some POW World, she gets like excited. Did you enjoy Elden Ring? I enjoyed the first half of Elden Ring. I feel like the second half of Elden Ring falls apart. I feel like it turns into like a very annoying spam area of effect mess, and I just don't like those types of fights. The second half of Elden Ring, you're constantly dealing with like area of effect, crap on the ground, fire, acid, whatever, and then I also feel like the bosses like Malekith and others, it just gets really spammy. I don't know. I loved the first half of Elden Ring. Sekiro is still my favorite. Yeah, we played Split Fiction. We liked Split Fiction. We enjoyed Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4 got a little frustrating in the second half because the open world I felt was like perfect in the first half of Borderlands 4, like that first section. But then it just got really like the roads got windy and there was all this verticality. And it was just hard to navigate. Like you'd be trying to follow the path on your little car, your little bike or whatever. And it just, I don't know. Borderlands 4 kind of fell off. And it was mainly because of the map design. If all the other biomes and areas would have been like the first area, it would have been great. But the other areas, it just, I don't know. We kind of bum rushed the story because we were just getting kind of annoyed with the map. Yeah, I liked Kazan. First Berserker Kazan, though, I lowered the difficulty to beginner, and then it just played like an action game with like a huge focus on parries instead of feeling like a punishing Souls game. So I followed a guide and was OP in Elden Ring. It was insanely easy. You think Crimson Desert will be similar and get repetitive with combat? Sucks the pro performance is looking so bad in fights. Did you see the Digital Foundry update? Yeah, there are some times where it looks good, but anytime he was in a fight that it looked good, it was like one or two enemies. Whenever there were lots of enemies on the screen, it didn't look good. It looked like the frame rate was dropping a lot. I don't know. Yeah, we watched the PS5 Pro footage. It didn't convince me at all. The whole situation is bizarre. They didn't even send them a code for Crimson Desert. They sent them a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed on it, so that they couldn't even see the game or test the game on the base PS5. Like, the whole situation is just incredibly strange. I don't know. I bought Borderlands 4. I'm trying to get into it. I've been going back to Final Fantasy Rebirth. Split Fiction was one of me and my lady's games of the years. Yeah, it was such a blast. It really was. It was easily one of the best co-op games I've ever played. I mean, it's built for co-op. It better be good, right? Like, you know. Does anybody know what happened to Arcane Studios' Blade? As far as we know, it's Arcane Leon is who's building it. They're still working on it. Last we heard. We haven't heard any major updates, though. I mean, the concern right now for any Xbox studio would be that they want 30% margins for, like, the CFO, Amy Hood, like, wants 30% margins. Like, that has not been debunked or repudiated, by the way. That was basically confirmed in an interview that is in fact what they're hoping. I just don't know how many studios are going to be able to do that. Still didn't finish Reanimal. No, we're supposed to do that. We're supposed to chisel away on that on Saturday nights with you guys, but I feel like that if we're going to play a game as like the second part of a Saturday night, I feel like that needs to be part of Stretch. Like, you know, an hour and a half to 2 hours reacting to gaming news, I think is fair. I mean, that's a pretty big chunk. I feel like doing that and then the second part being a game as Stretch, I think is fair. So we can have a semi-normal evening. If you guys hit Stretch, I'm happy to do a double header on Saturdays. Is Soros your next anticipated? It's my most anticipated game this year, yes, Soros. Followed by Control Resonant and Wolverine and Phantom Blade Zero. 007 First Light's probably not my most anticipated, but it's definitely one I'm hopeful that they can pull it off. You played Tainted Grail? They sent me a review copy, and it ran so poorly on console. I couldn't even review it. It was awful. They've since sent out a bunch of updates and fixed it, but yeah, I saw the Jeff Kaplan interview talking about the CFO at Blizzard demanding buckets of cash from Overwatch, all while the team was spread super thin. Yeah, and he's like, oh, we'll lay off 1,000 people if you don't hit this number. Siege Master gifts a member and gets us to 408. Thank you so much. Yeah, Replace looks really good. Yeah, Pragmata is one of the ones I'm looking forward to. The Pragmata demo was really fun. I enjoyed the combat in Pragmata more than I thought I would. It was really cool. And another one from Siege Master. He's trying to round this out to 410, I guess. Thank you so much, Siege. I think Wolverine's going to get marketed with the base PS5 footage. Usually that's what they do, yes, because the vast majority of the console user base for PlayStation is not on a Pro. And there it is. Thank you so much. 410. Typically what they'll do is they will setting up a 15 bomb. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, I covered the Digital Foundry video has 191. I have not been persuaded, especially when we learned that they sent them a PS5 Pro with the game pre-installed. We have no idea if it was the full game, if it was a demo, if it was a slice. And the minute he gets into a section with lots of enemies, the frame rate drops into the 30s and 40s. It was fine in fights with like 1 or 2 enemies. And a 1 from Risic and a 5 bomb comes in from Siege. He was trying to set up maybe the 10 bomb dunker to 425. We're at 89 for YouTube. Remember, if you guys get 100 on the day, I give you a 5 bomb for your platform. That's so weird, but free console. I don't think I've ever heard of a company doing that before. I haven't. I'm trying to ask John Linneman if he knows, was it the full game or not? I can't get an answer. He doesn't owe me an answer, but I'm trying to get one. I don't know if he's replied to anybody and said, no, I'm not seeing. He hasn't replied at all about, like, he replied to somebody and confirmed that they were sent a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. I don't know if anybody has followed up and asked, like I have. I asked in a DM, like, do you know if it was the full version of the game? Do you know if it was a demo or a slice? Like, I just don't know. They did it for, at the very least, we know that Pearl Abyss did it so that Digital Foundry would not be able to capture footage on a base PS5. I don't know why you wouldn't just put that in the contract. Surely it was the full game. There's no way to know. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Think about that. Think about this from this perspective. I'm not trying to get conspiracy theory here, but why wouldn't you just send them a code for the game and then say, hey, per the contract, we would like you to do the PlayStation 5 Pro first, and then the embargo for base PS5 is this date? Why wouldn't you just put it in the contract? No, I didn't try Romeo as a Dead Man. It didn't seem like I would like it. The reviews were kind of weird, and it seemed like unless you really like those kinds of games, you wouldn't like it. So I didn't. I was pretty sure I wouldn't enjoy it based off of everything I saw. And then the more I looked at the gameplay, I was like, yeah, I don't think I'll like this. He said he played for 20 hours. That would be a big slice if it was. I mean, I guess that's probably the one encouraging part, is that they played for 20 hours. I mean, yeah, I guess that maybe I get that leans toward it not being a slice, which still means they don't want standard PS5 footage to be seen. I don't know. He said he had played over 20 hours and he was able to go anywhere. So it sounds like he did play the full version, but it still sounds like they very much don't want people to see the base console version, which makes sense. The PS5 Pro was struggling in some areas, which, I mean, imagine playing on base PS5 if that's the case. I don't know. The entire thing has been extremely suspicious and concerning, and I don't think anybody should be motivated to pre-order just yet. You do whatever you want, but I'm cautioning people. I don't know if I've ever seen a game marketed like this and it not turn out to be problematic. If sending entire consoles were normal, I feel like a lot more content creators would have giveaways for all those extra consoles that they get. I mean, yeah, Series S is not even in the equation in my mind. Like, that's going to be a disaster for anybody playing there. Is the PS5 Pro worth picking up for Yote alone? Yote, AC Shadows, Death Stranding 2. It'll likely be worth it for games like Control Resonant and Saros and Wolverine. I mean, I thought it was worth it for Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 looked and ran so much better. I didn't get consistent frame rate on the base PS5 and Space Marine 2. It's a pretty demanding game. High ray tracing on the Pro along with upscale to 4K with the base PS5 at 1080 and low ray tracing might solve it? Maybe. The issue seems to be that it's CPU intensive, which the number of NPCs would be the problem there. I don't know. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 on the Pro. Whew. Dog. It's good. It's good. It's good, boys. I rolled credits on RE9. I thought it was excellent. I had 2 instances act really funny. There was an instance with like a flashback, no spoilers. There was a flashback where you're sneaking around and these NPCs are supposed to despawn so you can like go through the door. And it just glitched. Every time I did it, I had to literally go all the way back and come all the way back and then they would be gone. It was very bizarre. Like you're following them and then they just wouldn't despawn. That was a little frustrating because it wasn't a particularly fun environment to be in. It was like really slow and And then the final boss, I thought the first phase was really bad and the second phase was amazing. So, talking spoilers. What's this? 800 pounds? That was everyone, by the way, the one about the sneaking. Was it just a straight up glitch? Did that happen to you too, Assume Parasite? I was like, what the frick is going on? It's a thing? Okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't understand. I literally thought maybe I was supposed to rush past them, which that didn't work. So. It's not an instance. You have to wait like 4 to 5 minutes for them to despawn. It sucks on speedruns. I could get them to despawn by going all the way back and then coming all the way back to where they were. That was the only way I could get them to do it. I don't think it's a glitch. I had to do that on multiple playthroughs. It's just awkward design. Yeah, it's just weird. It's like, what instinct in you, what's being telegraphed to be like, yeah, go all the way back? I don't know. I don't think it was a glitch. As I've had it on multiple playthroughs, just awkward design. Oh, I already read that. Digital Foundry. Yeah, we already watched the Digital Foundry footage of Crimson Desert. Onimusha's going to be good too. Yeah, it looks really good. Who posted this image? Yeah, I don't know, Paul. I don't know where Hilly got that. I feel like that's kind of like a breaking story if the price of that I also made it. Oh my gosh, Hilly. Oh. Ooh. Line your things up next time. Marathon has 3 critic reviews, and there's no way they're real. It feels like AI wrote them. I mean, who? At this point, come on. It just isn't even worth debating. Let them have their fun. Let them have their fun. We need 4 more likes on the video to get to 400 likes, guys. We are going long today. You might have noticed we've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. I usually only stream for about between 3.5 to 4 hours. But we're going to be redirecting to my co-stream of the future game show, and I'll schedule that here in a little bit. We'll go over at 3:30, wait for about 30 minutes, for the show to start, and then we'll watch it. Like button press, thank you. What show are we watching? The Future Games Show, their spring showcase. We are one of the official co-streams of the event. about Future Game Show. They're usually really good. They usually get, good people to host it. The jokes can be a little bad, which is not the host's fault. Like, they don't write the script. But overall, it's usually a good time. Usually, like, a lot of games, a lot of trailers. They don't really... I feel like they really respect the viewer's time. Like, they don't waste a lot of your time with nonsense. Will the show be at 60 FPS and then suddenly drop down to 40s and 30s? Shut up, Rissick. Only if you watch it on your PS5 Pro. The Digital Foundry video on Crimson Desert says it's incredible. Great. Great. Just ignore all of the frame dips, when there's lots of NPCs on the screen. Just ignore that and ignore the fact that they're not letting you see base console footage. They literally sent a PlayStation 5 Pro to Digital Foundry with the game pre-installed. So... You think I'm crazy? You're here. You're here right now. Fricking Forrest Whitaker and Andor is a maniac, dude. Better not be filled with all that yapping. Crimson Desert Game of the Year? Oh, yeah, dude. What does this company do to make you... What does this company got to do to make you happy? Do you want solid 60 FPS with 0 dips? No, but you're welcome to keep shadowboxing as you ask bad faith questions. It's a pretty simple request. Show me gameplay on console. If you want people on console to pre-order your game, show them the game on console. It's pretty simple. The strongest console in the market on performance mode dropped into the 30s and 40s. Those aren't dips. That's indicative of a problem. I don't know what to tell you. They've shown off a game where you're commonly in fights where there's like 20-something NPCs all around. That's commonly happening in the game. It's a high-speed game, and there's particle effects and really impressive lighting. So yeah, I want that to be solid 60. Sorry for having actual standards as a gamer. Like, I know that's upsetting to people who just accept, I guess, whatever slop every game, launches. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I played, Yote and Death Stranding and basically every major release I've played this year on this gen, I should say, on my PS5 or PS5 Pro, I've gotten solid 60 FPS out of. So, except for like Final Fantasy 16, which I was heavily critical of. I don't know. Sorry for having standards. I played Assassin's Creed Shadows with ray tracing global illumination turned on and had perfectly fine performance in that game. It wasn't dipping into the 30s and 40s. From the Crimson Desert, when it was revealed, my first thought was how ambitious this game will be for consoles. I wish we could go back and find the streams and the moments where I literally, the first couple times I laid eyes on the game, I told people, I said, I just think this is ridiculously ambitious. I don't think you're going to be able to pull that off on console. There's too many NPCs. I was like, you're going to need an absolute monster rig to have that many NPCs in an area and that level of fidelity and lighting and shadows, and then there's particle effects and the characters moving really fast. The drops to 3040 are very bad. I'm guessing they're scared to show it on the base PS5. I don't know if I've ever had a game literally 1 week from coming out that just won't show people the game on console. Like, it's just weird. They just won't do it. Hilly, I think the person that made me understand defense force behavior for games that aren't out yet was Josh Strife Hayes. He talked about why people get so defensive and excited and they willingly support a Kickstarter MMO, even though the game's not out yet. They would commonly be quick to defend the game and quick to be, on the game's side, in the game's corner, whatever, okay? And Josh Strife Hayes said that at that moment in time, the game is perfect because it's just a dream. It's just a hope. So the game is flawless at that moment in time because it only exists in their mind. It's this thing that they're hoping for. It's this light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe their job's crummy. Maybe their relationship sucks right now. Maybe life's just kind of crappy. And this thing is the thing that they're looking forward to. And in walks meanie YouTuber or person on Twitter that's like, I think it looks bad, or I'm worried, or I don't know if it looks that great. And then they get really upset because you're raining on their parade. You're dimming the light that's giving them hope. I think that is fundamentally why we run into these weird defense force back and forths on stuff that isn't even out yet. It doesn't make an ounce of sense. The reason it doesn't make sense is it's not logical. It isn't. It's not a logical thing. It's not a reasonable thing. They didn't logic themselves into the position. It's a position based on feeling. They're having an emotional response. I'm not being condescending. I'm being serious. It's an emotional response. Hey, I'm really looking forward to this thing, and I've been excited, and I'm watching trailers, and I'm getting pumped, and you're making me not feel good, and I don't like that. That's what it is. Rebellions are built on hope, that's right. I would respect people more if they were more that vibe on their sleeve as like, I've always loved blank, so sorry if I'm being a bit harsh. I don't think... So, here's the thing, though. I don't think they necessarily have the awareness to know why they're having the response that they're having. What I think it is that, like, they're in their feels, right? They're in their feels. And because they're in their feels, they're not thinking critically or logically. They're just in their feels. Like when you stub your toe, in that moment, you're not thinking logically, and yet you'll punch the thing that you stubbed your toe on. Is that a logical response? Is that a reasonable response? No. In fact, it's quite stupid. It doesn't make an ounce of sense. It doesn't. You might hurt yourself further. Oh, I got an idea. I just hurt my toe. Why don't I hurt my hand too while I'm at it? You do it, though, because it's a reflexive thing. And I think for some people, they come to a YouTube stream or Twitter or various places on the corners of the internet, and they just want to be excited and have a good time. And you're sitting here talking about how you think the game looks bad or you don't think it's going to be any good, and you're dimming the light. Like, for them, that's the light. That's the hope that they have. They're like, oh, this is going to be the thing that makes me feel better, And I don't like doing that. I'm not like trying to bum people out. But I think that's what it is. Like, it's an emotional response. It's why they get personal. It's why they insult me. They're having an emotional response. They're not like, hey, man, logic, reason. It's, hey, man, you're a hater. What's wrong with you, loser? You just hate grifting. It's like, that's not a logical or reasonable response. We might get an answer. From John Linneman. It looked like he was typing for a second. Why not leave the stream and join another one who agrees on an opinion instead of insulting? Well, because just like when I stub my toe on the table and I hit the table, and it gives a sense of relief to do that. To them, that's cathartic. It's cathartic to insult me or to lash out, like screaming into a pillow. Like, to them, that's putting things back in balance. Does that make sense? It's like you stub your toe on something, you're like, oh, bam, and you hit it. And like, there's a moment there where it kind of feels cathartic. I think there's a moment of catharsis where they're like, well, I'm going to insult this YouTuber or this person saying this. It'll put things back into balance. They're hurting the thing that I'm looking forward to. I'm going to take a chunk out of them. Do you see? Like, again, if you try to analyze it, you're trying to analyze it in a thoughtful and logical way, and they're doing something that's not thoughtful or logical. Like insulting a stranger on the internet for being like, hey guys, I don't think you should pre-order this game. I think the way they're handling the marketing has been incredibly misleading. And they're like, and then they're having a go at you and calling you a name or insulting you or something. It's like, that is, you're not going to break that down logically and understand it. You're just not going to. It's like trying to understand a child throwing a tantrum in the center of the grocery aisle. Like, at some level you can understand it, but you're not going to be able to go over and like reason with them. Like, hey, excuse me, you're really disrupting, everything here, and it's really upsetting for your parents. I don't freaking care. They're angry that they can't get to Oreos. All right, I'm going to schedule the future. I'm going to schedule the future game show here and set up redirect. Their show starts at 4, so we'll go over at 3:30. I want Oreos now, sorry. I think they have put Digital Foundry in a very awkward position. They have no real way of knowing what they are testing when they sent the box preloaded. Didn't Cyberpunk only give weird versions to people? I'd be interested to see. I don't actually know how the Cyberpunk thing played out. I actually don't know. I just don't. I was not like covering things back then. I was the Destiny guy back then. An IGN article literally says a dev said it. You're defending it pretty hard. Tell IGN? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe an article got it wrong. I read an article about them saying they are sick of people asking for footage. He did say it. What do you mean? He said... He literally said it. He literally said that he had answered the question hundreds of times. He got very frustrated. Says, we're not hiding anything. I've answered this hundreds of times or whatever. He expressed a feeling of being exasperated. When does Auto SR get showed on the Xbox ROG? I don't know what you're talking about. He's not a dev? Oh, okay. So, I don't know if... Yeah, okay, so maybe Wicked misspoke. I don't think IGN... Did IGN call him a dev? I don't know. Maybe they misspoke. Maybe he misspoke. The point is he said it. He's the head of PR. Come see what we've been cooking up. The official Starseeker Astroneer Expedition's key art, featuring intrepid explorers, carrotlings, and aptly named... ESS Starseeker. It's like the strangest allergy ever. Just show people footage. Yeah. IGN did say a dev said it directly. Well, yeah, that wouldn't be the first time IGN got something incorrect. I was watching a new video from Joe Raptor discussing his concerns for Crimson performance on PS5, but he just privated the video, so I couldn't finish it. Are you serious? I don't understand. Did he say why? Has he tweeted or anything? That's unusual. Crimson Desert might unseat Kirby Air Riders. And Hilly says crazy talk. Oh, it's true. Absolute insanity. Why would you say such a thing? Random thought, I've always enjoyed your background music. Nice to groove to while I bust out data models. I appreciate that. It's all made by AI because I got tired of using other people's music and getting false claims. Push Square also claimed it was a dev. I don't know, I guess many gaming news websites are wrong. Where are people covering for this game? What do they know? I mean, I don't know if Joe Raptor's covering. It's possible I always want to believe the best until I'm given a reason to not believe the best. Maybe he did that because there was a mistake in the video. Maybe he misspoke. Maybe he had the wrong footage at some point. I don't know. I don't know. I believe the best until I'm given a reason to not believe the best. Got an email about his non-disparagement clause. You can't sign a non-disparagement clause about a game. I don't think. You can sign NDAs and embargoes to be like, yeah, I won't reveal any footage to a certain time. But you can't be like, yeah, I won't say anything negative about the game. I don't know anybody that would sign that. Wicked is claiming that the devs are bad. They're obviously talented people. This should be venting frustration at PR managers and corporate timelines, i.e. Expedition 33. I don't understand the point that you're making. I would sign that for a Halo game, no problem, says Hilly. You could, but you probably wouldn't. Yeah, I don't really know if anybody would willingly sign something like that because again, when does that clause go on in perpetuity? Can you never tell people that you signed that? Can you never say anything bad about the game? Like, I don't know if that would be, that would completely blow up if that was going on, because eventually nobody would sign a perpetual non-disparaging agreement for access to a game. Now, when you retire and get a pension and you sign a non-disparaging thing, that's a financial agreement. Like, you're basically agreeing to receive your pension and your money and all of that under the clause of, like, you will never expose any of the stuff that might have been going on at the company, you know, whether it's trade secret protection or controversy protection, you know. I can't imagine a YouTuber agreeing to that. It really isn't even the point is, though, is calling him a developer isn't the problem. I feel like you're sidestepping the fact that the guy in charge of PR got frustrated because he was being asked for console footage. And then they supply console footage in the most constrained way ever. My point is developers get flack with games when it's usual upper management that causes the issues, i.e. AC devs catching flack when leaving to make Expedition 33 a well-liked game. I don't understand. I'm not connecting your dots to AC devs catching flack. Listen, nobody here is giving flack to the devs. IGN and other outlets, not accurately representing the fact that Will Powers is not a dev. That's not the issue. The issue is he expressed frustration and was exasperated with people asking for console footage. That's really weird posture from somebody who is quite literally out here doing PR and trying to get people to buy the game. You missed the earlier argument when the guy said that developers are at fault and they are bad. He can think that. Who cares if he thinks that? That's just his opinion. He can think that they're bad and he can think that they're at fault. Who else are you going to blame if the game's not running well? How could you blame leadership? Where's your information to know who to blame? If he thinks it's on the devs and he thinks the devs are bad or did a bad job, he's allowed to have that opinion. If they're building a game and they did all this extra stuff and it's not optimized well and it runs poorly, he's well within his right to be like, man, these devs stink. That's fine. That's his position. There's nothing wrong with him saying that. The whole argument started because he said calling the devs bad. He's allowed to say that. That's not some egregious insult. We don't need to get pearl clutchy over. That's the most tepid thing you could possibly say in the grand scheme of like toxic or nasty things. I don't get the pearl clutchy, please protect the devs, don't say mean things about the devs attitude that's commonly spreading now. It's like saying they're bad. Yeah, so what? You don't have evidence yet, so it cannot be claimed? What do you mean we don't have evidence yet? We do have evidence. We have concrete evidence of the game on PS5 Pro running poorly in certain sections when there's lots of enemies on the screen. That's a concern given that was one of the primary things they really showed off with this game. He can look at that evidence and say, yeah, the devs did a bad job there. I think the devs are bad. I'm not saying he's correct. I'm saying there's nothing wrong with him saying that. I'm not saying he is correct. We have ample evidence to say the devs are bad, but like, Mug kind of nailed it. Nothing wrong with hate of bad games when we have so many good ones coming out. Oh, did Mug Thief say that in his recent video? I just finished a video about Xbox's current situation. It's a funny coincidence stumbling onto a stream about the same topic. Well, hello. Well, I've been live for about 6 hours, so we're kind of off topic right now. It tends to be a bit of a variety show. Funny enough, you've been following me since 2020. You may remember me as covering different things. Looks like you started talking in February of this year, so maybe you're aware that I'm back. Glad to have you back. We were told this was a miracle engine that was super optimized. Thank you, Hidden Siryu. We were commonly told that we better be prepared for this thing to blow our minds because they had a massive breakthrough with the engine. I'm seeing exactly what I thought I was going to see, that the minute there's a bunch of enemies on screen, it causes performance issues. Black Desert Online was in no way, shape, or form an excellent or good dev work, and to this day it's still a buggy mess. Somehow I should forget for Crimson Desert? Absolutely not, says Undying Dirge. You won't believe us. It's been so long since I last watched you, I don't remember anything. I was a Destiny streamer. I went by Say No to Rage, and then a bunch of nonsense happened. Yeah, how about the fact that they told Fighting Cowboy that the console footage is so good nobody would believe them, so they're sending it to Digital Foundry. Really? It's so good that you're sending them a preloaded PS5 Pro instead of just letting them play the game on console? Really? I don't understand. Why defend that level of behavior? I don't get it at all. It's not like we have a couple of trailers and I'm just being a hater. We literally have over 30 minutes of PC footage that's cranked to the rafters, and it's all on the PlayStation channel promoting people to pre-order. Then when they did a preview event, and a content creator did the due diligence to ask about console performance, they said, oh, nobody would believe us, so we're going to send it to Digital Foundry. And then they don't send it to Digital Foundry. They send a PS5 Pro with the game pre-installed so that Digital Foundry can't even see the game on a base PS5. Good. I don't know. I'm running out of ways to explain it, to bring somebody up to speed with why there's no reason to defend what they're doing right now. You have no grounds to defend them. None. You don't. They're doing all of the things that video game companies, when they market something, do to mislead the customer. That's not something you should be defending. If you want to hold out hope, if you want to wait for reviews, if you want to wait for footage and try to be optimistic, that's fine. But defending them doesn't make an ounce of sense. They're being very, very misleading with the way they're marketing the game. They are. I don't think I've ever covered a game that's done this sort of thing before. Ever. I've done this for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen this. I'm not saying they're lying, says Zubair, but I'm saying they're doing stuff like liars do. Right. They don't deserve your defense. They've not earned it. They've not earned that level of loyalty and trust. Their behavior warrants skepticism and doubt. That's what is warranted. That's what is reasonable. It isn't reasonable to defend them right now. It isn't. Just because they got you excited with the trailer, it doesn't make. I don't understand. Any company can get you excited with a trailer. That doesn't mean that you should defend them. It's so weird. Isn't that why you got a Pro, to run games better than a basic PlayStation? That's immaterial to the discussion. I'm trying to create content for the general public. And also, I have a Pro, and I wasn't impressed by what I saw. I do have a Pro, and I wasn't impressed by what I saw. They sent a PS5 Pro to Digital Foundry? Yes. Yes, it's so insane. And it's shrouded in, unless you check John Linneman's replies, you don't know that. Unless you go and see that John Linneman replied to somebody who's like, wait, am I to understand they didn't send you a code? They sent you a preloaded PlayStation 5 Pro? It's so bizarre. I love my PS5 Pro, but it should run beyond the standard on my Pro, not barely the standard. Yeah, the Pro wasn't built to barely give me 60 or to drop into the 30s and 40s when there's lots of NPCs. That's not what I bought the Pro for. I bought the Pro so I could turn on the pretty stuff and still get 60 FPS. That was the entire sales pitch. When is Digital Foundry going to show us? I don't know. They don't even currently have possession of the game on PS5. They can't play it on the PS5. They can't. Thanks for the stream. Operator 7 says, in 5 months of a Prime, I'll leave it on while I work and listen. Thank you very much for doing your Prime, getting us to 417 on the week. Thank you very much. I'll definitely not defend them in the least, but I am loving the show, and the next one is going to be great. Thank you. I appreciate that, Travis. The guy expects a PlayStation to play like a $2,500 PC. Who said that? By the way, did you see the breakdown of how Resident Evil 9 runs on the Pro? How about Death Stranding 2? How about Ghosts of Yotei? Pro's hitting above its weight class if you pay attention at all to the cost of tech. A $700 console is hitting well above its weight class if you actually listen to the tech breakdowns instead of the propagandists out here who called it a scam. It's hitting well above its weight class, but nobody is saying, oh, I expect to get $2,500 PC performance out of it. But good golly, it's probably the best value out there right now if you're just trying to spend hardware to performance dollars. It's incredible what it's pulling off. It's incredible. You don't have to like it. You don't have to buy one. You can call me a pony for stating pretty factual statements about the device, but I'm not expecting to get $2,500 performance out of it. I'm expecting to get reasonable performance, 60 FPS. I think you're probably getting $2,500 PC performance now based on current market prices. Yeah, the grand irony of what the guy said is it's actually probably hitting around that price threshold of PCs, given how expensive all the peripherals and RAM are now. I'm not even on a PS5 Pro, and honestly, if you want a console in the market, I'd pick it up over the Switch 2. I can't imagine watching the tech breakdowns of Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Resident Evil 9, and being like, "Nuh-uh, it's a scam. Consoles suck." Like, I don't know why anybody would insist on that. At this point, if you can't admit it's impressive, I don't know why it's just like people bought into a mantra and a diatribe and like this weird like cult-like insistence that it was a scam and that it was overpriced. That dadgum thing since moment one's been hitting above its weight class. Like the first couple of months, there were like 77 PS5 Pro enhanced games, and there were 3 or 4 that had issues with PSSR. And folks were running around with screenshots and quick snippets to be like, it's a scam, PSSR is a failure. Meanwhile, PSSR 2 is on the way, and it's very impressive. Like, it just, I don't know. It was like people saying that the Portal was dead on arrival. The PlayStation Portal got more value over time for $200 to buy the device when they added cloud capability to it. Something I was told they couldn't do. If you care about frame rate and higher quality, then get a PC. We all know the limitations of home consoles. Empty platitude that doesn't even engage in anything that's been previously said. I got ray tracing GI and 60 FPS and AC shadows. I got the same thing in Yotei. I got amazing visuals and performance in Death Stranding 2 on a console. I you know what I mean? The difference between the experience I have on my PS5 Pro and I've got a 5070 Ti sitting right there. The difference between them, sure, I could notice it. Sure, you could do a side-by-side and it would have higher resolution and things like path tracing. Do I care about that? If I'm getting the visuals and the performance that I'm getting in the games that I just listed to you, do I really care? Like Resident Evil 9 on the couch in my living room, it looked incredible. But you could boot it up on your 5070 Ti and it would look better. Okay. So? I think one of my favorite things about what I do is, I don't know if this is necessarily, true of you, but people that come in and want to lecture me about why PC is so much better, I wouldn't be surprised if 9 times out of 10 I have a better gaming rig than them, and there it sits, not playing games because I just don't care. I would much rather game on my couch. If I was Digital Foundry, I'd be pissed that someone is using my reputation to perpetuate a lie. This is Cyberpunk 2077 all over again. No console codes were sent out for Cyberpunk. CD Projekt Red was promising PlayStation that the game would be ready on launch. To get PlayStation to approve the game, they put it on their storefront. This was unplayable on the PS4 console. PS5 was bad as well. It caused PlayStation to pull the game. The situation is eerily familiar, or eerily similar. I don't think it's going to be as bad as Cyberpunk, but I certainly... If I was Digital Foundry, I would have been careful with this one. I would have. Because, again, they're getting tangled up in it now, and it's like people have been asking for console footage all this time, and now they're using you to claim, hey, we're giving you console footage. That's really, really misleading for Pearl Abyss to do. John glazed the F out of the game running like crap. I don't think that's a fair statement, Paul. I don't think the game ran like crap. Overall, Linneman said, overall, it ran really, really well. He was basing his statements off of how it ran overall. The instances where it ran poorly, maybe he's expecting them to fix it or patch it. I don't know. John Linneman's most recent reply says they can't send a key if it's not active in the store yet. That's why they sent a console. What? They send review copies all the time that way. I've received them. I got one for Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. What are you talking about? do you mean active in the store? What do you mean? Companies do this all the time. They literally create a review version of the game and you download it with a code. I've done it. I've literally done it. What do you mean? The game doesn't have to be active in the store for me to download a review access copy of a game. I've been doing this for 10 years. Multiple times I've downloaded a game and it literally had a different thumbnail and a different name when I downloaded it. That doesn't make an ounce of sense. Plenty of times I've been sent copies of games that were literally review copies. It literally was I remember it was in the title. So I'm telling you, man, this situation is just freaking weird, man. I played the Horizon Hunters beta. It's not active in the store. Well, you would have played a beta. That would have a completely different name, like when a demo has a different name. I've played review copies of games that their name literally changed at launch. It would download an update and it would switch from saying review to saying like the full name. It was still just a key code. Yeah, all they have to do is load some version of the game onto the servers and give you a code to download it. They do it all the time. People have gotten access to games like a month before they come out. The big thing holding me back from doing a total PC gaming is in fact that I don't want to need a proper setup like a gaming desk, chair, and monitor. It's an investment. It's not cheap at all. Would it be possible that Digital Foundry were using a console that did not have the day one patch? I don't know. They were sent a PlayStation 5 Pro with the game pre-installed. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I don't know if I've ever heard of that before. He's saying it's not strange. A lot of games aren't active on the store until closer to launch. It's related to submission and bringing it online on the back end. He says it's not weird. It means they haven't finished the back end stuff necessary to send out codes. That's a whole process, and they likely submitted too late for it to go live. Thus, this solution was devised. All right. I appreciate that, Wicked. Oh. Why don't you guys just stick with single-player games? What are you talking about? Crimson Desert is a single-player game. Didn't we discuss another person also playing it? I'm not sure what you mean. The real question is, do they get to keep the Pro? Someone had a video and it got taken down privated. The whole point of my argument earlier had to do with blaming the devs for a PR response, not console performance. Listen, man, I don't know why he said what he said when he said it. Like, I don't know if when he said that the devs were bad, is that what he was saying? Like, oh, they're bad because, you know, was he saying, oh, they're bad because they, that response or whatever? Who knew that SkillUp has 155 PS5s and 48 Xboxes? It's the only way to send review copies. Oh, Jor Raptor didn't upload a video and like set it to private because he was like showing gameplay or something. It sounded like he had a video where he was expressing concern about the game on PS5 or something, and then he set it to private. We don't know why he did that. We just don't know. No idea. Didn't get to watch all the video before it got yanked. Oh, you didn't get to watch any of it. Somebody here was like halfway through and it got set to private. I said the devs were bad because of both the fact of the performance and that they didn't want to send anyone PS5 footage. I don't know why we're even still talking about this. Yeah, I don't know why we don't need to resurface that debate. I did not play Toxic Commando. I'm not interested. It's basically like in the spirit of like the Left 4 Dead games, and that's just not for me, bro. I'm not looking for that. Last minute adding Denuvo is terrible after Digital Foundry PC reviews already came out. Then only showing the Pro and not letting others do reviews sets off my BS alarm. I'm going to be swimming in a pool of flowers after that game comes out. I think so many people are going to come back around and be like, you tried to tell us. You tried to warn us. Can only hope they remove Denuvo after a month or so. Hate that crap. Won't make my desktop flinch, but my laptop might take the hit. That was weird. YouTube just went stupid on me. Looks fine on my end. We have been streaming for a while, so we will switch to the new stream here in about 12 minutes. I'm going to get the timer going. Well, we won't need the timer because I'll pull. I should be able to just do this. Yeah, the timer will be in the corner. Never mind. I do like what the devs there put out. Looking forward to their future work. Isn't optimized the 40 FPS version? No. The 40 FPS version is called balanced. Hey, just joined. What did you talk about? We talked about a lot. We talked about how the future of Xbox is basically a PC. I don't think that's a problem or an insult, although people are very insistent on not calling it a PC. I don't quite understand that. We talked about how I'm not really sure what they're going to do going forward with respect to people are, hoping they would go back on exclusives. Doesn't seem that way at all. There was, pretty significant conversations around what's really the reason to buy it. If there aren't exclusives and you're primarily buying it for Steam. We also talked about how it seems like they're going to bring backwards compatibility to PCs in general, which is very interesting. Because again, if you do that, what reason is there to purchase it if you can get back compat on a PC? I just don't know. you think the rumor of Xbox dropping subscriptions is true? Will PlayStation follow? When you say dropping subscriptions, you mean like not doing them anymore? Average removal of de novo is usually 3 to 4 months. It could be a year, but average is much less. Remember, they have to keep paying for it. They'll make a cost analysis of de novo as a subscription model. Isn't it just a hybrid console PC, though? Like a concept, but myself owning a PC and an Xbox Series X, it wouldn't be the best investment upgrading to the next Xbox. Well, basically what it's going to do is it's going to be a PC that you open up an Xbox application, essentially, like the Xbox experience. It'll be like an Xbox full screen experience. So like that'll, again, it's a PC that's going to give you the look and the feel and the vibe of an Xbox, and then also allow you to play back compat. We don't know how they're going to do back compat. Some type of emulation, which I don't think is a problem. I know some people were like critical of that. I think the main reason people were critical of it is we were told in an early report that the games would be running native. So a lot of people thought, oh, that won't be emulation, it will be native. What they meant when they said native was it will be local. That's what they meant. You won't be playing emulation, you won't be playing back compat through the cloud. It'll be running local on the machine. It will be, from what I can gather in the research that I did and the questions that I asked, it will be through some type of emulation. I don't think that's a problem. I don't know why people are so testy and prickly about it. It's not that big of a deal, but that is the case. Let me get this straight. If the backwards compatibility of PC is real, that means I could buy GTA 6 on Xbox and later in the future play that copy on my PC, but taking advantage of better specs. Potentially, but GTA 6 would probably not allow that, homie. That's a licensure issue. So like Rockstar would probably not allow you to do that. If you're going to do something back compat or through the cloud, those are two things that the licensure has to agree to. There's a lot of games you can't play right now backwards compatible on your Xbox because of licensure. Like, you may have purchased the game back on your 360 or your Xbox One, but it's not in your Xbox back compat library because of licensure. So I don't think Rockstar would allow for you to do that. More than likely, you're going to have to wait for the PC version. And then you would be playing GTA 6 on the Helix as a PC game, not as an Xbox, like, back compat game. That's like saying GTA 6, the PS5 version will not work on PS6. It will work. No, it will not. No, it will not. That's like saying you can install GTA 6 on your PC this November. Because it's the same, it's the same similar architecture to the Xbox. It will not. That's not the case. I literally asked about Series X and S games, and I was told it would likely be some sort of a, what do they call it? Translation layer, right? They'll be in your library. You'll click, it'll run in presumably like an Xbox Series X mode, like smart delivery or something. The thing is Rockstar would have to agree to that. Rockstar is not going to want people booting up GTA 6 on PC through some emulator or Xbox ecosystem application. They will not agree to that. It's hardware-based. If it's hardware-based, Paul, then why will I have to go through the Xbox software to do it? Rockstar is a huge fan of making people double dip. They're not going to let that happen. It's the same reason that right now, when I go and emulate 360 games on my console, I can't play certain games because of licensure. It's like back compat is similar to cloud. It's like it has to be agreed upon within the licensure of the game. Yes, that's emulation issues. It's going to be an emulator. That's what everybody is saying. You're the only one that says, no, it'll just work. It's hardware-based. Well, we have no details to come to that conclusion. We don't. Everybody that's spoken about this has said it'll basically be an emulator. The PS5 can play all PS4 games for a reason. Can it? I thought there were some that didn't. Without new licensing. I thought there were some PS4 games that you could not play. Most PS4 games work on the PS5. I swore there were games that you couldn't play. I thought there was an issue with some games. Very, very few. The back compat on the 360 was an emulator. If you buy GTA 6 on the Series X, you'll be able to play it on your Helix in Xbox mode, not in PC mode. No way they let that fly. But that's what I mean. Are they going to want... This is the question, Creature. I don't think you're wrong about the Helix. What we're talking about is if they bring backwards compatibility to PC in general, like will you be able to like boot up the Xbox application on a standard PC? So just with my PC sitting over there, will I just be able to boot up the emulator and play all my library? If that's the case, then I'll be able to play GTA 6 on a PC at launch if the emulator's available. It won't work on a standard PC. Paul, I think you missed that part of the discussion. There is phrasing from Ronald that makes it seem as though back compat's just going to come to PCs in general. You'll just be able to engage with the Xbox ecosystem. So they're bringing the Xbox full screen experience to Windows in April. Okay? So the theory goes they're doing that, and that's also going to be the means by which you engage with back compat, which means I'll be able to do that on my 5070 Ti rig over there, not the Helix. Which means, what about GTA 6? That was the question that was posed in chat. Do you think GTA 6 performance on the base PS5 is going to suck? I have no idea. The question was, do we think that back compat coming to PCs in general will allow people to play GTA 6 on their PC through that? Like, will that be some kind of a loophole? And I'm like, no, licensure will not allow that. Rockstar's not going to allow that. I wouldn't think. They want you to have to buy the game again on PC. GTA 6, the console version, will only work on the Helix. Right. We were talking about the back compat rumors about it like it's just coming to PCs in general. I think you might have missed that part. Even that, I don't know. Imagine if it's an emulator, then you're not going to get the bump in performance from being on PC. That's also very possible. We'll see. They haven't gone into detail on how it works. We have no idea what they're going to do at a hardware level to enable you to play Series X and Series S games on the Helix. We have no idea. They haven't spoken to it. We just don't know. Jez mentioned something about special silicon. He did. When I asked him about it, he doesn't have specifics beyond that. He thinks it's going to be some type of a translation layer for Series X and S games, and then that the 360 games and the Xbox One and all that, that'll be some type of emulation. That was what he was presuming about it. When he said native, he was essentially saying it won't be on the cloud. Like, he was using native in a way that I think confused a lot of people. So let me change this thumbnail on the Xbox stream. It's an AMD AI chip. Rockstar would not let that happen. I don't necessarily think Rockstar would care about people doing it on the Helix in the Xbox mode. That wouldn't cost them millions because there ain't going to be that many Xbox Helixes in circulation. I don't think they would allow you to do it on a standard PC. If the full screen Xbox experience is like available on a standard PC, that would never happen. Rockstar would not let that happen. They do not want people being able to do that. Like, just boot up the game on PC with some other, like, third-party application. All right, I'm going to redirect us to the new stream. You guys on YouTube, you can use that link to switch streams and join us for the future game show. You guys over there on Twitch, you don't have to do anything. Okay. Let's go here. Thank you so much for checking out this video. This is going to be a co-stream of the Future Game Show Spring Showcase. We are one of the official co-streams. We love working with Future Game Show. If you're watching this later and any sections of the broadcast are muted, I apologize. I have no control over that. If they use any copyrighted music, those sections must be muted in order for the video to maintain monetization. And that's just the unfortunate reality of YouTube. So you want to make sure you are here live for these showcases. That's a great reason to be subscribed to the channel. So hit subscribe and consider becoming a member and help us with our big goal. We're trying to get to 600 paying members, and we only need about 70 more people to do it. So click join. I'm going to end the previous stream where we were talking about, what were we talking about? We were talking about Xbox and Project Helix and the GDC presentation. I'm going to end that stream and bring folks over with redirect. Thank you guys so much for doing that. And we've also been looking at the Crimson Desert footage and reacting to it